The Best Mysteries of Isaac Asimov by Isaac Asimov. Copyright 1986 by Nightfall Incorporated. Narrated by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. Collection of brief mysteries, mostly of the intellectual or armchair detective variety. A problem stated and then elegantly solved through analysis and deduction. Asimov states that these are not exercises in violence, not thrillers, not psychological suspense stories. They are puzzles. 1986. From the book jacket. The master's choice of his own favorites. I have chosen the stories I consider the best, and not necessarily those that critics or readers do. So says Isaac Asimov of this marvelous new anthology, the first best of edition of his extraordinary mysteries. From the classic Black Widower and Union Club series to a wide variety of other intriguing tales, many of the 31 selections in this volume have never before been collected in book form. Each is introduced with a short and lively commentary from the good doctor himself, and all add up to the perfect Asimov formula for sheer entertainment and pure delight. Discover here the obvious factor, the haunting account of a young woman's psychic power, and of a mystery more bizarre than the supernatural. The Sign, a clever tale that applies knowledge of the zodiac to solve a grisly murder. A problem of numbers, in which the key to a young man's happiness lies in the solution to a cryptogram, if he can find it, and 28 other puzzlers that bring a dazzling new luster to an age-old and timeless genre. With its potent mix of mayhem and madness, eerie twilight places, and startling reality, The Best Mysteries of Isaac Asimov offers a feast for fans and a very special treasury for those meeting the master for the first time. About the author. Isaac Asimov has written over 340 books on subjects ranging from the Bible and Shakespeare to math and alien encounters. He is perhaps the best known, and certainly the best loved, of all science fiction authors, with over 10 million copies of his works sold worldwide. Foundation and Earth, Asimov's fifth novel in the phenomenal Foundation series, will be published later this year. The Best Mysteries of Isaac Asimov is the companion volume to The Best Science Fiction of Isaac Asimov, also currently available. Dr. Asimov lives in New York City. Other books by Isaac Asimov. The Caves of Steel, The Naked Sun, The Death Dealers, also appeared as A Whiff of Death, Asimov's Mysteries, Tales of the Black Widowers, Murder at the ABA, More Tales of the Black Widowers, The Key Word and Other Mysteries, Juvenile, Casebook of the Black Widowers, The Union Club Mysteries, The Robots of Dawn, Banquets of the Black Widowers, The Disappearing Man and Other Mysteries, Juvenile. Dedication to Marty and Rosalind for making each other happy. Table of Contents. Part 1. Black Widower Mysteries. 1. The Obvious Factor, Side 1. 2. The Pointing Finger, Side 1. 3. Out of Sight, Side 2. 4. Yankee Doodle Went to Town, Side 2. 5. Quicker Than the Eye, Side 2. 6. The Three Numbers, Side 3. 7. The One and Only East, Side 3. 8. The Cross of Lorraine, Side 4. 9. The Next Day, Side 4. 10. What Time Is It, Side 5. 11. Middle Name, Side 5. 12. 60 Million Trillion Combinations, Side 6. 13. The Good Samaritan, Side 6. 14. Can You Prove It, Side 6. 15. The Redhead, side 7. Part 2. Union Club Mysteries. 16. He Wasn't There, side 7. 17. Hide and Seek, side 7. 18. Dollars and Cents, side 8. 19. The Sign, side 8. 20. Getting the Combination, side 8. 21. The Library Book, side 8. 22. Never Out of Sight, side 8. 23. The Magic Umbrella, side 8. 24. The Speck, side 8. Part 3. Miscellaneous Mysteries. 25. The Key, side 9. 26. A Problem of Numbers, side 10. 27. The Little Things, side 10. 28. Halloween, side 10. 29. The 13th Day of Christmas, side 10. 30. The Key Word, side 10. 31. Nothing Might Happen, side 10. Introduction. When I was younger than I am now, and began reading mystery novels in the 1930s, the field was going through its classic phase. The most prominent writers of the time were British men and women of the intellectual classes, and this was reflected in the novels themselves. They dealt, for the most part, with educated men and women of the type that thought of themselves as gentlemen and ladies. People of the lower and middle classes were rarely allowed entrance, except as comic relief or as semi-barbaric threats. Generally, a crime, usually a murder, was committed under conditions that permitted a closed circle of suspects. It took place in a locked room, or in any case in such a way that no one else could have gotten into the place of the murder. If, in fact, an outsider proved to be the criminal, the author was cheating, and would have to face an enraged public. What is more, the detective, either a stolid or possibly brilliant member of the police force or a light-hearted amateur, was compelled to solve the murder by shrewd observation and closely reasoned logic. It would again be cheating if he stumbled upon the solution by accident, and it was distinctly beneath such a detective's dignity to have to search for clues on his hands and knees with a magnifying glass, after the fashion of Sherlock Holmes. The generally accepted monarch of the classic detective story was, of course, Agatha Christie, and the most indefatigable and best detective, with all apologies to the great Sherlock, was Hercule Poirot. Certainly I read all the Christies I could find, and, as it happens, I have now read every mystery novel or short story she has ever written, without exception, many of them 3 or 4 times. This is not to say I find Christie perfect, or that I even found her perfect in my green teenage years. She had a peculiar attitude toward foreigners, which she carefully blamed upon her characters, whom she presented as naturally xenophobic, since any Briton would know that any non-Briton was an inferior and possibly immoral person. Furthermore, she included Americans among the foreigners, and, especially in her early books, had them speak with a dialect of a type that I had never encountered, and that I don't believe anyone living could speak without bursting his or her vocal cords. Finally, she was as matter-of-factly anti-Semitic as most of the British upper classes were at that time, and for all I know still are. At least she was openly anti-Semitic before World War II. Afterward she tried to hide the fact. Since I was a foreigner by her standards, and a Jewish American, one at that, I didn't really appreciate Christie's narrow-minded view of the human race, and yet for the sake of her fascinating mysteries I had to overlook the matter, which didn't exactly make me feel good then, or now either. Then came a time when the classic mystery came to be outmoded. All things evolve, and few contemporary mysteries meet the old Christie criteria. Instead, the mystery novel has now split into 2 dominant subgenres. There is the tough guy detective, where the hero is constantly drinking without destroying his liver, constantly having his skull cracked with a pistol butt without destroying his brain, and constantly solving the mystery by shooting down all the characters but one, and then pinning the crime on the survivor. There is also the psychological mystery, where you know who did the crime and why, and find that there is no difficulty in pinning that crime upon him. What you are expected to do, however, is to follow in great detail the tortuous and muddled pathology of the criminal's emotional life. You find yourself involved, therefore, with a large number of very unpleasant people, a great many of them uneducated and rather drearily stupid. This change of emphasis hasn't pleased me. I don't enjoy scenes of gruesome violence in books. I hold with the ancient Greeks that all deeds of violence should take place off-stage. To be sure, there is such violence in real life, and worse than anything described in fiction, but oddly enough I don't enjoy it in real life either. Nor do I enjoy immersion in psychopathology. What do I do, then? I read those few writers who turn out the old classical stuff, and I reread, whenever desperate, the old masters and mistresses of the genre. And I note that on the paperback racks the Agatha Christies are spread out in wild profusion, so that one can be quite sure that the old girl is still read without stint. There came a time when I became involved in this matter as something more than a dissatisfied reader yearning for the vanished days of yore. I am, you must understand, a science fiction writer primarily, and have been a prominent professional in the field since I was 18. And yet, I have an urge to write mysteries. What's more, the urge has grown stronger with the years. Occasionally I would even write one, though without remarkable success. Beginning in 1972, however, I threw caution to the winds and began to write mystery short stories in great numbers. In the last 13 years, in fact, I have written over 100 of them. What's more, I have refused to compromise. There is no way I can force other writers to turn out stories a la Christie, but I made up my mind that my stories were going to be of the classic variety. In fact, I decided to be even purer than the pure. I was going to try to have no violence at all in my stories. My stories rarely involve murder, and when they do, the murder takes place off-stage, and preferably before the story begins. And that murder, if it takes place at all, is the only one. I do not kill someone else the minute the tension seems to flag. For the most part, though, the detective must find a missing object, or choose one correct alternative among many, or foil a spy, and so on. What's more, almost every mystery story I write belongs to the armchair detective variety. Our hero listens to a puzzling story of some kind that seems to have no solution, and, taking into account only what he is told, comes up with the answer in so cogent a fashion that every other character in the story, and the reader too, is at once convinced of its legitimacy. Naturally, the story under such conditions must be a fair one. The detective must know only what the reader knows, so that there is nothing to stop a particularly ingenious reader from beating the detective to the solution. And indeed my stories openly challenge the reader to do so, and often enough the reader does. My stories are, in short, not exercises in violence, not thrillers, not psychological suspense stories. They are, generally speaking, puzzles, and rather intellectual ones. Christie used to say she didn't have lower-class characters in her stories because she had never associated with them, and therefore didn't know how they talked and acted. So it is with me, too. A writer should remain in those milieus in which he feels at home, and so my characters tend to be professional men who are cerebral, and, if anything, over-educated. Every one of them, I suspect, has a little of myself in him, or a lot of myself, perhaps. As it happens, I have published half a dozen or so collections of my short stories, but what I want to do here is to put out an omnibus volume, larger than the ordinary ones, and pile into it 31 of my favorite mystery stories. This has not been an easy job for me, for I am the kind of fortunate writer who enjoys everything he writes, without exception. I have, however, managed, and I have placed before each story a short explanation as to why I have chosen it. Part 1. Black Widower Mysteries. 1. The Obvious Factor. In many a classic mystery, the crime is described as having occurred under conditions where no one can seem to have committed it. The fun then consists in showing how the impossible can be made possible. Naturally, to enhance the suspense, an author sometimes throws a pall of the possible supernatural over the whole thing. I love stories like that. It is tempting, though, for an author to conclude with an intimation that something supernatural has happened after all. Agatha Christie and John Dickson Carr have each written stories of the supernatural, for instance. I include this story, then, because I set up a situation that seems to make no solution possible that doesn't involve the paranormal. And then I produce my solution, the one solution that is almost always overlooked in stories of this type. Thomas Trumbull looked about the table and said with some satisfaction, "Well, at least you won't get yourself pen and inked into oblivion, Voss. Our resident artist isn't here. Henry?" Henry was at Trumbull's elbow before the echo of the bellow had died, with no sign of perturbation on his bright-eyed and unlined face. Trumbull took the scotch and soda the waiter had on his tray and said, "Has Mario called, Henry?" "No, sir," said Henry calmly. Geoffrey Avalon had reduced his second drink to the halfway point and swirled it absently. "After last month's tale about his murdered sister, it could be that he didn't—" He did not complete the sentence, but put down his glass carefully at the seat he intended to take. The monthly banquet of the Black Widowers was about to begin. Trumbull, who was host, took the armchair at the head of the table and said, "Have you got them all straight, Voss? At my left is James Drake. He's a chemist and knows more about pulp fiction than about chemistry, and that probably isn't much. Then Geoffrey Avalon, a lawyer who never sees the inside of a courtroom. Emmanuel Rubin, who writes in between talking, which is practically never. And Roger Halstead. Roger, you're not inflicting another limerick on us this session, are you?" "A limerick?" said Trumbull's guest, speaking for the first time. It was a pleasant voice, light and yet rich, with all consonants carefully pronounced. He had a white beard, evenly cut from temple to temple, and white hair, too. His youthful face shone pinkly within its fence of white. "A poet, then?" "A poet?" snorted Trumbull. "Not even a mathematician, which is what he claims to be. He insists on writing a limerick for every book of the Iliad." "And Odyssey," said Halstead, in his soft, hurried voice. "But yes, I have my limerick." "Good, it's out of order," said Trumbull. "You are not to read it. Host's privilege." "Oh, for heaven's sake," said Avalon, the flat lines of his well-preserved face set in disappointment. "Let him recite, the poor thing. It takes 30 seconds, and I find it fun." Trumbull pretended not to hear. "You've all got it straight about my guest now. He's Dr. Voss Eldridge. He's a Ph.D. So is Drake, Voss. We're all doctors, though, by virtue of membership in the Black Widowers." He then raised his glass, gave the monthly invocation to old King Cole, and the meal was officially begun. Halstead, who had been whispering to Drake, passed a paper to him. Drake rose and declaimed, "Next Elysian attempted a ruse, with an arrow, permitted by Zeus. Who will trust Trojan candour as this sly deed of Pandarus puts an end to the scarce proclaimed truce?" "Damn it," said Trumbull, "I ruled against reading it." "Against my reading it," said Halstead. "Drake read it." "It's disappointing not to have Mario here," said Avalon. "He would ask what it means." "Go ahead, Jeff," said Reuben. "I'll pretend I don't understand it, and you explain." But Avalon maintained a dignified silence, while Henry presented the appetizer and Reuben fixed it with his usual suspicious stare. "I hate stuff," he said, "that's so chopped up and drowned in goop that you can't see what the ingredients are." Henry said, "I think you'll find it quite wholesome." "And you know Henry's honesty," said Drake. "It wouldn't hurt a fly if he says it's wholesome." "Try it, you'll like it," said Avalon. Reuben tried it, but his face showed no signs of liking it. It was noted later, however, that he had finished it. Dr. Eldridge said, "Is there a necessity of explaining these limericks, Dr. Avalon?" Are there tricks to them? No, not at all, and don't bother with a doctorate. That's only for formal occasions, though it's good of you to humour the club idiosyncrasy. It's just that Mario has never read the Iliad. Few have, these days. Pandarus, as I recall, was a go-between and gives us the word pander. That, I take it, was the sly deed mentioned in the limerick. Oh, no, no, said Avalon, unsuccessfully hiding his delight. You're thinking now of the medieval Troilus tale, which Shakespeare drew on for his Troilus and Cressida. Pandarus was the go-between there. In the Iliad, he was merely a Lycian archer who shot at Menelaus during a truce. That was the sly deed. He is killed in the next book by the Greek warrior Diomedes. Ah, said Eldridge, smiling faintly. It's easy to be fooled, isn't it? If you want to be, said Reuben, but he smiled as the London broil arrived. There was no mistaking the nature of the components there. He buttered a roll and ate it as though to give himself time to contemplate the beauty of the meat. As a matter of fact, said Halstead, we've solved quite a few puzzles in recent meetings. We did well. We did lousy, said Trumbull. Henry is the one who did well. I include Henry when I say we, said Halstead, his fair face flushing. Henry? Asked Eldridge. Our esteemed waiter, said Trumbull, and honorary member of the Black Widowers. Henry, who was filling the water-glasses, said, You honor me, sir. Honor, hell! I wouldn't come to any meeting if you weren't taking care of the table, Henry. It's good of you to say so, sir. Eldridge remained thoughtfully quiet thereafter, as he followed the tide of conversation that, as was usual, grew steadily in intensity. Drake was making some obscure distinction between Secret Agent X and Operator 5, and Reuben, for some reason known only to himself, was disputing the point. Drake, whose slightly hoarse voice never rose, said, Operator 5 may have used disguises, I won't deny that. It was Secret Agent X, however, who was the man of 1,000 faces. I can send you a Xerox of a contents page of a magazine from my library to prove it. He made a note to himself in his memo book. Reuben, scenting defeat, shifted ground at once. There's no such thing as a disguise anyway. There are a million things no one can disguise. Idiosyncrasies of stance, walk, voice. A million habits you can't change because you don't even know you have them. A disguise works only because no one looks. People fool themselves, in other words, said Eldridge, breaking in. Absolutely, said Reuben. People want to be fooled. The ice-cream parfait was brought in, and not long after that Trumbull struck his water-glass with his spoon. Inquisition time, he said. As Grand Inquisitor I pass, since I'm the host. Manny, will you do the honours? Reuben said at once, Dr. Eldridge, how do you justify the fact of your existence? By the fact that I labour to distinguish truth from folly. Do you consider that you succeed in doing so? Not as often as I wish, perhaps, and yet as often as most. To distinguish truth from folly is a common desire. We all try our hands at it. My interpretation of Pandarus' deed in Halstead's limerick was folly, and Avalon corrected me. The common notion of disguise you claimed to be folly, and you corrected it. When I find folly, I try to correct it, if I can. It's not always easy. What is your form of folly correction, Eldridge? How would you describe your profession? I am, said Eldridge, Associate Professor of Abnormal Psychology. Where do you— began Reuben. Avalon interrupted, his deep voice dominating. Sorry, Manny, but I smell an evasion. You asked Dr. Eldridge's profession, and he gave you a title. What do you do, Dr. Eldridge, to occupy your time most significantly? I investigate parapsychological phenomena, said Eldridge. Oh, God, muttered Drake, and stubbed out his cigarette. Eldridge said, You disapprove of that, sir? There was no sign of annoyance on his face. He turned to Henry and said, No, thank you, Henry. I've had enough coffee. with perfect calmness. Henry passed on to Reuben, who was holding his cup in the air as a signal of its emptiness. "It's not a question of approval or disapproval," said Drake. "I think you're wasting your time." "In what way?" "You investigate telepathy, precognition, things like that." "Yes, and ghosts and spiritual phenomena, too." "All right. Have you ever come across something you couldn't explain?" "Explain in what way?" "I could explain a ghost by saying, yes, that's a ghost. I take it that's not what you mean." Reuben broke in. "I hate to be on Drake's side right now, but he means to ask, as you well know, whether you have ever come across any phenomenon you could not explain by the accepted and prosaic laws of science." "I have come across many such phenomena." "That you could not explain?" asked Halstead. "That I could not explain. There's not a month that passes but that something crosses my desk that I cannot explain," said Eldridge, nodding his head gently. There was a short silence of palpable disapproval, and then Avalon said, "Does that mean that you are a believer in these psychic phenomena?" "If you mean, do I think that events take place that violate the laws of physics? No. Do I think, however, that I know all there is to know about the laws of physics? Also, no. Do I think anyone knows all there is to know about the laws of physics? No, a third time." "That's evasion," said Drake. "Do you have any evidence that telepathy exists, for instance, and that the laws of physics as presently accepted will have to be modified accordingly?" "I am not ready to commit myself that far. I well know that in even the most circumstantial stories there are honest mistakes, exaggerations, misinterpretations, outright hoaxes. And yet, even allowing for all that, I come across incidents I cannot quite bring myself to dismiss." Eldridge shook his head and continued, "It's not easy, this job of mine. There are some incidents for which no conceivable run-of-the-mill explanation seems possible, where the evidence for something quite apart from the known rules by which the universe seems to run appears irrefutable. It would seem I must accept, and yet I hesitate. Can I labor under a hoax so cleverly manipulated, or an error so cleverly hidden that I take for the gold of fact what is only the brass of nonsense? I can be fooled, as Reuben would point out." Trumbull said, "Many would say that you want to be fooled." "Maybe I do. We all want dramatic things to be true. We want to be able to wish on a star, to have strange powers, to be irresistible to women, and would inwardly conspire to believe such things no matter how much we might lay claim to complete rationality." "Not me," said Reuben flatly. "I've never kidded myself in my life." "No?" Eldridge looked at him thoughtfully. "I take it, then, that you will refuse to believe in the actual existence of parapsychological phenomena under all circumstances?" "I wouldn't say that," said Reuben. "But I need damned good evidence, better evidence than I've ever seen advanced." "And how about the rest of you gentlemen?" Drake said, "We're all rationalists. At least I don't know about Mario Gonzalo, but he's not here this session." "You too, Tom?" Trumbull's lined face broke into a grim smile. "You've never convinced me with any of your tales before this, Voss. I don't think you can convince me now." "I never told you tales that convinced me, Tom. But I have one now, something I've never told you, and that no one really knows about outside my department. I can tell it to you all, and if you can come up with an explanation that would require no change in the fundamental scientific view of the universe, I would be greatly relieved." "A ghost story?" said Halstead. "No, not a ghost story," said Eldridge. "It is merely a story that defies the principle of cause and effect, the very foundation stone on which all science is built. To put it another way, it defies the concept of the irreversible forward flow of time. "Actually," said Reuben at once, "it's quite possible on the subatomic level to consider time as flowing either—" "Shut up, Marnie," said Trumbull, "and let Voss talk." Quietly Henry had placed the brandy before each of the diners. Eldridge lifted his small glass absently and sniffed at it, then nodded to Henry, who returned a small, urbane smile. "It's an odd thing," said Eldridge, "but so many of those who claim to have strange powers, or have it claimed for them, are young women of no particular education, no particular presence, no particular intelligence. It is as though the existence of a special talent has consumed what would otherwise be spread out among the more usual facets of the personality. Maybe it's just more noticeable in women. At any rate, I am speaking of someone I'll just call Mary for now. You understand, I am not using her real name. The woman is still under investigation, and it would be fatal, from my point of view, to get any kind of publicity hounds on the track. You understand?" Trumbull frowned severely. "Come on, Voss, you know I told you that nothing said here is ever repeated outside the confines of these walls. You needn't feel constrained." "Accidents happen," said Eldridge equably. "At any rate, I'll return to Mary. Mary never completed grade school and has earned what money she could earn by serving behind a counter at the 5 and 10. She is not attractive, and no one will sweep her away from the counter, which may be good, for she is useful there and serves well. You might not think so, since she cannot add correctly, and is given to incapacitating headaches, during which she will sit in a back room and upset the other employees by muttering gibberish to herself in a baleful sort of way. Nevertheless, the store wouldn't dream of letting her go." "Why not?" asked Reuben, clearly steeling himself to skepticism at every point. "Because she spots shoplifters, who, as you know, can these days bleed a store to death through 1,000 small cuts. It isn't that Mary is in any way shrewd, or keen-eyed, or unrelenting in pursuit. She just knows a shoplifter when he or she enters the store, even if she has never seen the person before, and even if she doesn't actually see the person come in. She followed them herself at first, for brief intervals, then grew hysterical and began her muttering. The manager eventually tied the two things together, Mary's characteristic behavior and the shoplifting. He started to watch for one, then the other, and it didn't take long for him to find out that she never missed. Losses quickly dropped to virtually nothing in that particular 5 and 10, despite the fact that the store is in a bad neighborhood. The manager, of course, received the credit. Probably he deliberately kept the truth from being known, lest anyone try to steal Mary from him. But then I think he grew afraid of it. Mary fingered a shoplifter who wasn't a shoplifter, but who later was mixed up in a shooting incident. The manager had read about some of the work my department does, and he came to us. Eventually he brought Mary to us. We got her to come to the college regularly. We paid her, of course, not much, but then she didn't ask for much. She was an unpleasant, not bright girl of about 20, who was reluctant to talk and describe what went on in her mind. I suppose she had spent a childhood having her queer notions beaten out of her, and she had learned to be cautious, you see. Drake said, "You're telling us she had a gift for precognition?" Eldridge said, "Since precognition is just Latin for seeing things before they happen, and since she sees things before they happen, how else can I describe it? She sees unpleasant things only, things that upset or frighten her, which I imagine makes her life a hell. It is the quality of becoming upset or frightened that breaks down the time barrier." Halstead said, "Let's set our boundary conditions. What does she sense? How far ahead in time does she see things? How far away in space?" "We could never get her to do much for us," said Eldridge. "Her talent wasn't on tap at will, and with us she could never relax. From what the manager told us and from what we could pick up, it seemed she could never detect anything more than a few minutes ahead in time, "Half an hour to an hour at the most." Reuben snorted. "A few minutes," said Eldridge mildly, "is as good as a century. The principle stands. Cause and effect is violated, and the flow of time is reversed." And in space there seemed no limits. As she described it, when I could get her to say anything at all, and as I interpreted her rather clumsy and incoherent words, the background of her mind is a constant flickering of frightening shapes. Every once in a while this is lit up as though by a momentary lightning flash, and she sees or becomes aware. She sees most clearly what is close by, or what she is most concerned about, the shoplifting, for instance. Occasionally, though, she sees what must be taking place farther away. The greater the disaster, the farther she can sense things. I suspect she could detect a nuclear bomb getting ready to explode anywhere in the world. Reuben said, "I imagine she speaks incoherently, and you'll fill in the rest. History is full of ecstatic prophets whose mumbles are interpreted into wisdom." "I agree," said Eldridge, "and I pay no attention, or at least not much, to anything that isn't clear. I don't even attach much importance to her feats with shoplifters. She might be sensitive enough to detect some characteristic way in which shoplifters look and stand, some aura, some smell, the sort of thing you talked about, Reuben, as matters no one can disguise. But then—" "Then?" prompted Halstead. "Just a minute," said Eldridge. "Henry, could I have a refill in the coffee cup after all?" "Certainly," said Henry. Eldridge watched the coffee level rise. "What's your attitude on psychic phenomena, Henry?" Henry said, "I have no general attitude, sir. I accept whatever it seems to me I must accept." "Good," said Eldridge. "I'll rely on you, and not on these prejudiced and preconcepted rationalists here."
"Go on, then," said Drake. "You paused at the dramatic moment to throw us off."
"Never," said Eldridge. "I was saying that I did not take Mary seriously until one day she suddenly began to squirm and pant and mumble under her breath. She does that now and then, but this time she muttered, 'Eldridge, Eldridge,' and the word grew shriller and shriller. I assumed she was calling me, but she wasn't. When I responded, she ignored me. Over and over again it was, 'Eldridge, Eldridge.' Then she began to scream, 'Fire! Oh, Lord, it's burning! Help! Eldridge, Eldridge!' over and over again, with all kinds of variations. She kept it up for half an hour. We tried to make sense out of it. We spoke quietly, of course, because we didn't want to intrude more than we had to. But we kept saying, 'Where? Where?' Incoherently enough, and in scraps, she told us enough to make us guess it was San Francisco, which I need not tell you is nearly 3,000 miles away. There's only one Golden Gate Bridge after all, and in one spasm she gasped out, 'Golden Gate,' over and over. Afterward it turned out she had never heard of the Golden Gate Bridge, and was quite shaky as to San Francisco. When we put it all together, we decided that there was an old apartment house somewhere in San Francisco, possibly within eyeshot of the bridge, that had gone up in fire. A total of 23 people were in it at the time it burst into fire, and of these, 5 did not escape. The 5 deaths included that of a child.
Halstead said, "And then you checked and found there was a fire in San Francisco, and that 5 people had died, including a child."
"That's right," said Eldridge. "But here's what got me. One of the 5 deaths was that of a woman, Sophronia Latimer. She had gotten out safely and then discovered that her 8-year-old boy had not come out with her. She ran wildly back into the house, screaming for the boy, and never came out again. The boy's name was Eldridge. So you can see what she was shouting in the minutes before her death." Eldridge is a very uncommon first name, as I need not tell you, and my feeling is that Mary captured that particular event, for all that it was so far away, entirely because she had been sensitized to the name by way of myself, and because it was surrounded by such agony.
Reuben said, "You want an explanation, is that it?"
"Of course," said Eldridge. "How did this ignorant girl see a fire in full detail, get all the facts correct, and believe me, we checked it out, at 3,000 miles?
Reuben said, "What makes the 3,000-mile distance so impressive? These days it means nothing. It's 1/60th of a second at the speed of light."
"I suggest that she heard the tale of the fire on radio or on television, more likely the latter, and passed it on to you. That's why she chose that story, because of the name Eldridge. She figured it would have the greatest possible effect on you."
"Why?" asked Eldridge. "Why should she put through such a hoax?"
"Why?"
Reuben's voice faded out momentarily, as though with astonishment, then came back in a shout.
"Good God, you've been working with these people for years and don't realize how much they want to hoax you? Don't you suppose there's a feeling of power that comes with perpetrating a good hoax? And money, too, don't forget."
Eldridge thought about it, then shook his head. "She doesn't have the brains to put something like this across. It takes brains to be a faker. A good one, anyway." Trumbull broke in. "Well, now, of course, there's no reason to suppose she's in it on her own. A confederate is possible. She supplies the hysteria, he supplies the brains."
"Who might the confederate be?" asked Eldridge softly.
Trumbull shrugged. "I don't know."
Avalon cleared his throat and said,
"I go along with Tom here, and my guess is that the confederate is the manager of the 5 and 10. He had noted her ability to guess at shoplifters and thought he could put this to use in something more splashy. I'll bet that's it. He heard about the fire on television, caught the name Eldridge, and coached her."
"How long would it take to coach her?" asked Eldridge. "I keep telling you that she's not very bright." "The coaching wouldn't be difficult," said Reuben quickly. "You say she was incoherent. He would just tell her a few key words, Eldridge, fire, Golden Gate, and so on. She then keeps repeating them in random arrangements, and you intelligent parapsychologists fill it in."
Eldridge nodded, then said, "That's interesting. Except that there was no time at all to coach the girl. That's what precognition is all about. We know exactly what time she had her fit, and we know exactly what time the fire broke out in San Francisco. It so happens the fire broke out at just about the minute that Mary's fit died down. It was as though, once the fire was actual, it was no longer a matter of precognition, and Mary lost contact. So you see there could be no coaching. The news didn't hit the network TV news programs till that evening. That's when we found out and began our investigation in depth."
"But wait," said Halstead. "What about the time difference? There's a 3-hour time difference between New York and San Francisco, and a confederate in San Francisco—"
"A confederate in San Francisco?" said Eldridge, opening his eyes wide and staring. "Are you imagining a continental conspiracy? Besides, believe me, I know about the time difference also. When I say that the fire started just as Mary finished, I mean allowing for the time difference. Mary's fit started at just about 1:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the fire in San Francisco started at just about 10:45 a.m. Pacific Standard Time." Drake said, "I have a suggestion." "Go on," said Eldridge. "This is an uneducated and unintelligent girl. You keep saying that over and over. And she's throwing a fit. An epileptic fit, for all I know." "No," said Eldridge firmly. "All right, a prophetic fit, if you wish. She's muttering and mumbling and screaming and doing everything in the world but speaking clearly. She makes sound which you interpret, and which you make fit together. If it had occurred to you to hear her say something like atom bomb, then the word you interpreted as Eldridge would have become Oak Ridge, for instance." "And Golden Gate?" You might have heard that as couldn't get, and fitted it in somehow.
Not bad, said Eldridge, except that we know that it is hard to understand some of these ecstatics, and we are bright enough to make use of modern technology. We routinely tape-record our sessions, and we tape-recorded this one. We've listened to it over and over, and there is no question but that she said Eldridge and not Oak Ridge, Golden Gate and not couldn't get. We've had different people listen, and there is no disagreement on any of this. Besides, from what we heard, we worked out all the details of the fire before we got the facts. We had to make no modifications afterward. It all fit exactly. There was a long silence at the table. Finally, Eldridge said, "Well, there it is. Mary foresaw the fire 3,000 miles away by a full half-hour, and got all the facts correct." Drake said uneasily, "Do you accept it? Do you think it was precognition?" "I'm trying not to," said Eldridge. "But for what reason can I disbelieve it? I don't want to fool myself into believing it, but what choice have I? At what point am I fooling myself? If it wasn't precognition, what was it?" "I had hoped that perhaps one of you gentlemen could tell me." Again a silence. Eldridge went on, "I'm left in a position where I must refer to Sherlock Holmes's great precept. When the impossible has been eliminated, then whatever remains, however improbable, is the truth. In this case, if fakery of any kind is impossible, the precognition must be the truth. Don't you all agree?" The silence was thicker than before, until Trumbull cried out, "Damn it all, Henry is grinning. No one's asked him yet to explain this." "Well, Henry?" Henry coughed. "I should not have smiled, gentlemen, but I couldn't help it when Professor Eldridge used that quotation. It seems the final bit of evidence that you gentlemen want to believe." "The hell we do," said Reuben, frowning. "Surely, then, a quotation from President Thomas Jefferson would have sprung to mind." "What quotation?" asked Halstead. "I imagine Mr. Reuben knows," said Henry. "I probably do, Henry, but at the moment I can't think of an appropriate one. Is it in the Declaration of Independence?" "No, sir," began Henry, when Trumbull interrupted with a snarl. "Let's not play 20 questions, Manny. Go on, Henry. What are you getting at?" "Well, sir, to say that when the impossible has been eliminated, whatever remains, however improbable, is the truth, is to make the assumption, usually unjustified, that everything that is to be considered has indeed been considered. Let us suppose we have considered 10 factors. 9 are clearly impossible. Is the 10th, however improbable, therefore true? What if there were an 11th factor, and a 12th, and a 13th? Avalon said severely, "You mean there's a factor we haven't considered?" "I'm afraid so, sir," said Henry, nodding. Avalon shook his head. "I can't think what it can be." "And yet it is an obvious factor, sir. The most obvious one." "What is it, then?" demanded Halstead, clearly annoyed. "Get to the point." "To begin with," said Henry, "it is clear that to explain the ability of the young lady to foretell, as described, the details of a fire 3,000 miles away except by precognition is impossible. But suppose precognition is also to be considered impossible. In that case—" Reuben got to his feet, straggly beard bristling, eyes magnified through thick-lensed glasses, staring. "Of course! The fire was set. The woman could have been coached for weeks. The accomplice goes to San Francisco, and they coordinate. She predicts something she knows is going to happen. He causes something he knows she will predict." Henry said, "Are you suggesting, sir, that a Confederate would deliberately plan to kill 5 victims, including an 8-year-old boy?" "Don't start trusting in the virtue of mankind, Henry," said Reuben. "You're the one who is sensitive to wrongdoing."
"The minor wrongdoing, sir, the kind most people overlook. I find it difficult to believe that anyone, in order to establish a fancied case of precognition, would deliberately arrange a horrible multi-murder. Besides, to arrange a fire in which 18 of 23 people escape and 5 specific people die requires a bit of precognition in itself." Reuben turned stubborn. "I can see ways in which 5 people can be trapped, like forcing a card in conjuring." "Gentlemen," said Eldridge peremptorily, and all turned to look at him. "I have not told you the cause of the fire," he went on, after looking about the table to make sure he had the attention of all. "It was a stroke of lightning." "I don't see how a stroke of lightning could be arranged at a specific time." He spread out his hands helplessly. "I tell you, I've been struggling with this for weeks. I don't want to accept precognition, but—" "I suppose this spoils your theory, Henry?" "On the contrary, Professor Eldridge, it confirms it, and makes it certain. Ever since you began to tell us this tale of Mary and the fire, your every word has made it more and more certain that fakery is impossible and that precognition has taken place. If, however, precognition is impossible, then it follows of necessity, Professor, that you have been lying." Not a black widower but exclaimed at that, with Avalon's shocked "Henry!" loudest of all. But Eldridge was leaning back in his chair, chuckling. "Of course I was lying. From beginning to end, I wanted to see if all you so-called rationalists would be so eager to accept parapsychological phenomena that you would overlook the obvious, rather than spoil your own thrill. When did you catch me out, Henry?" "It was a possibility from the start, sir, which grew stronger each time you eliminated a solution by inventing more information. I was certain when you mentioned the lightning. That was dramatic enough to have been brought in at the beginning. To be mentioned only at the very end made it clear that you created it on the spot to block the final hope." "But why was it a possibility from the start, Henry?" demanded Eldridge. "Do I look like a liar? Can you detect liars the way I had Mary detect shoplifters?" "Because this is always a possibility, and something to be kept in mind and watched for. That is where the remark by President Jefferson comes in." "What was that?" "In 1807, Professor Benjamin Silliman of Yale reported seeing the fall of a meteorite at a time when the existence of meteorites was not accepted by scientists. Thomas Jefferson, a rationalist of enormous talent and intelligence, on hearing the report said, 'I would sooner believe that a Yankee professor would lie than that a stone would fall from heaven.'" "Yes," said Avalon at once, "but Jefferson was wrong. Silliman did not lie, and stones did fall from heaven." "Quite so, Mr. Avalon," said Henry, unruffled. "That is why the quotation is remembered. But considering the great number of times that impossibilities have been reported, and the small number of times they have been proven possible after all, I felt the odds were with me." 2. The Pointing Finger. In each of my black widowers I try to bring up some different subject concerning which each of my members can wax erudite and eloquent about. The plays of Shakespeare are an obvious example, and I feel at home with them. For at about the time I had begun my Black Widower series, I had also written a 2-volume discussion of those plays. The books were entitled Asimov's Guide to Shakespeare. Frankly, I have as much fun involving myself in such discussions as in working up the conclusion. Of course, I keep thinking with a shiver, what happens when I run out of subjects for competing erudition? However, it hasn't happened yet, and I present this story as a successful example, in my opinion, of this sort of thing. It was a rather quiet Black Widower's banquet until Reuben and Trumbull had their nose-to-nose confrontation. Mario Gonzalo had been first to arrive, subdued and with a shadow of trouble upon him. Henry was still setting up the table when Gonzalo arrived. He stopped and asked, "How are you, sir?" in quiet and unobtrusive concern. Gonzalo shrugged. "All right, I guess. Sorry I missed the last meeting, but I finally decided to go to the police, and I wasn't up to much for a while. I don't know if they can do anything, but it's up to them now. I almost wish you hadn't told me."
"Perhaps I ought not to have done so."
Gonzalo shrugged. "Listen, Henry," he said. "I called each of the guys and told them the story."
"Was that necessary, sir?"
"I had to. I'd feel constrained if I didn't. Besides, I didn't want them to think you had failed."
"Not an important consideration, sir." The others came one by one, and each greeted Gonzalo with a hearty welcome that ostentatiously ignored a murdered sister, and each then subsided into a kind of uneasy quiet. Avalon, who was hosting the occasion, seemed, as always, to add the dignity of that office to his natural solemnity. He sipped at his first drink and introduced his guest, a young man with a pleasant face, thinning black hair, and an amazingly thick moustache which seemed to be waiting only for the necessary change in fashion to be waxed at the end.
"This is Simon Levy," said Avalon, "a science writer and a splendid fellow."
Emmanuel Rubin promptly said,
"Didn't you write a book on the laser, Light in Step?"
"Yes," said Levy, with the energetic delight of an author greeting unexpected recognition.
"Have you read it?"
Rubin, who was carrying, as he always did, the self-conscious soul of a 6-footer in his 5'4" body, looked solemnly at the other through his thick glasses and said,
"I did, and found it quite good."
Levy's smile weakened, as though he considered a judgment of quite good no good at all.
Avalon said, "Roger Halstead won't be with us today. He's out of town on something or other. Sends his regrets and says to say hello to Mario if he shows up."
Trumbull said, with his mouth down-curved in a sneer,
"We're spared a limerick." "I missed last month's," said Gonzalo. "Was it any good?" "You wouldn't have understood it, Mario," said Avalon gravely.
"That good, eh?" And then things quieted down to a near whisper until somehow the Act of Union came up. Afterward, neither Rubin nor Trumbull could remember exactly how. Trumbull said, in what was considerably more than an ordinary speaking voice,
"The Act of Union forming the United Kingdom of England, Wales, and Scotland was made law at the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713.
"No, it wasn't,"
said Rubin, his straw-coloured and straggly beard wagging indignantly.
"The Act was passed in 1707.
"Are you trying to tell me, you dumb jackass, that the Treaty of Utrecht was signed in 1707?
"No, I'm not,"
shouted Rubin, his surprisingly loud voice reaching a bellow.
"The Treaty of Utrecht was signed in 1713. You guessed that part right, though God only knows how."
"If the treaty was signed in 1713, then that settles the Act of Union."
"No, it doesn't, because the treaty had nothing to do with the Act of Union, which was 1707.
"Damn you, $5 says you don't know the Act of Union from a union suit."
"Here's my $5. Where's yours? Or can you spare a week's pay at that 2-bit job you've got?"
They were standing up now, leaning toward each other over James Drake, who philosophically added a fresh dollop of sour cream and chives to the last of his baked potato and finished it.
Drake said, "No use shouting back and forth, my fellow jackasses. Look it up." "Henry!" roared Trumbull.
There was the smallest of delays, and then Henry was at hand with a 3rd edition of the Columbia Encyclopedia.
"Host's privilege," said Avalon. "I'll check as an impartial observer."
He turned the pages of the fat volume, muttering,
"Union, Union, Union, Act of."
He then said almost at once,
1707, Manny wins. Pay up, Tom." "What?"
cried Trumbull, outraged.
"Let's see that."
Rubin quietly picked up the 2 $5 bills which had been lying on the table, and said in a ruminating voice,
"A good reference book, the Columbia Encyclopedia. Best 1-volume all-round reference in the world, and more useful than the Britannica, even if it does waste an entry on Isaac Asimov."
"On whom?" asked Gonzalo.
"Asimov, friend of mine, science fiction writer and pathologically conceited. He carries a copy of the encyclopedia to parties and says, 'Talking of concrete, the Columbia Encyclopedia has an excellent article on it, only 249 pages after their article on me. Let me show you.' Then he shows them the article on himself."
Gonzalo laughed.
"Sounds a lot like you, Manny."
Tell him that and he'll kill you. If I don't first.
Simon Levy turned to Avalon and said, "Well, there are arguments like that all the time here, Jeff?" "Many arguments," said Avalon, "but they generally don't get to the wager and reference book stage. When it does happen, Henry's prepared. We have not only the Columbia Encyclopedia, but copies of the Bible, both the King James and the New English, Webster's Unabridged, second edition, of course, Webster's Biographical Dictionary, Webster's Geographical Dictionary, the Guinness Book of Records, Brewer's Dictionary of Phrase and Fable, and the complete works of Shakespeare. It's the Black Widower's library, and Henry is the custodian. It usually settles all arguments." "I'm sorry I asked," said Levy. "Why?" "You mentioned Shakespeare, and I react to that right now, with nausea." "To Shakespeare?" Avalon gazed down at his guest with lofty disapproval. "You bet. I've been living with him for 2 months, reading him backward and forward to one more Why Marry or Fretful Porpentine, and I'll throw up." "Really? Well, wait. Henry, is dessert coming up?"
"Directly, sir. Couple marron."
"Good. Simon, wait till dessert's finished and we'll carry on."
10 minutes later, Avalon placed spoon to water glass and tinkled the assemblage to silence.
"Host's privilege," he said. "It is time for the usual inquisition, but our honored guest has let it slip that for 2 months past he has been studying Shakespeare with great concentration, and I think this ought to be investigated. Tom, will you do the honors?"
Trumbull said indignantly,
"Shakespeare? Who the hell wants to talk about Shakespeare?"
His disposition had not been improved by the loss of $5 and by the look of unearthly virtue upon Reuben's face.
"Host's privilege," said Avalon firmly.
"All right. Mr. Levy, as a science writer, what is your connection with Shakespeare?"
"None. As a science writer."
He spoke with a distinct Brooklyn accent.
"It's just that I'm after $3,000. "In Shakespeare?" "Somewhere in Shakespeare. Can't say I've had any luck, though." "You speak in riddles, Levy. What do you mean, $3,000 somewhere in Shakespeare that you can't find?" "Oh, well, it's a complicated story."
"Well, tell it. That's what we're here for. It's a long-standing rule that nothing that is said or done in this room is ever repeated outside, under any circumstances, so speak freely. If you get boring, we'll stop you. Don't worry about that."
Levy spread out his arms.
"All right, but let me finish my tea."
"Go ahead. Henry will bring you another pot, since you aren't civilized enough to drink coffee. Henry!"
"Yes, sir,"
murmured Henry.
"Don't start till he comes back," said Trumbull. "We don't want him to miss any of this."
"The waiter?"
"He's one of us. Best man here."
Henry arrived with a new pot of tea, and Levy said,
"It's a question of a legacy, sort of. It's not one of those things where the family homestead is at stake, or millions in jewels, or anything like that. It's just $3,000, which I don't really need, but which would be nice to have."
"A legacy from whom?" asked Drake.
"From my wife's grandfather. He died 2 months ago at the age of 76. He'd been living with us for 5 years. A little troublesome, but he was a nice old guy, and being on my wife's side of the family, she took care of most of it. He was sort of grateful to us for taking him in. There were no other descendants, and it was either us or a hotel for old people."
"Get to the legacy," said Trumbull, showing some signs of impatience.
"Grandpa wasn't rich, but he had a few thousand. When he first came to us, he told us that he had bought $3,000 worth of negotiable bonds and would give them to us when he died."
"Why when he died?" asked Reuben.
"I suppose the old guy worried about our getting tired of him. He held out the $3,000 to us as a reward for good behavior. If he were still with us when he was dying, he wouldn't give the bonds to us, and if we kicked him out, he wouldn't. I guess that was what was in his mind."
Levy went on. "He hid them in various places. Old guys can be funny. He'd change the hiding place now and then whenever he began to fear we might find them. Of course, we usually did find them before long, but we'd never let on, and we'd never touch them. Except once. He put them in the clothes hamper, and we had to give them back to him and ask him to put them elsewhere, or sooner or later they would get into the washing machine. That was about the time he had a small stroke. No connection, I'm sure. And after that he was a little harder to handle. He grew morose and didn't talk much. He had difficulties in using his right leg, and it gave him a feeling of mortality. After that he must have hidden the bonds more efficiently, for we lost track of them, though we didn't attach much importance to that. We assumed he would tell us when he was ready. Then, 2 months ago, little Julia, that's my younger daughter, came running to tell us that Grandpa was lying on the couch and looking funny. We ran to the living room, and it was obvious that he had had another stroke. We called the doctor, but it was clear that his right side was gone entirely. He couldn't speak. He could move his lips and make sounds, but they came to no words. He kept moving his left arm and trying to speak, and I said, "Grandpa, are you trying to tell me something?" He could just about tremor his head into a small nod. "About what?" I asked. But I knew he couldn't tell me, so I said, "About the bonds." Again a small nod. "You want us to have them?" Again a nod, and his hand began to move as though he were trying to point. I said, "Where are they?" His left hand trembled and continued to point. I couldn't help but say, "What are you pointing at, Grandpa?" But he couldn't tell me. His finger just kept pointing in an anxious, quivering way, and his face seemed in agony as he tried to talk and failed. I was sorry for him. He wanted to give the bonds to us, to reward us, and he was dying without being able to. My wife, Carolyn, was crying and saying, "Leave him alone, Simon," but I couldn't leave him alone. I couldn't let him die in despair. I said, "We'll have to move the couch toward whatever it is he's pointing to." Carolyn didn't want to, but the old man was nodding his head. Carolyn got at one end of the couch and I at the other, and we moved it little by little, trying not to jar him. He was no lightweight either. His finger kept pointing, always pointing. He turned his head in the direction in which we were moving him, making moaning sounds as though to indicate whether we were moving him in the right direction or not. I would say, "More to the right, Grandpa, more to the left," and sometimes he would nod. Finally we got him up against a line of bookcases, and slowly his head turned. I wanted to turn it for him, but I was afraid to harm him. He managed to get it round and stared at the books for a long time. Then his finger moved along the line of books till it pointed toward one particular book. It was a copy of the complete works of Shakespeare, the Kittredge edition. I said, "Shakespeare, Grandpa?" He didn't answer, he didn't nod, but his face relaxed and he stopped trying to speak. I suppose he didn't hear me. Something like a half-smile pulled at the left side of his mouth, and he died. The doctor came, the body was taken away. We made arrangements for the funeral. It wasn't till after the funeral that we went back to the Shakespeare. We figured it would wait for us, and it didn't seem right to grab for it before we took care of the old man. I assumed there would be something in the Shakespeare volume to tell us where the bonds were, and that's when the first shock came. We turned through every page, one by one, and there was nothing there. Not a scrap of paper, not a word. Gonzalo said, "What about the binding? You know, in between the stuff that glues the pages and the backstrip?" "Nothing there." "Maybe someone took it." "Oh, the only ones who knew were myself and Carolyn. It isn't as though there were any robbery. Eventually we thought there was a clue somewhere in the book, in the written material, in the plays themselves, you know. That was Carolyn's idea. In the last 2 months I've read every word of Shakespeare's plays, every word of his sonnets and miscellaneous poems, twice over. I've gotten nowhere." "The hell with Shakespeare," said Trumbull querulously. "Forget the clue. He had to leave them somewhere in the house." "Why do you suppose that?" said Levy. "He might have put it in a bank vault for all we know. He got around even after his first stroke." After we found the bonds in the clothes hamper, he might have thought the house wasn't safe. All right, but he still might have put them in the house somewhere. Why not just search? We did. Or at least Carolyn did. That was how we divided the labor. She searched the house, which is a big rambling one reason we could take in Grandpa. And I searched Shakespeare, and we both came out with nothing. Avalon untwisted a thoughtful frown and said, See here, there's no reason we can't be logical about this. I assume, Simon, that your grandfather was born in Europe. Yes, he came to America as a teenager, just as World War I was starting. He got out just in time. He didn't have much of a formal education, I suppose? None at all, said Levy. He went to work in a tailor shop, eventually got his own establishment, and stayed a tailor till he retired. No education at all, except for the usual religious education Jews gave each other in Tsarist Russia. Well, then, said Avalon, how do you expect him to indicate clues in Shakespeare's plays? He wouldn't know anything about them.
Levy frowned and leaned back in his chair. He hadn't touched the small brandy glass Henry had put in front of him some time before. Now he picked it up, twirled the stem gently in his fingers, and put it down again. You're quite wrong, Jeff, he said a little distantly. He may have been uneducated, but he was quite intelligent and quite well-read. He knew the Bible by heart, and he'd read War and Peace as a teenager. He read Shakespeare, too. Listen, we once went to see a production of Hamlet in the park, and he got more out of it than I did. Reuben suddenly broke in energetically. I have no intention of ever seeing Hamlet again till they get a Hamlet who looks as Hamlet is supposed to look. Fact. Fact, said Trumbull indignantly. Yes, fact. The Queen says of Hamlet in the last scene, he is fat and scant of breath. If Shakespeare says Hamlet is fat, that's his mother talking, not Shakespeare. It's the typical motherly over-solicitousness of a not bright woman. Avalon banged the table. Not now, gentlemen. He turned to Levy. In what language did your grandfather read the Bible? In Hebrew, of course, Levy said coldly. And War and Peace? In Russian. But Shakespeare, if you don't mind, he read in English. Which is not his native tongue. I imagine he spoke with an accent. Levy's coolness had descended into the frigid. What are you getting at, Jeff? Avalon harumphed. I'm not being anti-Semitic. I'm just pointing out the obvious fact that if your wife's grandfather was not at home with a language, there was a limit to how subtly he could use Shakespeare as a reference. He's not likely to use the phrase, and there the antic sits, from Richard II, because however well-read he isn't likely to know what an antic is. What is it? Asked Gonzalo. Never mind, said Avalon impatiently. If your grandfather used Shakespeare, it would have to be some perfectly obvious reference. And what was your father's favorite play? Asked Trumbull. He liked Hamlet, of course. I know he didn't like the comedies, said Levy, because he felt the humor undignified, and the histories meant nothing to him. Wait, he liked Othello. All right, said Avalon. We ought to concentrate on Hamlet and Othello. I read them, said Levy. You don't think I left them out, do you? And it would have to be some well-known passage, Avalon went on, paying no attention. No one would think that just pointing to Shakespeare would be a useful hint if it were some obscure line that were intended. The only reason he just pointed, said Levy, was that he couldn't talk. It might have been something very obscure, which he would have explained if he could have talked. If he could have talked, said Drake reasonably, he wouldn't have had to explain anything. He would just have told you where the bonds were. Exactly, said Avalon. A good point, Jim. You said, Simon, that after the old man pointed to Shakespeare, his face relaxed and he stopped trying to speak. He felt that he had given you all you needed to know. Well, he didn't, said Levy morosely. Let's reason it out, then, said Avalon. Do we have to? Said Drake. Why not ask Henry now? Henry, which verse in Shakespeare would suit our purpose?
Henry, who was noiselessly taking up the dessert dishes, said, "I have an average knowledge of the plays of Shakespeare, sir, but I must admit that no appropriate verse occurs to me." Drake looked disappointed, but Avalon said, "Come on, Jim. Henry has done very well on past occasions, but there's no need to feel that we are helpless without him. I flatter myself I know Shakespeare pretty well."
"I'm no novice either," said Reuben.
"Then between the two of us, let's solve this. Suppose we consider Hamlet first. If it's Hamlet, then it has to be one of the soliloquies, because they're the best-known portions of the play."
"In fact," said Reuben, "the line, 'to be or not to be, that is the question,' is the best-known line of Shakespeare. It epitomizes him as the quartet from Rigoletto typifies opera."
"I agree," said Avalon. "And that soliloquy talks of dying, and the old man was dying. To die, to sleep, no more. And by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is—"
"Yes, but what good does that do?"
said Levy impatiently.
"Where does it get us?"
Avalon, who always recited Shakespeare in what he insisted was Shakespearean pronunciation, which sounded remarkably like an Irish brogue, said, "Well, I'm not sure."
Gonzalo said suddenly, "Is it in Hamlet where Shakespeare says, 'The play's the thing'?"
"Yes," said Avalon. "The play's the thing wherein I'll catch the conscience of the king." "Well," said Gonzalo, "if the old man was pointing out a book of plays, maybe that's the line. Do you have a picture of a king, or a carving, or a deck of cards, maybe?" Levy shrugged. "That doesn't bring anything to mind."
"What about Othello?" asked Reuben. "Listen. The best-known part of the play is Iago's speech on reputation. 'Good name in man and woman, dear my lord.'"
"So?" said Avalon.
"And the most famous line in it, and one which the old man was sure to know, because it's the one everyone knows, even Mario, is, 'Who steals my purse steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing. 'Twas mine, 'tis his,' and so on."
"So?"
said Avalon again. "So it sounds as though it applies to the legacy. 'Twas mine, 'tis his. And it also sounds as though the legacy were gone. Who steals my purse steals trash."
"What do you mean, gone?" said Levy.
"After you found the bonds in the clothes hamper, you lost track of them, you said. Maybe the old man took them off somewhere to be safe and doesn't remember where. Or maybe he mislaid them, or gave them away, or lost them to some confidence scheme. Whatever it was, he could no longer explain it to you without speech. So to die in peace he pointed to the works of Shakespeare. You would remember the best-known line of his favorite play, which tells you that his purse is only trash, and that is why you have found nothing."
"I don't believe that," said Levy. "I asked him if he wanted us to have the bonds, and he nodded."
"All he could do was nod. And he did want you to have them. But that was impossible. Do you agree with me, Henry?"
Henry, who had completed his tasks and was quietly listening, said, "I'm afraid I don't, Mr. Reuben." "I don't either," said Levy.
But Gonzalo was snapping his fingers. Wait. Doesn't Shakespeare say anything about bonds?"
"Not in his time," said Drake, smiling.
"I'm sure of it," said Gonzalo. "Something about bonds being nominated."
Avalon said, "Ah, you mean, is it so nominated in the bond? The bond is a legal contract, and the question was whether something was a requirement of the contract." Drake said, "Wait a bit. Didn't that bond involve a sum of 3,000 ducats?" "By heaven, so it did," said Avalon.
Gonzalo's grin split his head from ear to ear.
"I think I've got something there. Bonds involving 3,000 units of money. That's the play to look into."
Henry interrupted softly.
"I scarcely think so, gentlemen. The play in question is The Merchant of Venice, and the person asking whether something was nominated in the bond was the Jew, Shylock, intent on a cruel revenge. Surely the old man would not enjoy this play." Levy said, "That's right. Shylock was a dirty word to him." and not so clean to me, either.
Reuben said, "What about the passage that goes, 'Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions?'"
"It wouldn't appeal to my grandfather," said Levy. "It pleads the obvious and cries out for an equality my grandfather would not, in his heart, be willing to grant, since I'm sure he felt superior in that he was a member of God's uniquely chosen." Gonzalo looked disappointed. "It seems we're not getting anywhere."
Levy said, "No, I don't think we are. I went through the entire book. I read all the speeches carefully, all the passages you mentioned. None of them meant anything to me."
Avalon said, "Granted, they don't, but you may be missing something subtle."
"Come on, Jeff. You're the one who said it couldn't be subtle. My grandfather was thinking of something tailored for the mind of myself and my wife. It was something we would get, and probably get at once. And we didn't."
Drake said, "Maybe you're right. Maybe some in-joke is involved."
"I've just said that."
"Then why don't you try it backward? Can you think of something, some gag, some phrase? Is there some expression he used every time?"
"Yes. When he disapproved of someone, he would say, 18 black years on him."
"What kind of an expression is that?"
asked Trumbull. "In Yiddish it's common enough," said Levy. "Another one was, 'It will help him like a dead man cups.'" "What does that mean?" asked Gonzalo. "It refers to cupping. You place a lighted piece of paper in a small round glass cup and then put the open edge against the skin. The paper goes out but leaves a partial vacuum in the cup, and circulation is sucked into the superficial layers. Naturally, cupping can't improve the circulation of a corpse."
"All right," said Drake. "Is there anything about 18 black years or about cupping dead men that reminds you of something in Shakespeare?"
There was a painful silence, and finally Avalon said,
"I can't think of anything."
"And even if you did," said Levy, "what good would it do? What would it mean? Listen, I've been at this for 2 months. You're not going to solve it for me in 2 hours."
Drake turned to Henry again and said, "Why are you just standing there, Henry? Can't you help us?"
"I'm sorry, Dr. Drake, but I now believe that the whole question of Shakespeare is a false lead." "No," said Levy, "you can't say that. The old man pointed to the collected works without any question. His fingertip was within an inch of it. It couldn't have been any other book."
Drake said suddenly, "Say, Levy, you're not diddling us, are you? You're not telling us a pack of lies to make jackasses out of us?"
"What?" said Levy in amazement.
"Nothing, nothing," said Avalon hastily. "He's just thinking of another occasion. Shut up, Jim."
"Listen," said Levy, "I'm telling you exactly what happened. He was pointing exactly at Shakespeare."
There was a short silence, and then Henry sighed and said, "In mystery stories," Reuben broke in with a,
"Here, here."
"In mystery stories," Henry repeated, "the dying hint is a common device, but I have never been able to take it seriously. A dying man, anxious to give last-minute information, is always pictured as presenting the most complex hints. His dying brain, with 2 minutes' grace, works out a pattern that would puzzle a healthy brain with hours to think. In this particular case, we have an old man dying of a paralyzing stroke who is supposed to have quickly invented a clue that a group of intelligent men have failed to work out, and with one of them having worked at it for 2 months. I can only conclude that there is no such clue."
"Then why should he have pointed to Shakespeare, Henry?" asked Levy. "Was it all just the vague delusions of a dying man?"
"If your story is correct," said Henry, "then I think he was indeed trying to do something. He cannot, however, have been inventing a clue. He was doing the only thing his dying mind could manage. He was pointing to the bonds."
"I beg your pardon," said Levy huffily. "I was there. He was pointing to Shakespeare."
Henry shook his head. He said, "Mr. Levy, Would you point to Fifth Avenue? Levy thought a while, obviously orienting himself, and then pointed. Are you pointing to Fifth Avenue? Asked Henry. Well, the restaurant's entrance is on Fifth Avenue, so I'm pointing to it. It seems to me, sir, said Henry, that you are pointing to a picture of the Arch of Titus on the western wall of this room. Well, I am, but Fifth Avenue is beyond it. Exactly, sir. So I only know that you are pointing to Fifth Avenue because you tell me so. You might be pointing to the picture, or to some point in the air before the picture, or to the Hudson River, or to Chicago, or to the planet Jupiter. If you point, and nothing more, giving no hint, verbal or otherwise, as to what you're pointing out, you are only indicating a direction, and nothing more. Levy rubbed his chin. You mean my grandfather was only indicating a direction? It must be so. He didn't say he was pointing to Shakespeare. He merely pointed. All right, then. What was he pointing at? He closed his eyes and fingered his mustache gently as he oriented the room in his house. The Verrazano Bridge? Probably not, sir, said Henry. He was pointing in the direction of the collected works. His finger was an inch from it, you said, so it is doubtful that he could be pointing at anything in front of it. What was behind the book, Mr. Levy? The bookcase. The wood of the bookcase. And when you took the book out, there was nothing behind it. There was nothing pushed up against the wood, if that's what you have in mind. We would have seen it at once, if anything at all had been there. And behind the bookcase, sir? The wall. And between the bookcase and the wall, sir? Now Levy fell silent. He thought a while, and no one interrupted those thoughts. He said, Is there a phone I can use, Henry? I'll bring you one, sir. The phone was placed in front of Levy and plugged in. Levy dialed a number. Hello, Julia. What are you doing up so late? Never mind the TV and get to bed. But first, call Mama, dear. Oh, Carolyn, it's Simon. Yes, I'm having a good time, but listen, Carolyn, listen. You know the bookcase with the Shakespeare in it? Yes, that. Shakespeare. Of course. Move it away from the wall. The bookcase. Look, you can take the books out of it, can't you? Take them all out if you have to, and dump them on the floor. No, just move the end of the bookcase near the door a few inches, just enough to look behind and tell me if you see anything. Look about where the Shakespeare book would be. Now wait, yes. They were all frozen in attitudes. Levy was distinctly pale. Some 5 minutes passed. Then, Carolyn? Okay, take it easy. Did you move? Okay, I'll be home soon. He hung up and said, If that doesn't beat everything. The old guy had them taped to the back of the bookcase. He must have moved that thing some time when we were out. It's a wonder he didn't have a stroke then and there. You did it again, Henry, said Gonzalo. Levy said, Agent's fee is $300, Henry. Henry said, I am well paid by the club, and the banquets are my pleasure, sir. There is no need for more. Levy reddened slightly and changed the subject. But how did you get the trick of it? When the rest of us— It was not difficult, said Henry. The rest of you happened to track down all the wrong paths, and I simply suggested what was left. 3. Out of Sight. The Black Widowers as a club is modeled after a real-life club of which I am a member. What's more, each of the Black Widowers, except Henry, who is an invention out of thin air, is modeled, as far as physical appearance is concerned, on members of the real-life club. They all know this and don't mind, so I'm putting myself in no danger in saying this. I am often asked which of the Black Widowers is me, and the answer is none of them. However, I sometimes make my appearance as a guest or as a character in the story within the story.
In this tale, for instance, I am the character Smith. He is not described in very complimentary fashion, but then I never described myself in very complimentary fashion. More to the point, Mrs. Smith is modelled on my dear wife Janet, and the incident with the hot chocolate described in the story happened in real life in that precise fashion. Because Janet and I are both in it, I can't help but have a warm spot in my heart for this story. The monthly banquet of the Black Widowers had reached the point where little was left of the mixed grill save for an occasional sausage and a markedly untouched piece of liver on the plate of Emmanuel Reuben, and it was then that voices rose in Homeric combat. Reuben, undoubtedly infuriated by the presence of liver at all, was saying even more flatly than was usual for him, "Poetry is sound. You don't look at poetry. I don't care whether a culture emphasizes rhyme, alliteration, repetition, balance, or cadence. It all comes down to sound." Roger Halstead never raised his voice, but one could always tell the state of his emotions by the color of his high forehead. Right now it was a deep pink, the color extending past the line that had once marked hair. He said, "What's the use of making generalizations, Manny? No generalization can hold generally without an airtight system of axiomatics to begin with. Literature—" "If you're going to tell me about figurative verse," said Reuben hotly, "save your breath. That's Victorian nonsense." "What's figurative verse?" asked Mario Gonzalo lazily. "Is he making that up, Jeff?" He added a touch to the tousled hair in his careful caricature of the banquet guest, Waldemar Long, who, since the dinner had begun, had eaten in a sombre silence, but was obviously following every word. "No," said Geoffrey Avalon judiciously, "though I wouldn't put it past Manny to make something up if that were the only way he could win an argument. Figurative verse is verse in which the words or lines are arranged typographically in such a way as to produce a visual image that reinforces the sense. The Mouse's Tale in Alice in Wonderland is the best-known example." Halstead's soft voice was unequal to the free-for-all, and he methodically beat his spoon against the water goblet till the decibels had simmered down. He said, "Let's be reasonable. The subject under discussion is not poetry in general, but the limerick as a verse form. My point is this. I'll repeat it, Manny, that the worth of a limerick is not dictated by its subject matter. It's a mistake to think that a limerick has to be dirty to be good. It's easier—" James Drake stubbed out his cigarette, twitched his small grizzled moustache, and said in his hoarse voice, "Why do you call a dirty limerick dirty? The Supreme Court will get you." Halstead said, "Because it's a two-syllable word with a meaning you all understand. What do you want me to say? Sexual, excretory, blasphemous, and miscellaneous generally irreverent?" Avalon said, "Go on, Roger, go on. Make your point, and don't let them needle you." And from under his luxuriant eyebrows he frowned austerely at the table generally. "Let him talk." "Why?" said Reuben. "He has nothing to—" "Okay, Jeff. Talk, Roger." "Thank you all," said Halstead, in the wounded tone of one who has finally succeeded in having his wrongs recognized. "The worth of a limerick rests in the unpredictability of the last line, and in the cleverness of the final rhyme. In fact, irreverent content may seem to have value in itself and require less cleverness, and produce a less worthwhile limerick, as limerick. Now, it is possible to have the rhyme masked by the orthographical conventions." "What?" said Gonzalo. "Spelling," said Avalon. "And then," said Halstead, "in seeing the spelling and having that instant of delay in getting the sound, you intensify the enjoyment. But under those conditions you have to see the limerick. If you just recite it, the excellence is lost." "Suppose you give us an example," said Drake. "I know what he means," said Reuben loudly. "He's going to rhyme M.A. and C.D. Master of Arts and Caster of Darts." "That's an example that's been used," admitted Halstead. "But it's extreme. It takes too long to catch on, and amusement is drowned in irritation. As it happens, I've made up a limerick while we were having the argument." And now, for the first time, Thomas Trumbull entered this part of the discussion.
His tanned and wrinkled face twisted into a dark scowl, and he said,
"Hell, you did. You made it up yesterday, and you engineered this whole silly nonsense so you could recite it. If it's one of your Iliad things, I'll personally kick you out of here."
"It's not the Iliad," said Halstead. "I haven't been working on that recently. It's no use my reciting this one, of course. I'll write it down and pass it around." He wrote in dark block letters on an unused napkin, "You can't call the British Queen Ms. Tain't as nice as Elizabeth is. But I think that the Queen would be even less keen to have herself mentioned as Liz." Gonzalo laughed aloud when it came to him. He said, "Sure, if you know that MS is pronounced Ms., then you pronounce LS as Liz."
"To me," said Drake scornfully, "LS would have to stand for Lanuscript, if it's going to rhyme with MS."
Avalon pursed his lips and shook his head.
"Using taint is a flaw. You ought to lose a syllable some other way. And to be perfectly consistent, shouldn't the rhyme word is be spelled simply S?"
Halstead nodded eagerly. "You're quite right, and I thought of doing that, but it wouldn't be transparent enough and the reader wouldn't get it fast enough to laugh. Secondly, it would be the cleverest part of the limerick and would make the LS anticlimactic."
"Do you really have to waste all that fancy reasoning on a piece of crap like this?" asked Trumbull.
"I think I've made my point," said Halstead. "The humour can be visual."
Trumbull said, "Well, then drop the subject. Since I'm host this session, that's an order. Henry, where's the damned dessert?"
"It's here, sir," said Henry softly. Unmoved by Trumbull's tone, he deftly cleared the table and dealt out the blueberry shortcake. The coffee had already been poured, and Trumbull's guest said in a low voice,
"May I have tea, please?"
The guest had a long upper lip and an equally long chin. The hair on his head was shaggy, but there was none on his face, and he had walked with a somewhat bear-like stoop. When he was first introduced, only Reuben had registered any recognition. He had said, "Aren't you with NASA?" Waldemar Long had answered with a startled "yes," as though he had been disturbed out of a half-resentful resignation to anonymity. He had then frowned. He was frowning now again as Henry poured the tea and melted unobtrusively into the background. Trumbull said,
"I think the time has come for our guest to enter the discussion and perhaps add some portion of sense to what has been an unusually foolish evening."
"No, that's all right, Tom," said Long. "I don't mind frivolity."
He had a deep and rather beautiful voice that had a definite note of sadness in it. He went on,
"I have no aptitude for badinage myself, but I enjoy listening to it."
Halstead, still brooding over the matter of the limericks, said, with sudden forcefulness, "I suggest Manny not be the grill-master on this occasion." "No?" said Reuben, his sparse beard lifting belligerently. "No. I put it to you, Tom. If Manny questions our guest, he will surely bring up the space program, since there's a NASA connection. Then we will go through the same darned argument we've had 100 times. I'm sick of the whole subject of space and whether we ought to be on the moon."
"Not half as sick as I am," said Long, rather unexpectedly. "I'd just as soon not discuss any aspect of space exploration." The heavy flatness of the remark seemed to dampen spirits all around. Even Halstead seemed momentarily at a loss for any other subject to introduce to someone connected with NASA. Then Reuben stirred in his seat and said, "I take it, Dr. Long, that this is a recently developed attitude of yours." Long's head turned suddenly toward Reuben. His eyes narrowed. "Why do you say that, Mr. Reuben?"
Reuben's small face came as close to a simper as it ever did.
"Elementary, my dear Dr. Long. You were on the cruise that went down to see the Apollo shot last winter.
I'd been invited as a literary representative of the intellectual community, but I couldn't go. However, I got the promotional literature and noticed you were along. You are going to lecture on some aspect of the space program, I forget which, and that was voluntary. So your disenchantment with the subject must have arisen in the 6 months since the cruise.
Long nodded his head very slightly a number of times and said, I seem to be more heard of in that connection than in any other in my life. The damned cruise has made me famous, too.
I'll go farther, said Reuben enthusiastically, and suggest that something happened on the cruise that disenchanted you with space exploration, maybe to the point where you're thinking of leaving NASA and going into some other field of work altogether.
Long's stare was fixed now. He pointed a finger at Reuben, a long finger that showed no signs of tremor, and said, Don't play games. Then, with a controlled anger, he rose from his chair and said, I'm sorry, Tom. Thanks for the meal, but I'll go now. Everyone rose at once, speaking simultaneously, all but Reuben, who remained sitting with a look of stunned astonishment on his face. Trumble's voice rose above the rest.
Now, wait a while, Waldemar. God damn it, will all of you sit down? Waldemar, you too. What's the excitement about? Reuben, what is all this?
Reuben looked down at his empty coffee cup and lifted it, as though he wished there were coffee in it, so that he could delay matters by taking a sip.
I was just demonstrating a chain of logic. After all, I write mysteries. I seem to have touched a nerve.
Then, gratefully, he said,
Thanks, Henry,
as the cup before him sparkled black to the brim.
What chain of logic? Demanded Trumbull.
Okay, here it is. Dr. Long said, The damned cruise has made me famous, too. He said too, and emphasized the word. That means it did something else for him, and since we were talking about his distaste for the whole subject of space exploration, I deduced that the something else it had done was to supply him with that distaste. From his bearing, I guessed it was sharp enough to make him want to quit his job. That's all there is to it.
Long nodded his head again, in precisely the same slight and rapid way as before, and then settled back in his seat. All right. I am sorry, Mr. Reuben. I jumped too soon. The fact is, I will be leaving NASA. To all intents and purposes, I have left it. And at the point of a shoe. That's all. We'll change the subject. Tom, you said coming here would get me out of my dumps, but it hasn't worked that way. Rather, my mood has infected you all, and I've cast a damper on the party. Forgive me, all of you.
Avalon put a finger to his neat graying moustache and stroked it gently.
He said,
Actually, sir, you have supplied us with something we all like above all things, the opportunity to exert our curiosity. May we question you on this matter? It's not something I'm free to talk about, said Long guardedly. Trumbull said, You can if you want to, Waldemar. You needn't mention sensitive details, but as far as anything else is concerned, everything said in this room is confidential. And, as I always add when I find it necessary to make that statement, the confidentiality includes our esteemed friend Henry.
Henry, who was standing at the sideboard, smiled briefly. Long hesitated. Then he said,
Actually, your curiosity is easily satisfied, and I suspect that Mr. Reuben, at least with his aptitude for guessing, has already deduced the details. I'm suspected of having been indiscreet, either deliberately or carelessly, and either way I may find myself unofficially, but very effectively, blocked off from any future position in my field of competence.
You mean you'll be blackballed? Said Drake.
That's a word,
said Long,
that's never used, but that's what it will amount to.
I take it, said Drake, you weren't indiscreet.
On the contrary, I was. Long shook his head. I haven't denied that. The trouble is, they think the story is worse than I admit.
There was another pause, and then Avalon, speaking in his most impressively austere tone, said,
Well, sir, what story? Is there anything you can tell us about it, or must you leave it at no more than what you have already said?
Long passed a hand over his face, then pushed his chair away from the table so that he could lean his head back against the wall. He said,
It's so damned undramatic. I was on this cruise, as Mr. Rubin told you. I was going to give a talk on certain space projects, rather far-out ones, and planned on going into detail on exactly what was being done in certain fascinating directions. I can't give you those details. I found that out the hard way. Some of the stuff had been classified, but I had been told I could talk about it. Then, on the day before I was to give my lecture, I got a radio phone call saying it was all off. There was to be no declassification. I was furious. There's no use denying I have a temper, and I also have very little gift for spontaneous lecturing. I had carefully written out the lecture, and I had intended to read it. I know that's not a good way of giving a talk, but it's the best I can do. Now I had nothing left to give to a group of people who had paid considerable money to listen to me. It was a damned embarrassing position. What did you do?
Asked Avalon. Long shook his head.
I held a rather pathetic question-and-answer session the next day. It didn't go over at all well. It was worse than just not having a talk. By that time, you see, I knew I was in considerable trouble.
In what way, sir? Said Avalon.
If you want the fun story, said Long, here it is. I am not exactly talkative at meals, as you may perhaps have noticed, but when I went into dinner after getting the call, I suppose I put on a passable imitation of a corpse that had died with an angry look on its face. The rest tried to draw me into the conversation, if only, I suppose, to keep me from poisoning the atmosphere. Finally, one of them said, Well, Dr. Long, what will you be talking about tomorrow? And I blew up and said, Nothing. Nothing at all. I've got the paper all written out, and it's sitting there on the desk in my cabin, and I can't give it because I just found out the material is still classified.
And then the paper was stolen? Said Gonzalo excitedly.
No. Why steal anything these days? It was photographed.
Are you sure?
I was sure at the time. When I got back to my cabin after dinner, the door was not locked, and the papers had been moved. Since then, it's become certain. We have proof that the information has leaked.
There was a rather depressed silence at that. Then Trumbull said,
Who could have done it? Who heard you? Everyone at the table, said Long despondently.
Reuben said, You have a strong voice, Dr. Long, and if you were as angry as I think you were, you spoke forcefully. Probably a number of the people at adjoining tables heard you.
No, said Long, shaking his head. I spoke through clenched teeth, not loudly. Besides, you don't realize what the cruise was like. The cruise was badly undersubscribed, you see. Poor promotion, poor management. The ship was carrying only 40% capacity, and the shipping company is supposed to have lost a packet. In that case, said Avalon, it must have been a dreary experience apart from your misadventure. On the contrary, up to that point it was very pleasant for me, and it continued to be very pleasant for all the rest, I imagine. The crew nearly outnumbered the passengers, and the service was excellent. All the facilities were available without crowding. They scattered us through the dining room and gave us privacy. There were 7 of us at our dining table. Lucky 7, someone said at the beginning.
For a moment, Long's look of grimness deepened.
None of the tables near us were occupied. I am quite certain that nothing any of us said was heard anywhere but at our own table.
Then there are 7 suspects, said Gonzalo thoughtfully.
6, since you needn't count me, said Long. I knew where the paper was and what it was. I didn't have to hear myself to know that.
You're under suspicion, too, or you implied that, said Gonzalo.
Not to myself, said Long.
Trumbull said peevishly,
"I wish you had come to me with this, Waldemar. I have been worrying over your obvious green and yellow attitude for months."
"What would you have done if I had told you?" Trumbull considered.
"Damn it, I'd have brought you here." "All right. Tell us about the 6 at the table. Who were they?"
"One was the ship's doctor, a good-looking Dutchman in an impressive uniform." Reuben said, "He would be. The ship was one of the Holland-American liners, wasn't it?"
"Yes. The officers were Dutch, and the crew, the waiters, stewards, and so on, were mostly Indonesian. They'd all had 3-month cram courses in English, but we communicated mostly in sign language. I don't complain, though. They were pleasant and hard-working, and all the more efficient, since there was considerably less than the ordinary complement of passengers."
"Any reason to suspect the doctor?" asked Drake.
Long nodded. "I suspected them all. The doctor was a silent man. He and I were the 2 silent ones. The other 5 made a continuous uproar, much as you do here at this table. He and I listened. What I've brooded about in connection with him was that it was he who asked me about my talk. Asking a personal question like that was uncharacteristic."
"He may have worried about you medically," said Halstead. "He may have been trying to draw you out."
"Maybe," said Long indifferently. "I remember every detail of that dinner. I've gone over and over it in my mind. It was an ethnic dinner, so everyone was supplied with little Dutch hats made out of paper, and special Indonesian dishes were supplied. I wore the hat, but I hate curried food, and the doctor asked about my speech just as a small dish of curried lamb was put before me as an hors d'oeuvre. Between fuming over official stupidity and sickening over the smell of curry, I just burst out. If it hadn't been for the curry, perhaps— Anyway, after dinner I discovered that someone had been in my cabin. The contents of the paper weren't so important, classification or not, but what was important was that someone had taken action so quickly. Someone on the ship was part of a spy network, and that was more important than the actual coup. Even if the present item were not important, the next might be. It was important to report the matter, and, as a loyal citizen, I did."
Reuben said,
"Isn't the doctor the logical suspect? He asked the question, and he would be listening to the answer. The others might not have. As an officer, he would be used to the ship, know how to get to your cabin quickly, perhaps have a duplicate key ready. Did he have an opportunity to get to your cabin before you did?"
"Yes, he did," said Long. "I thought of all that. The trouble is this. Everyone at the table heard me, because all the rest talked about the system of classification for a while. I kept quiet myself, but I remember the matter of the Pentagon Papers came up, and everyone knew where my cabin was because I had given a small party in it for the table the day before. And those locks are easy to open for anyone with a little skill at it, though it was a mistake not to close it again on leaving, but whoever it was had to be in a hurry. And, as it happened, everyone at the table had a chance to get to the cabin during the course of the meal."
"Who were the others, then?" asked Halstead.
2 married couples and a single woman. The single woman, call her Miss Robinson, was pretty, a little on the plump side, had a pleasant sense of humor, but had the bad habit of smoking during the meal. I rather think she liked the doctor. She sat between us. We always had the same seats."
"When did she have a chance to reach your cabin?" asked Halstead.
"She left shortly after I made my remark. I was brooding too deeply to be aware of it at the time, but of course I remembered it afterward. She came back before the fuss over the hot chocolate came up, because I remember her trying to help."
"Where did she say she went?"
"Nobody asked her at the time. She was asked afterward, and she said she had gone to her cabin to go to the bathroom. Maybe she did, but her cabin was reasonably near mine."
"No one saw her at all?"
"No one would. Everyone was in the dining room, and to the Indonesians all Americans look alike."
Avalon said,
"What's the fuss over the hot chocolate referred to?" Long said, "That's where one of the married couples comes in. Call them the Smiths, and the other one the Joneses, or the other way around. It doesn't matter." Mr. Smith was the raucous type. He reminded me, in fact, of—
"Oh, Lord," said Reuben, "don't say it."
"All right, I won't." He was one of the lecturers. In fact, both Smith and Jones were. Smith talked fast, laughed easily, turned everything into a double entendre, and seemed to enjoy it all so much he had the rest of us doing it too. He was a very odd person, the kind of fellow you can't help but take an instant dislike to and judge to be stupid. But then, as you get used to him, you find you like him after all, and that under the surface nonsense he's extremely intelligent. The first evening, I remember, the doctor kept staring at him as if he were a mental specimen, but by the end of the cruise he was clearly pleased with Smith. Jones was much quieter. He seemed horrified at first by Smith's outrageous comments, but eventually he was matching him, I noticed, rather, I think, to Smith's discomfiture.
Avalon said,
"What were their fields?" Smith was a sociologist, and Jones a biologist. The idea was that space exploration was to be viewed in the light of many disciplines. It was a good concept, but showed serious flaws in the execution. Some of the talks, though, were excellent. There was one on Mariner 9, and the new data on Mars that was superb. But that's beside the point. It was Mrs. Smith who created the confusion. She was a moderately tall, thin girl, not very good-looking by the usual standards, but with an extraordinarily attractive personality. She was soft-spoken, and clearly went through life automatically thinking of others. I believe everyone quickly grew to feel quite affectionate to her, and Smith himself seemed devoted. The evening I shot my mouth off, she ordered hot chocolate. It came in a tall glass, very top-heavy, and, of course, as a mistaken touch of elegance, it was brought on a tray. Smith, as usual, was talking animatedly and waving his arms as he did so. He used all his muscles when he talked. The ship swayed. He swayed. Well, anyway, the hot chocolate went into Mrs. Smith's lap. She jumped up. So did everyone else. Miss Robinson moved quickly toward her to help. I noticed that, and that's how I know she was back by then. Mrs. Smith waved help away and left in a hurry. Smith, looking suddenly confused and upset, tore off the paper Dutch hat he was wearing and followed. 5 minutes later he was back, talking earnestly to the head steward. Then he came to the table and said that Mrs. Smith had sent him down to assure the steward that she was wearing nothing that couldn't be washed, that she hadn't been hurt, that it wasn't anyone's fault, that no one was to be blamed. He wanted to assure us she was all right, too. He asked if we could stay at the table till his wife came back. She was changing clothes and wanted to join us again so that none of us would feel as though anything very terrible had happened. We agreed, of course. None of us were going anywhere.
Avalon said,
And that means she had time to get to your cabin?
Long nodded.
Yes, I suppose so. She didn't seem the type, but I suppose in this game you disregard surface appearances. And you all waited? Not the doctor. He got up and said he would get some ointment from his office in case she needed it for burns. But he came back before she did, by a minute or so.
Avalon said, tapping his finger on the table slowly to lend emphasis.
And he might have been at the cabin, too, then. And Miss Robinson might, when she left before the hot chocolate incident.
Reuben said, Where do the Joneses come in?
Long said, Let me go on. When Mrs. Smith came back, she denied having been burned, and the doctor had no need to give her the ointment. So we can't say if he even went to get it. He might have been bluffing.
What if she had asked for it? Said Halstead.
Then he might have said he couldn't find what he had been looking for, but if she came with him, he'd do what he could. Who knows? In any case, we all sat for a while almost as though nothing had happened, and then finally it broke up. By that time we were the last occupied table. Everyone left, with Mrs. Jones and myself lingering behind for a while.
Mrs. Jones? Asked Drake.
I haven't told you about Mrs. Jones. Dark hair and eyes, very vivacious. Had a penchant for sharp cheeses, always taking a bit of each off the tray when it was brought round. She had a way of looking at you when you talk that had you convinced you were the only object she saw. I think Jones was rather a jealous type in his quiet way. At least I never saw him more than 2 feet from her, except this one time. He got up and said he was going to the cabin, and she said she would be there soon. Then she turned to me and said, "Can you explain why those terraced ice fields on Mars are significant? I've been meaning to ask you all during dinner and didn't get a chance." It had been that day that we had had the magnificent talk on Mars, and I was rather flattered that she turned to me instead of to the astronomer who had given the talk. It seemed as though she were taking it for granted I knew as much as he did. So I talked to her for a while, and she kept saying, "How interesting." Avalon said, "And meanwhile Jones could have been in your cabin." "Could be. I thought of that afterward. It was certainly atypical behavior on both their parts." Avalon said, "Let's summarize, then. There are 4 possibilities. Miss Robinson might have done it when she left before the hot chocolate incident. The Smiths might have done it as a team, Mr. Smith deliberately spilling the hot chocolate so that Mrs. Smith could do the dirty work. Or the doctor could have done it while going for the ointment. Or the Joneses could have done it as a team, with Jones doing the dirty work while Mrs. Jones kept Dr. Long out of action." Long nodded. "All this was considered, and by the time the ship was back in New York, security agents had begun the process of checking the background of all 6. You see, in cases like this, suspicion is all you need. The only way any secret agent can remain undetected is for him or her to remain unsuspected. Once the eye of counterintelligence is upon him, he must inevitably be unmasked. No cover can survive an investigation in depth." Drake said, "Then which one did it prove to be?" Long sighed. "That's where the trouble arose. None of them. All were clean. There was no way, I understand, of showing any of them to be anything other than what they seemed."
Reuben said, "Why do you say you understand? Aren't you part of the investigation?"
"At the wrong end. The cleaner those 6 are, the dirtier I appear to be. I told the investigators, I had to tell them, that those 6 are the only ones who could possibly have done it, and if none of them did, they must suspect me of making up a story to hide something worse."
Trumbull said,
"Oh, hell, Waldemar, they can't think that. What would you have to gain by reporting the incident if you were responsible?"
"That's what they don't know," said Long. "But the information did leak, and if they can't pin it on any of the 6, then they're going to pin it on me. And the more my motives puzzle them, the more they think those motives must be very disturbing indeed. So I'm in trouble."
Reuben said, "Are you sure those 6 are indeed the only possibilities? Are you sure you really didn't mention it to anyone else?"
"Quite sure," said Long dryly.
"You might not remember having done so," said Reuben. "It could have been something very casual. Can you be sure you didn't?"
"I can be sure I didn't. The radiophone call came not long before dinner. There just wasn't time to tell anyone before dinner, and once I got away from the table I was back in the cabin before I as much as said anything to anybody. Anything at all."
"Who heard you on the phone? Maybe they were eavesdroppers."
"There were ship's officers standing around, certainly. However, my boss expressed himself aesopically. I knew what he meant, but no one else would have."
"Did you express yourself aesopically?" asked Halstead.
"I'll tell you exactly what I said. 'Hello, Dave.' Then I said, 'God damn it to hell.' Then I hung up. I said those 7 words, no more."
Gonzalo brought his hands together in a sudden, enthusiastic clap. "Listen, I've been thinking. Why does the job have to be so planned? It could be spontaneous. After all, everybody knows there's this cruise, and people connected with NASA are going to talk, and there might be something interesting on. Someone, it could have been anyone, kept searching various rooms during the dinner hour each day and finally came across your paper."
"No," said Long sharply. "It passes the bounds of plausibility to suppose that someone would, just by chance, find my paper just in the hour or two after I had announced that a classified lecture was sitting on my desk. Besides, there was nothing in the paper that would have given any indication of importance to the non-expert. It was only my own remark that would have told anyone it was there and that it was important."
Avalon said thoughtfully,
"Suppose one of the people at the table passed on the information in perfect innocence. In the interval they were away from the table, they might have said to someone, 'Did you hear about poor Dr. Long? His paper was shot out from under him.' Then that someone, anyone, could have done the job."
Long shook his head.
"I wish that could be, sir, but it can't. That would only happen if the particular individual at my table were innocent. If the Smiths were innocent when they left the table, the only thing on their minds would be the hot chocolate. They wouldn't stop to chat. The doctor would be thinking only of getting the ointment. By the time Jones left the table, assuming he was innocent, he would have forgotten about the matter. If anything, he would talk about the hot chocolate, too."
Reuben said suddenly, voice rising, "All right. What about Miss Robinson? She left before the hot chocolate incident. The only interesting thing in her mind would have been your dilemma. She might have said something."
"Might she?" said Long. "If she is innocent, then she was really doing what she said she was doing, going to the bathroom in her cabin. If she had to desert the dinner table to do so, there would have had to be urgency, and no one under those conditions stops for idle gossip."
There was silence all around the table.
Long said, "I'm sure investigation will continue, and eventually the truth will come out, and it will be clear that I'm guilty of no more than an unlucky indiscretion. By then, though, my career will be down the drain."
"Dr. Long," said a soft voice, "may I ask a question?" Long looked up, surprised.
"A question?"
"I'm Henry, sir. The gentlemen of the Black Widowers organization occasionally allow me to participate."
"Oh, yes, Henry," said Trumbull. "Do you see something the rest of us don't?"
"I'm not certain," said Henry. "I see quite plainly that Dr. Long believes only the 6 others at the table might possibly be involved, and those investigating the matter apparently agree with him."
"There's no way not to," said Long.
"Well, then," said Henry, "I am wondering if Dr. Long mentioned his views on curry to the investigators."
Long said, "You mean that I didn't like curry?"
"Yes," said Henry. "Did that come up?" Long spread his hands and then shook his head.
"No, I don't think it did. Why should it? It's irrelevant. It's just an additional excuse for my talking like a jackass. I tell it to you here in order to collect sympathy, I suppose. But it would carry no weight with the investigators."
Henry remained silent for a moment, and Trumbull said,
"Does the curry have meaning to you, Henry?"
"I think perhaps it does," said Henry. "I think we are in rather the position Mr. Halstead described earlier in the evening in connection with limericks. Some limericks, to be effective, must be seen. Sound is not enough. And some scenes, to be effective, must be seen."
"I don't get that,"
said Long. "Well, Dr. Long," said Henry, "you sat there in the ship's restaurant at a table with 6 other people, and therefore only those 6 other people heard you. But if we could see the scene instead of having you describe it to us, would we see something clearly that you have omitted?"
"No, you wouldn't," said Long doggedly.
"Are you sure?" asked Henry. "You sit here with 6 other people at a table, too, just as you did on the ship. How many people hear your story?"
"6,
began Long. And then Gonzalo broke in. 7, counting you, Henry."
And was there no one serving you at table, Dr. Long? You said the doctor had asked you about the speech just as curried lamb was put before you, and it was the smell of curry that annoyed you to the point where you burst out with your indiscretion. Surely the curried lamb didn't place itself before you of its own accord. The fact is that at the moment you made your statement, there were 6 people at the table before you, and a 7th standing just behind you and out of sight.
"The waiter," said Long in a whisper.
Henry said, "There's a tendency never to notice a waiter unless he annoys you. An efficient waiter is invisible, and you mentioned the excellence of the service. Might it not have been the waiter who carefully engineered the spilling of the hot chocolate to create a diversion, or perhaps he who took advantage of the diversion if it was an accident? With waiters many and diners few, it might not be too noticeable if he vanished for a while. Or he could claim to have gone to the men's room if it were indeed noticed. He would know the location of the cabin as well as the doctor did, and be as likely to have some sort of picklock."
Long said, "But he was an Indonesian. He couldn't speak English."
"Are you sure?" "He'd had a 3-month cram course, you said, and he might have known English better than he pretended. You would be willing to conceive that Mrs. Smith was not as sweet and thoughtful underneath as on the surface, and that Mrs. Jones's vivacity was pretense, and the doctor's respectability, and Smith's liveliness, and Jones's devotion, and Miss Robinson's need to go to the bathroom. Might not the waiter's ignorance of English also be pretense?"
"My God," said Long, looking at his watch. "If it weren't so late, I'd call Washington now."
Trumbull said,
"If you know some home phone numbers, do call now. It's your career. Tell them the waiter ought to be investigated, and, for heaven's sake, don't tell them you got the notion from someone else." "You mean tell them I just thought of it? They'll ask why I didn't think of that before." "Ask them why they didn't. Why didn't they think a waiter goes with a table?"
Henry said softly, "No reason for anyone to think of it. Only very few are as interested in waiters as I am." 4. Yankee Doodle went to town. This story was written in Rochester. I was giving a talk there the following night, but on this particular night I was at a loss. Janet was sleeping in the other room, and I was not sleepy. I desperately wanted to write a story, but I had not brought my typewriter. Finally, the yearning grew to the point where I collected the stationery in the drawer and began to write in pen and ink. I didn't think I could endure it long, but I grew interested and continued to scribble and scribble till I was finished. I was fascinated by the fact that writing a story without a typewriter was a noiseless exercise. At home I typed the handwritten story and found it as good as any other. Since then I have written at least one story almost every time I have been forced to be somewhere for a period of at least 2 days without my typewriter. It makes such times bearable, and Yankee Doodle went to town, as the first to be written in this manner, is a favorite of mine in consequence. It was general knowledge among the black widowers that Geoffrey Avalon had served as an officer in World War II, and had reached the rank of major. He had never seen active service, as far as any of them knew, however, and he never talked about wartime experiences. His stiff bearing, however, seemed suited to the interior of a uniform, so that it never surprised anyone to know that he had once been Major Avalon. When he walked into the banquet-room with an army officer as his guest, it seemed, therefore, entirely natural. And when he said, "This is my old army friend, Colonel Samuel Davenheim," everyone greeted him cordially without so much as a raised eyebrow. Any army buddy of Avalon's was an army buddy of theirs. Even Mario Gonzalo, who had served an uneventful hitch in the army in the late 50s, and who was known to have acerbic views concerning officers, was pleasant enough. He propped himself on one of the sideboards and began sketching. Avalon looked over Gonzalo's shoulder briefly, as though to make sure the artist-member of the Black Widowers would not somehow draw the colonel's head upward into a crown of ass's ears. It would have been most inappropriate for Gonzalo to have done so, for there was every indication of clear intelligence about Davenheim. His face, round and a little plump, was emphasized by outmoded hair, short above and absent below. His mouth curved easily into a friendly smile. His voice was clear, his words crisp. He said, "I've had you all described to me, for Jeff, as you probably all know, is a methodical man. I ought to be able to identify you all. For instance, you're Emmanuel Rubin, since you're short, have thick glasses, a sparse beard."
"A straggly beard," said Rubin, unoffended. "Is what Jeff usually calls it, because his own is dense. But I've never found that density of facial hair implies—"
"And are talkative," said Davenheim firmly, overriding the other with the calm authority of a colonel. "And you're a writer. You're Mario Gonzalo, the artist. And I don't even need your description, since you're drawing. Roger Halstead, mathematician, partly bald. The only member without a full head of hair, so that's easy. James Drake, or rather Dr. James Drake." "We're all doctors by virtue of being black widowers," said Drake from behind a curl of cigarette smoke. "You're right, and Jeff explained that carefully. You're Dr. Drake because you smell of tobacco smoke at 10 feet. "Well, Jeff should know," said Drake philosophically. "And Thomas Trumbull," said Davenheim, "because you're scowling, and by elimination. Have I got everyone?" "Only the members," said Halstead. "You've left out Henry, who's all-important." Davenheim looked about, puzzled. "Henry?" "The waiter," said Avalon, flushing and staring at his drink. "I'm sorry, Henry, but I didn't know what to tell Colonel Davenheim about you. To say you're the waiter is ridiculously insufficient, and to say more would endanger Black Widower confidentiality." "I understand," said Henry agreeably. "But I think it would be well to serve the Colonel. What is your pleasure, sir?" For a moment the Colonel looked blank. "Oh, you mean drinks?" "No, that's all right. I don't drink." "Some ginger ale, perhaps?" "All right." Davenheim was plainly grasping at straws. "That will be fine." Trumbull smiled. "The life of a non-drinker is a difficult one." "Something wet must be pressed on one," said Davenheim wryly. "I've never managed to adjust." Gonzalo said, "Have a cherry put in your ginger ale, or better yet, put water in a cocktail glass and add an olive. Then drink and replace the water periodically. Everyone will admire you as a man who can hold his liquor. Though, frankly, I've never seen an officer who could—" "I think we'll be eating any minute," said Avalon hastily, looking at his watch. Henry said, "Won't you be seated, gentlemen?" and placed one of the bread baskets directly in front of Gonzalo, as though to suggest he use his mouth for that purpose. Gonzalo took a roll, broke it, buttered one half, bit into it, and said in muffled tones, "Keep from getting sloppy drunk on one martini." But no one listened. Rubin, finding himself between Avalon and Davenheim, said, "What kind of soldier was Jeff, Colonel?" "Damned good one," said Davenheim gravely. "But he didn't get much of a chance to shine. We were both in the legal end of matters, which meant desk work. The difference is that he had the sense to get out once the war was over. I didn't." "You mean you're still involved with military law?" "That's right." "Well, I look forward to the day when military law is as obsolete as feudal law." "I do too," said Davenheim calmly. "But it isn't as yet." "No," said Rubin. "And if you—" Trumbull interrupted. "Damn it, Manny, can't you wait for grilling time?" "Yes," said Avalon, coughing semi-stentorially. "We might as well let Sam eat before putting him through his paces."
"If," said Rubin, "military law applied the same considerations to those—"
"Later!"
roared Trumbull. Rubin looked through his thick-lensed glasses indignantly, but subsided. Halstead said, in what was clearly intended to be a change of topic, "I'm not happy with my limerick for the 5th book of the Iliad." "The what?" said Davenheim, puzzled.
"Pay no attention," said Trumbull. "Roger keeps threatening to put together 5 lines of crap for every book of the Iliad."
"And the Odyssey," said Halstead. The trouble with the 5th book is that it deals chiefly with the feats of the Greek hero Diomedes, and I feel I ought to have him part of the rhyme scheme. I've been at it off and on for months."
"Is that why you've spared us limericks the last couple of sessions?" asked Trumbull.
"I've had one, and I've been ready to read it, but I'm not quite satisfied with it."
"Then you've joined the great majority," said Trumbull.
"The thing is," said Halstead quietly, "that both Diomedes and its legitimate variant, Diomed, cannot be rhymed seriously. Diomedes rhymes with Wheaties, and Diomed rhymes with Shy-a-bed. And what good are those?"
"Call him Tydides," said Avalon. "Homer frequently used the patronymic."
"What's a patronymic?" asked Gonzalo.
"A father name, which is the literal translation of the word," said Halstead. "Diomedes' father was Tydeus. Don't you think I've thought of that? It rhymes with Dides, or, if you want to go Cockney, with Lides."
"How about ascites?"
asked Reuben.
"Or Iron-Parites," said Drake.
"Wit seeks its own level," said Halstead. "How about this? All I need do is distort the stress and give Diomed accents on first and last syllables."
"Cheating,"
said Reuben. "A little," admitted Halstead. "But here it is. In courage and skill well ahead, into battle went brave Diomed. Even gods were his quarries, and the war-loving Ares he struck down and left nearly for dead."
Avalon shook his head. "Ares was only wounded. He had enough strength left to rise, roaring to Olympus."
"I must admit I'm not satisfied," said Halstead.
"Unanimous," said Trumbull.
"Veal parmesan,"
said Reuben enthusiastically, for with his usual agility Henry was already placing the dishes before each. Colonel Davenheim said, after he had devoted considerable time to the veal,
"You do yourselves well here, Jeff."
"Oh, we do our poor best," said Avalon. "The restaurant charges in proportion, but it's only once a month."
Davenheim plied his fork enthusiastically and said, "Dr. Halstead, you're a mathematician." "I teach mathematics to reluctant youngsters, which isn't quite the same thing."
"But why, then, limericks on the epic poems?"
"Precisely because it is not mathematics, Colonel. It's a mistake to think that because a man has a profession that can be named, all his interests must bear that name."
"No offense," said the Colonel.
Avalon stared at a neatly cleaned plate and pushed thoughtfully at his untouched last half-glass of liquor. He said,
"As a matter of fact, Sam knows what it is to have an intellectual hobby. He is an excellent phoneticist."
"Oh, well," said Davenheim with heavy modesty, "in an amateur way." Reuben said, "Does that mean you can tell jokes in accent?"
"In any accent you wish."
"Within reason," said Davenheim. "But I can't tell jokes even in natural speech." "That's all right," said Reuben. "I'd rather hear a bad joke in an authentic accent than a good one with a poor one." Gonzalo said,
"Then how do you account for the fact that you laugh only at your own jokes when they fail in both respects?"
Davenheim spoke quickly to cut off Reuben's rejoinder. He said, "You've got me off the subject." He leaned to one side to allow Henry to place the rum cake before him. "I mean, Dr. Halstead—" "Very well, Roger." "That perhaps you switch to the classics to get your mind off some knotty mathematics problem. Then, while your conscious mind is permutating rhymes, your unconscious mind is—" "The funny thing about that," said Reuben, seizing his own chance to cut in, "is that it works. I have never been so stymied by a plot that I couldn't get it worked out by going to a movie. I don't mean a good movie that really absorbs me. I mean a bad one that occupies my conscious mind just sufficiently to allow my unconscious free rein. A spy action film is best." Gonzalo said, "I can't follow the plot of those things even when I'm paying attention." "And yet they're aimed at the 12-year-old mind," said Reuben,
striking back at last. Henry poured the coffee as Davenheim said, "I agree with what Manny says. I happen to think that a day spent on phonetics is sometimes the best way of contributing to a problem at work. But isn't there another aspect to this? It's easy to see that by keeping the conscious mind occupied, we leave the unconscious free to do as it wishes underground. But will it stay underground? Might it not obtrude above ground? Might it not make itself seen or heard, if not to the person himself, the person who is thinking, then to others?"
"Exactly what do you mean, Colonel?" asked Trumbull.
"Look," said Davenheim, "if we're on first-name terms, let it be first names all round. Call me Sam. What I mean is this. Suppose Manny is working on a plot involving an undetectable poison." "Never!" said Reuben strenuously. "Tarantulas are out too, and mystic Hindus, and the supernatural. That's all 19th century romanticism. I'm not sure that even the locked room mystery hasn't become a matter of—" "Just for example," said Davenheim, who had momentary trouble breasting the tide, "you do other things to let your unconscious work, and as far as you yourself are concerned, you can swear that you have completely forgotten the mystery, that you're not thinking about it, that it's completely wiped out. Then when you're hailing a cab, you call, 'Toxic! Toxic!'"
Trumbull said thoughtfully, "That's far-fetched, and I don't accept it. But I'm beginning to get a notion. Jeff, did you bring Sam here because he has a problem on his mind?"
Avalon cleared his throat.
"Not really. I invited him last month for many reasons, the most important of which was that I thought you would all like him. But he stayed over at my house last night, and—"
"May I tell them, Sam?" Davenheim shrugged. "This place is as quiet as the grave, you say?"
"Absolutely,"
said Avalon.
"Sam knows my wife almost as long as he knows me, but twice he called her Farber instead of Florence."
Davenheim smiled dimly. "My unconscious forcing its way through. I could have sworn I had put it out of my mind."
"You weren't aware of it,"
said Avalon. He turned to the others.
"I didn't notice it. Florence did. The second time she said, 'What are you calling me?' And he said, 'What?' She said, 'You keep calling me Farber.' And he looked absolutely thunderstruck."
"Just the same," said Davenheim, "it's not my unconscious that's bothering me. It's his."
"Farber's?"
asked Drake, tamping out a cigarette with his stained fingers. "The other ones," said Davenheim.
Trumbull said, "It's about time for the brandy anyway, Jeff. Do you want to grill our esteemed guest, or ought someone else do so?"
"I don't know that he needs to be grilled," said Avalon. "Perhaps he'll simply tell us what's occupying his unconscious when his conscious mind is being diverted." "I don't know that I want to do that," said Davenheim grimly. "It's rather a delicate matter."
"You have my word," said Trumbull, "that everything said here is in strictest confidence. I'm sure Jeff has told you that already. And that includes our esteemed Henry. And of course you needn't go into full detail."
"I can't hide behind false names, though, can I?" "Not if Farber is one of the true ones," said Gonzalo, grinning. "Well, what the devil," sighed Davenheim. "Actually, it's not much of a story, as stories go. And it may be nothing at all. I may be so damned wrong. But if I'm not wrong, it's going to be embarrassing for the army and expensive for the country. I could almost hope I was wrong, but I've committed myself so far that if I am wrong, it may permanently hamper my career. Yet I'm not so far away from retirement." For a moment he seemed lost in thought. Then he said fiercely, "No, I want to be right. However embarrassing, it's got to be stopped."
"Is it treason you're after?"
asked Drake. "No, not in the narrow sense of the word. I almost wish it were. There can be a colossal dignity about treason, A traitor is sometimes only the other side of the patriot coin. One man's traitor is another man's martyr. I'm not talking about the penny-ante handyman for hire. I'm talking about the man who thinks he is serving a higher cause than his country and wouldn't accept a penny for the risks he undergoes. We understand that quite well when it is the enemy's traitors we are dealing with. The men, for instance, whom Hitler considered— "It's not treason, then," said Trumbull a bit impatiently. "No. Just corruption. Stinking, fetid corruption. A gang of men, soldiers, I'm sorry to say, officers, conceivably high officers, intent on bleeding Uncle Sam a bit." "Why isn't that treason?" snapped Reuben. "It weakens us and spreads decay in the army. Soldiers who think so little of their country as to steal from it are scarcely going to think so much of it as to die for it." "If it comes to that," said Avalon, "people put their emotions and actions in separate compartments. It's quite possible to steal from Uncle Sam today and die for him tomorrow and be perfectly sincere about it both times. Many a man who routinely cheats the national treasury out of half his proper income tax considers himself a loyal American patriot."
Reuben said, "Leave the income tax out of it. Considering what consumes most of federal spending, you can make a good case for maintaining that the true patriot is he who goes to jail rather than pay his taxes."
Davenheim said, "It's one thing not to pay your taxes out of principle, to admit it and go to jail for it. It's another thing to duck your share of the fair load for no other reason than to see others carry their own burden and yours to boot. Both actions are equally illegal, but I have some respect for the former. In the case I'm talking about, the only motivation is simple greed. It is quite possible that millions of dollars of the taxpayers' money are involved." "Possible? Is that all?" asked Trumbull, his forehead wrinkling into a washboard. "That's all. So far. I can't prove it, and it's a difficult thing to track down without a damned good scent. If I push too hard and can't back my suspicions all the way, I'll be torn in half. Some big names might be involved. And might not." "What's Farber got to do with it?" asked Gonzalo. "So far we have two men, a sergeant and a private. The sergeant is Farber, Robert J. Farber. The other is Orrin Klotz. We've got nothing on them, really."
"Nothing at all?" asked Avalon.
"Not really. As a result of the action of Farber and Klotz, thousands of dollars of Army equipment have evaporated, but we cannot show that their actions were illegal. They were covered in every case."
"You mean because higher-ups were involved?"
Gonzalo smiled slowly. "Officers? With brains?" "Unlikely as it seems," said Davenheim dryly. "That may be so. But I have no proof." "Can't you question the two men you have?" said Gonzalo. "I have," said Davenheim. "And with Farber I can get nothing. He is that most dangerous of men, the honest tool. I believe he was too stupid to know the significance of what he did, and that if he did know, he wouldn't have done it."
"Confront him with the truth,"
said Avalon. "What is the truth?" asked Davenheim. "And I'm not ready to put my guesses on the table. If I tell what I know now, it will be dishonorable discharge for the two, at best, and the rest of the ring will pull in its horns for a breathing space and then start in again. Now, I'd like to cover my hand until such time as I can get a lead, some lead I can be sufficiently sure of to run the risk I'm going to have to run."
"You mean a lead to someone higher up?"
asked Reuben. "Exactly." "What about the other fellow?" asked Gonzalo. Davenheim nodded. "He's the one. He knows. He's the brains of that pair. But I can't break his story. I've been over and over it with him, and he's covered." Halstead said,
"If it's only a guess that there's something more to this than those two guys, why do you take it so seriously? Aren't the chances actually very good that you're wrong?"
"To other people it would seem so," said Davenheim, "and there's no way in which I could explain why I know I'm not wrong, except by pleading experience. After all, Roger, an experienced mathematician can be quite certain that a particular conjecture is true, and yet be unable to prove it by the strict rules of mathematical demonstration, right?"
"I'm not sure that that's a good analogy," said Halstead.
It seems a good one to me. I've talked to men who were guilty beyond a doubt and to men who were innocent beyond a doubt, and the attitude of each under accusation is different, and I can sense that difference. The trouble is that that sense I have is not admissible as evidence. Farber I can dismiss, but Klotz is just a shade too wary, just a shade too unconfused. He plays games with me and enjoys it, too, and that's one thing I can't possibly miss. If you insist that you can sense such things, said Halstead, dissatisfied, there's no arguing about it, is there? You put it outside the rational. There's just no mistake in it, said Davenheim, unheeding, as though he were now caught up in the fury of his thoughts to the point where what Halstead said was just an outer sound that didn't impinge. Klotz smiles just a little bit whenever I'm after him hotly. It's as though I'm a bull and he's a matador, and when I'm beginning to lunge at close quarters he stands there rigidly with his cape flirting negligently to one side, daring me to gore him, and when I try, he's not there, and the cape flips over my head. I'm afraid he's got you, Sam, said Avalon, shaking his head. If you feel as though he's playing you for a fool, you've reached the point where you can't trust your judgment. Let someone else take over. Davenheim shook his head. No, if it's what I think it is, and I know it's what I think it is, I want to be the one to smash it. Look, said Trumbull, I have a little experience in such things. Do you suppose Klotz can break the case wide open for you? He's only a private, and I suspect that even if there is some sort of conspiracy, he knows very little about it. All right, I'll accept that, said Davenheim. I don't expect Klotz to hand me the moon. Yet he's got to know one man higher up. He's got to know some one fact closer to the center than he himself is. It's that one man and that one fact I'm after. It's all I ask, and the thing that breaks me in two is that he's giving it away and I still don't get it. What do you mean, giving it away? Asked Trumbull. That's where the unconscious comes in. When he and I are sparring, he's entirely occupied with me, entirely engaged in stopping me, heading me off, stymieing me, putting me behind the 8-ball. It's a game he plays well, damn him. The last thing he's going to do is to give me the information I want. But it's in him just the same, and when he's busy thinking of everything else but, that information bubbles out of him. Every time I'm close upon him and backing and maneuvering him into a corner, butting my horns against his damned cape just this far from his groin, he sings. "Eh, what?" exploded Gonzalo, and there was a general stir among the Black Widowers. Only Henry showed no trace of emotion as he refilled several of the coffee cups. "He sings," said Davenheim. "Well, not quite. He hums. And it's always the same tune." "What tune is that? Anything you know?" "Of course I know it. Everyone knows it. It's Yankee Doodle." Avalon said heavily, "Even President Grant, who had no ear for music, knew that one. He said he knew only two tunes. One was Yankee Doodle and the other wasn't." "And it's Yankee Doodle that's giving the whole thing away?" asked Drake, with that look in his weary chemist's eyes that came when he began to suspect the rationality of another person. "Somehow. He's masking the truth as cleverly as he can, but it emerges from his unconscious, just a bit, just the tip of the iceberg. And Yankee Doodle is that tip. I don't get it. There's just not enough for me to grab hold of. But it's there, I'm sure of that." "You mean there's a solution to your problem somewhere in Yankee Doodle?" said Reuben. "Yes," said Davenheim emphatically. "I'm positive of that. The thing is, he's not aware he's humming it. At one point I said, 'What's that?' and he was blank. I said, 'What are you humming?' and he just stared at me in what I could swear was honest amazement." "As when you called Florence Farber," said Avalon. Halstead shook his head. "I don't see where you can attach much importance to that. We all experience times when tunes run through our minds and we can't get rid of them for a while. I'm sure we're bound to hum them under our breath at times." Davenheim said, At random times, perhaps. But Klotz hums only Yankee Doodle, and only at the specific times when I'm pressing him. When things get tense in connection with my probing for the truth about the corruption conspiracy I am sure exists, that tune surfaces. It must have meaning. Yankee Doodle, said Reuben thoughtfully, half to himself. For a moment he looked at Henry, who was standing near the sideboard, a small vertical crease between his eyebrows. Henry caught Reuben's eye, but did not respond. There was a ruminating silence for a few moments, and all the black widowers seemed to be, to one degree or another, unhappy. Finally Trumbull said, "You may be all wrong, Sam. What you may be needing here is psychiatry. This guy Klotz may hum Yankee Doodle at all moments of tension. All it may mean is that he heard his grandfather sing it when he was 6 years old, or that his mother sang him to sleep with it." Davenheim lifted his upper lip in mild derision. "Can you believe I didn't think of that? I had a dozen of his close friends in. Nobody had ever heard him hum anything." "They might be lying," said Gonzalo. "I wouldn't tell an officer anything if I could avoid it." "They might never have noticed," said Evelyn. "Few people are good observers." "Maybe they lied. Maybe they didn't know," said Davenheim. "But taken at face value, their testimony, all of it, would make me think that the humming of Yankee Doodle is specifically associated with my investigation and nothing else." "Maybe it's just associated with Army life. It's a march associated with the Revolutionary War," said Drake. "Then why only with me, not with anyone else in the Army?" Reuben said, "Okay, let's pretend Yankee Doodle means something in this connection. What can we lose? So let's consider how it goes. For God's sake, Jeff, don't sing it." Avalon, who had opened his mouth with a clear intention of singing, closed it with a snap. His ability to hold a true note rivaled that of an oyster, and in his saner moments he knew it. He said, with a trace of hauteur, "I will recite the words." "Good," said Reuben, "but no singing." Avalon, looking stern, struck an attitude and began declaiming in his most resonant baritone, "Yankee Doodle went to town, a-riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap, and called it macaroni. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy. Mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy." Gonzalo said, "It's just a nonsense lyric." "Nonsense hell," said Reuben indignantly, and his straggly beard quivered. "It makes perfect sense. It's a satire on the country boy written by a city slicker. Doodle is any primitive country instrument. A bagpipe, for instance. So a Yankee Doodle is a backwoods New Englander who's no more sophisticated than a bagpipe. He comes to town on his pony intent on cutting a fine figure, so he wears what he thinks are city clothes. He wears a feather in his hat, and he thinks he's a real dude. And in the late 18th century, that's what a macaroni was. A city hepcat, dressed in the latest style. The last 4 lines are the chorus and show the country boy stepping it up at a city dance. He is mockingly told to stamp away and be gallant to the ladies. The word dandy, which first came into use about mid-18th century, meant the same as macaroni." Gonzalo said, "Okay, Manny, you win. It's not nonsense. But how does it help Sam's case?" "I don't think it does," said Reuben. "Sorry, Sam, but Klotz sounds like a country boy making a fool of the city slicker, and he can't help but think of the derisive song and how he's turning the tables on you." Davenheim said, "I presume, Manny, that you think he must be a country boy because his name is Klotz. By that reasoning, you must be a rube because your name is Reuben. Actually, Klotz was born and brought up in Philadelphia, and I doubt that he's ever seen a farm. No country boy he." "All right," said Reuben. "Then I might have been looking at the wrong end of the stick. He's the city slicker, looking down on you, Sam." "Because I'm a country boy? I was born in Stoneham, Massachusetts, and went through Harvard right up to my law degree. And he knows that, too. He has made enough roundabout references to it in his matador moments." Drake said, "Doesn't your Massachusetts birth and upbringing make you a Yankee?" Not a Yankee Doodle, said Davenheim stubbornly.
He might think so, said Drake.
Davenheim thought about that a while, then said, Yes, I suppose he might. But if so, surely he would hum it openly, derisively. The point is, I think he's humming it unconsciously. It has a connection with something he's trying to hide, not something he's trying to show. Halstead said, Maybe he's looking forward to a future when he's going to be enriched by his crimes and when he'll be able to strut his way to town, when he can stick a feather in his cap, in other words.
Drake said, Or maybe Klotz is thinking that his treatment of you is a feather in his cap.
Gonzalo said, Maybe some particular word has significance. Suppose macaroni means he's hooked up with the mafia. Or suppose, with the girls be handy, means that some whack is involved. They still have whacks in the army, don't they? It was at this point that Henry said, I wonder, Mr. Avalon, if, as host, you will permit me to ask a few questions. Avalon said, Come on, Henry, you know you can at any time. Thank you, sir. Would the colonel grant me the same permission? Davenheim looked surprised, but said, Well, you're here, Henry, so you might as well. Henry said, Mr. Avalon recited 8 lines of Yankee Doodle, 4 lines of a verse followed by the 4 lines of the chorus. But verse and chorus have different tunes. Did Private Klotz hum all 8 lines? Davenheim thought a moment. No, of course not. He hummed, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and went, dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. That's all. The first 2 lines. Of the verse? That's right. Yankee Doodle went to town, a-riding on a pony. Always those 2 lines? Yes, I think always. Drake brushed some crumbs from the table.
Colonel, you say this humming took place when the questioning was particularly tense. Did you pay particular attention to exactly what was being discussed at those times?
Yes, of course, but I prefer not to go into detail.
I understand, but perhaps you can tell me this. At those times, was it he himself who was under discussion, or Sergeant Farber as well?
Generally, said Davenheim slowly, the humming times came when he most emphatically protested innocence, but always on behalf of both. I'll give him that. He has never once tried to clear himself at the expense of the other. It was always that neither Farber nor he did thus and so, or were responsible for this and that. Henry said, Colonel Davenheim, this is a long shot. If the answer is no, then I'll have nothing more to say. If, however, the answer is yes, it's just possible we may have something. What's the question, Henry? Asked Davenheim. At the same base where Sergeant Farber and Private Klotz are stationed, Colonel, does there happen to be a Captain Gooden, or Gooding, or anything resembling that in sound? Davenheim had until then been looking at Henry with grave amusement. Now that vanished in a flash. His mouth closed tight and his face whitened visibly. Then his chair scraped as he shoved it back and rose. Yes, he said strenuously. Captain Charles Goodwin. How the hell could you possibly have known that? In that case, he may be your man. I'd forget about Klotz and Farber, sir, if I were you, and concentrate on the captain. That might be the one step upward that you wanted, and the captain may prove an easier nut to crack than Private Klotz has been. Davenheim seemed to find no way to speak further, and Trumbull said, I wish you'd explain, Henry. It's the Yankee Doodle, as the colonel expected. The point is, though, that Private Klotz hummed it. We have to consider what words he was thinking when he hummed. Gonzalo said, The colonel said he hummed the lines that go, Yankee Doodle went to town, a-riding on a pony. Henry shook his head. The original poem, Yankee Doodle, had some dozen verses, and the macaroni lines were not among them. They arose later, though they're now the most familiar. The original poem tells of the visit of a young farm boy to the camp of Washington's Continental Army, and his naivete is made fun of. So I believe Mr. Rubin's interpretation of the nature of the song to be correct. Rubin said, "Henry's right. I remember now. Washington is even mentioned, but as Captain Washington. The farm boy wasn't even aware of the nature of military rank." "Yes," said Henry. "I don't know all the verses, and I imagine very few people do. Perhaps Private Klotz didn't either, but anyone who knows the poem at all knows the first verse, or at any rate the first 2 lines, and that's what Private Klotz may have been humming. The first line, for instance, and it's the farm boy speaking, is, 'Father and I went down to camp.' You see?" "No," said Davenheim, shaking his head. "Not quite. It occurred to me that whenever you pressed hard on Private Klotz, and might say, 'Farber and you did thus and so,' and he answered, 'Farber and I did not do thus and so,' the humming would start. You said, Colonel, that it was at the moment of denial that it tended to come, and that he always denied on behalf of both Farber and himself, so when he said, 'Farber and I,' it would trigger the line, 'Farber and I went down to camp.'" Henry sang it in a soft tenor voice. "Farber and he were in an army camp," said Avalon. "But good God, that's stretching for it." "If it stood alone, sir, yes," said Henry. "But that's why I asked about a Captain Gooden in the camp. If he were a third member of the conspiracy, the push to hum the tune might be irresistible. The first verse, which is the only one I know—" But here Reuben interrupted. Standing up, he roared, "Father and I went down to camp, along with Captain Gooden, and there we saw the men and boys as thick as hasty pudding." "That's right," said Henry calmly. "Farber and I went down to camp, along with Captain Goodwin." "By God!" said Davenheim. "That must be it. If not, it's the most extraordinary coincidence. And it can't be. Henry, you've put your finger on it." "I hope so. More coffee, Colonel?" said Henry. 5. Quicker than the eye. If there's one type of puzzle story I particularly like, it's the one where you have to find an object that has been hidden, or any of the different variations on that theme. It's a well-worn type of story, dating from Edgar Allan Poe's classic The Purloined Letter, and by now you might think that every trick of hiding or of stealing or of transferring will have been described. The most painstaking search, the most careful watch, reveals nothing, and yet something can't have dropped out of the universe, can it? It's delightful. It gives you a warm feeling all over to think of a way of doing it that you have never seen before. It is for the sake of that warm feeling that I include this story. Thomas Trumbull, who worked for the government as a cryptologist, was clearly uneasy. His tanned and wrinkled face was set in a carved attitude of worry. He said, "He's a man from the department, my superior, in fact. It's damned important, but I don't want Henry to feel the pressure." He was whispering, and he couldn't resist the quick look over his shoulder at Henry, the waiter at the Black Widower monthly banquets. Henry, who was several years older than Trumbull, had a face that was unwrinkled, and as he quickly set the table, he seemed tranquil and utterly unaware of the fact that 5 of the Black Widowers were huddled quietly at the opposite end of the room. Or, if not unaware, then certainly undisturbed. Geoffrey Avalon, the tall patent lawyer, had, under the best of conditions, difficulty in keeping his voice low. Still, stirring his drink with a middle finger on the ice cube, he managed to impart sufficient hoarseness. "How can we prevent it, Tom? Henry is no fool."
"I'm not sure anyone from the Federal Administration qualifies as a guest, Tom," said Emmanuel Rubin, in a swerving non sequitur. His sparse beard bristled truculently, and his eyes flashed through the thick lenses of his glasses. "And I say that even though you're in the category. 80% of the tax money I pay to Washington is expended in ways of which I strongly disapprove."
"You've got the vote, haven't you?" said Trumbull testily.
"And a fat lot of good that does, when the manipulation—" began Reuben, quite forgetting to keep his voice low.
Oddly enough, it was Roger Halstead, the mathematics teacher, whose quiet voice had sufficient difficulty in controlling a junior high school class, who managed to stop Reuben in mid-roar. He did it by placing his hand firmly over the smaller man's mouth. He said, "You don't sound very happy about your boss coming here, Tom." "I'm not," said Trumbull. "It's a difficult thing. The point is that I've gotten considerable credit on 2 different occasions over matters that were really Henry's insights. I've had to take the credit, damn it, since what we say here in this room is confidential. Now, something has come up, and they're turning to me, and I'm as stuck as the rest of them. I've had to invite Bob here, without really explaining why."
James Drake, the organic chemist, coughed over his cigarette and fingered his walrus-head bolo tie.
"Have you been talking too much about our dinners, Tom?"
"I suppose it could be viewed in that way. What bothers me is Henry, though. He enjoys the game, I know, when it is a game. But if there's real pressure, and he won't or can't under that pressure—"
"Then you'll look bad, Tom?" said Reuben, with just a touch, perhaps, of malice.
Avalon said frigidly, "I have said before, and I will say it again, that what began as a friendly social get-together is becoming a strain on us all. Can't we have one session with just conversation?"
"I'm afraid not this one," said Trumbull. "All right, here's my boss. Now, let's carry all the load we can and put as little as possible on Henry."
But it was only Mario Gonzalo walking noisily up the stairs, uncharacteristically late, and resplendent in his long hair, a crimson jacket, and subtly matching striped shirt, to say nothing of a flowing scarf meticulously arranged to display the effect of casualness.
"Sorry I'm late, Henry." But the proper drink was in his hand before he could say more. "Thanks, Henry. Sorry, fellows. Trouble with getting a taxi. That put me in a grim mood, and when the driver began to lecture me on the crimes and misdemeanors of the mayor, I argued with him."
"Lord help us," said Drake.
"I always argue every 10th time I hear that kind of crap. Then he managed to get lost, and I didn't notice, and it took us a long time to pull out. I mean, he was giving me this business about welfare recipients being a bunch of lazy, freeloading troublemakers, and how no decent person should expect a handout, but instead they should work for what they get and earn every cent. So I said, what about sick people, and old people, and mothers with young children, and he started telling me what a hard life he had led, and he had never gone to anyone for a handout. Anyway, I got out, and the fare came to $4.80, and it was a good $half more than it should have been because of getting lost. So I counted out 4 singles, and then spent some time getting the exact 80-cent change, and I handed it to him. He counted it over, looked surprised, and I said just as sweetly as I could, "That's what you earned, driver. You looking for a handout, too?" Gonzalo burst out laughing, but no one joined him. Drake said,
"That's a dirty trick on the poor guy just because you egged him into arguing."
Avalon stared down austerely from his lean height and said, "You might have gotten beaten up, Mario, and I wouldn't blame him."
"That's a hell of an attitude you fellows are taking," said Gonzalo, aggrieved. And at that point, Trumbull's boss did arrive. Trumbull introduced the newcomer all round, looking uncommonly subdued as he did so. The guest's name was Robert Alfred Bunsen, and he was both heavy and large. His face was pink, and his white hair was sleeked back from an old-fashioned part down the middle.
"What will you have, Mr. Bunsen?" said Avalon, with a small and courtly bend at the middle. He was the only one present who was taller than the newcomer. Bunsen cleared his throat.
"Glad to meet you all. No, I've had my alcoholic calories for today. Some diet drink."
He snapped his fingers at Henry.
"A diet cola, waiter. If you don't have that, a diet anything."
Gonzalo's eyes widened, and Drake, whispering philosophically through the curling smoke of the cigarette stub he held between his tobacco-stained fingers, said,
"Oh, well, he's government."
"Still," muttered Gonzalo, "there's such a thing as courtesy. You don't snap your fingers. Henry isn't a peon."
"You're rude to taxi drivers," said Drake. "This guy's rude to waiters."
"That's a different thing," said Gonzalo vehemently, his voice rising. "That was a matter of principle."
Henry, who had shown no signs of resentment at being finger-snapped, had returned with a bottle of soft drink on a tray and had presented it solemnly for inspection. "Sure," said Bunsen, and Henry opened it and poured half its contents into an ice-filled glass and let the foam settle. Bunsen took it, and Henry left the bottle. The dinner was less comfortable than many in the past had been. The only one who seemed unsubdued over the fact that the guest was a high, if not very well-known, official of the government was Reuben. In fact, he seized the occasion to attack the government in the person of its surrogate by proclaiming loudly that diet drinks were one of the great causes of overweight in America. "Because you drink a lot of them, and the 1 calorie per bottle mounts up?" asked Halstead, with as much derision as he could pack into his colourless voice.
"They've got more than 1 calorie per bottle now that cyclamates have been eliminated on the basis of fallacious animal experiments," said Reuben hotly. "But that's not the point. Diet anything is bad psychologically. Anyone overweight who takes a diet drink is overcome with virtue. He has saved 200 calories, so he celebrates by taking another pat of butter and consuming 300 calories. The only way to lose weight is to stay hungry. The hunger is telling you that you're getting less calories than you're expending."
Halstead, who knew very well that there was a certain softness in his abdominal region, muttered, "Oh, well." "But he's right, though," said Bunsen, attacking the veal marengo with gusto. "The diet drinks don't do me any good, but I like the taste, and I approve of looking at matters from the psychological angle." Gonzalo, frowning, showed no signs of listening. When Henry bent over him to fill his coffee cup, he said,
"What do you think, Henry? I mean about the taxi driver. Wasn't I right?"
Henry said, "A gratuity is not quite a handout, Mr. Gonzalo. Personal service is customarily rewarded in a small way, and to equate that with welfare is perhaps not quite just."
"You're just saying that because you—"
began Gonzalo, and then he stopped abruptly. Henry said, "Yes, I benefit in the same way as the taxi driver does. But despite that, I believe my statement to be correct." Gonzalo threw himself back in his chair and chafed visibly. "Gentlemen," said Trumbull, tapping his empty water-glass with a fork as Henry poured the liqueur, "this is an interesting occasion. Mr. Bunsen, who is my superior at the department, has a small puzzle to present to us. Let's see what we can make of it." Again he cast a quick glance at Henry, who had replaced the bottle on the sideboard and now stood placidly in the background. Bunsen, wiping his mouth with his napkin and wheezing slightly, also cast an anxious glance at Henry, and Trumbull leaned over to say, "Henry is one of us, Bob." Trumbull went on, "Bob Bunsen is going to present merely the bare bones to keep from distorting your view of the matter with unnecessary knowledge to begin with. I will remain out of it myself, since I know too much about the matter." Halstead leaned over to whisper to Drake, "I think it won't look good for Tom in the department if this doesn't work." Drake shrugged and mouthed rather than said, "He brought it on himself." Bunsen, having adjusted the position of the bread-basket unnecessarily, he had earlier prevented Henry from removing it, began, "I will give you those bare bones of a story. There's a man. Call him Smith. We want him, but not just him. He's of little account. Clever at what he does, but of little account. If we get him, we learn nothing of importance, and we warn off men of greater importance. If, however, we can use him to lead us to the men of greater importance—" "We all understand," interrupted Avalon. Bunsen cleared his throat and made a new start. "Of course, we weren't sure about Smith to begin with. It seemed very likely, but we weren't sure. If he was indeed a link in the apparatus we were trying to break up, then we reasoned that he transferred the information at a restaurant he regularly frequented. Part of the reasoning was based on psychology, something I imagine Mr. Reuben would approve. Smith had the appearance and patina of a well-bred man about town who always did the correct social thing. On that basis we—" He paused to think. Then he said, "No, I'm getting off the subject, and it's more than you need. We laid a trap for him." For a moment he reddened as though in bashfulness, and then he went on firmly. "I laid the trap, and it was damned complicated. We managed to beat down his caution, never mind how, and we ended with Smith having in his hand something he had to transfer. It was a legitimate item, and would be useful to them, but not too useful. It would be well worth the loss to us if we had gained what we hoped to gain."
Bunsen looked about him, clearing his throat, but no one made a sound. Henry, standing by the sideboard, seemed a quiet statue. Even the napkin he held did not move. Bunsen said, "Smith walked into the restaurant with the object on his person. After he left the restaurant, he did not have the object on his person. We know, therefore, that he transferred the object. What we don't know is the exact moment at which he transferred it, how and to whom. We have not been able to locate the object anywhere. Now, ask your questions, gentlemen."
Trumbull said, "Let's try this one at a time. Mario?"
Gonzalo thought a moment and then shrugged. Twiddling his brandy glass between thumb and forefinger, he said, "What did this object, as you call it, look like?"
"About an inch across and flat," said Bunsen. "It had a metallic shine, so it was easy to see. It was too large to swallow easily, heavy enough to make a noise if it were dropped, too thick to place in a crack, too heavy to stick easily to anything, not iron, so there could be no tricks with magnets. The object, as I still call it, was carefully designed to make the task of transferring or hiding difficult."
"But what did he do in the restaurant? He ate a meal, I suppose," said Gonzalo.
"He ate a meal, as he always did."
"Was it a fancy restaurant?"
"A fairly elaborate one. He ate there regularly."
"I mean, there's nothing phony about the restaurant?"
"Not as far as we know, although in general that is not enough to allow us to display a blind trust in it, and believe me, we don't."
"Who was with him at the meal?"
"No one." Bunsen shook his head gravely. "He ate alone. That was his custom. He signed the check when he was through, as he always did. He had an account in the restaurant, you see. Then he left, took a taxi, and after a while he was stopped and taken into custody. The object was no longer in his possession."
"Wait now," said Gonzalo, his eyes narrowing. "You say he signed the check. What was it he wrote, would you know?"
"We know quite well. We have the check. He added a tip, quite the normal amount, and we could find nothing wrong with that, and signed his name, that's all, nothing more. He used the waiter's pencil, and he returned that pencil. Nor did he pass along anything else, and the waiter did not escape scrutiny, I assure you."
Gonzalo said, "I pass."
Drake, stubbing out his cigarette, lifted a grey eyebrow as Trumbull's finger gestured at him.
"I suppose Smith was kept under close surveillance while he was in the restaurant."
"As close as though he were a coat and we were the lining. We had 2 men in that restaurant, each at a table near him. They were trained men and capable ones, and their entire task was to note every movement he made. He could not scratch himself without being noticed. He couldn't fumble at a button, crook a finger, shift a leg, or raise a buttock without being noted."
"Did he go to the men's room at any time?"
"No, he did not. If he had, we would have managed to follow."
"Were you there yourself, Mr. Bunsen?"
"I? No, I'm no good for that kind of surveillance. I'm too noticeable. What's needed to keep a man in view is a shadow with a good grey face and an overwhelming lack of distinction in form and feature. I'm too big, too broad. I stand out."
Drake nodded.
"Do you suppose Smith knew he was being watched?"
"He may have. People in his line of work don't last long if they don't assume at every moment that they might be watched. In fact, to be truthful, at one point I got a clear impression he felt he was watched. I was across the street at a window, with a pair of binoculars. I could see him come out from the corner entrance of the restaurant. The doorman held the taxi door open for him, and Smith paused for just a minute. He looked about him as though trying to identify those who might be watching. And he smiled, a tight smile, not amusement, it seemed to me, as much as bravado. At that moment I was sure we had lost. And, as it turned out, we had."
"And you really are sure," said Drake, "that he had it on him when he walked into the restaurant and that he didn't have it on him when he left?"
"We really are sure. When we walked in, there was what amounted to a pickpocketing, an inspection, and a replacement. He had it, you can take that as given. When he left and took a taxi, that taxi driver was one of our men who came. When the doorman hailed him in a completely natural manner, Smith got in with no hint of suspicion. We are positive about that.
The driver, one of our best men, then. But never mind that. The point is that Smith found himself in a kind of minor trouble that had apparently nothing to do with us. He was arrested, taken to the police station, and searched. Later, when it became obvious that we couldn't find the object anywhere, he was searched more thoroughly. Eventually, we used X-rays. Drake said, "He might have left the object in the taxi." "I doubt he could have done that with our man driving, and in any case the taxi was searched." "See here," said Bunsen heavily, "there's no point in thinking we are incompetent in our business.
When I say we watched, I mean that we watched with professional attention.
When I say we searched, I mean we searched with professional thoroughness. You won't catch us on details." "All right," said Drake, nodding. "But you missed, didn't you? The object was there, and then it wasn't there. So either we call upon the supernatural, or we must admit that somewhere you failed. Somewhere you blinked when you were watching, or skipped when you were searching, right?"
Bunsen looked rather as though he had bitten into a lemon. "There's no way of avoiding that conclusion, I suppose." Then belligerently, "But show me where!"
Drake shook his head. But Halstead intervened rapidly, his high forehead pink with excitement.
"Now wait. The hand is quicker than the eye. The thing you're looking for was shiny and heavy. But did it have to stay that way? Smith might have pushed it into a lump of clay. Then he had something dull and shapeless which he could push against the bottom of the table or drop on the floor. It might still be there."
Bunsen said, "The hand is quicker than the eye when you have an audience that doesn't know what to watch for. We know all the tricks and we know what to expect. Smith couldn't have put the object into clay without our men knowing he was doing something. He couldn't have placed it under the table or on the floor without our men knowing he was doing something."
"Yes," said Halstead, "but in these quicker-than-the-eye things, a diversion is usually created. Your men were looking somewhere else."
"There was no diversion. And in any case, the restaurant was searched quite thoroughly as soon as he left."
"You couldn't have searched it thoroughly," protested Halstead. "There were still people eating there. Did you make them all leave?"
"We searched his table, his area, and eventually all the restaurant. We are quite certain that he did not leave the object behind anywhere. He did not leave anything behind anywhere."
Avalon had been sitting stiffly in his chair, his arms folded, his forehead creased in a portentous frown. His voice boomed out now. "Mr. Bunsen," he said, "I am not at all comfortable with this account of yours. I recognize the fact that you have told us very little and that neither places, names, occasions, nor identifications have been given. Nevertheless, you are telling me more than I want to know. Have you permission from your superiors to tell us this? Are you quite certain in your mind that each one of us is to be trusted? You might get into trouble as a result, and that would be regrettable. But I must admit that that is not the point I am most concerned with at the moment. What is important is that I do not wish to become the object of questioning and investigation because you have seen fit to honor me with confidences I have not asked for." Trumbull had vainly tried to break in, and managed to say finally, "Come on, Jeff, don't act like the rear end of a horse." Bunsen raised a massive and pudgy hand. "That's all right, Tom. I see Mr. Avalon's point, and in a way he's right. I am exceeding my authority, and things will be sticky for me if some people decide they need a scapegoat. This little exercise of mine tonight, however, may get me off the hook if it works. To my way of thinking, it's worth the gamble. Tom assured me it would be." "What you're saying," said Trumbull, forcing a smile, "is that if the department jumps on you, you'll jump on me." "Yes," said Bunsen, "and I weigh a lot." He picked up a breadstick and munched on it. "One more point. Mr. Avalon asked if I was sure you could each be trusted. Aside from the fact that Tom assured me you could be, not that I consider it safe to trust to personal assurances from close friends, there has been a little bit of investigation. Nothing like a full-scale affair, you understand, but enough to give me some confidence." It was at this point that Henry cleared his throat gently, and at once every face but that of Bunsen turned toward him. Bunsen turned only after he was aware of the shift of attention. Trumbull said, "Have you got something, Henry?" Bunsen turned a clearly astonished look in Trumble's direction, but Trumbull said urgently, "Have you, Henry?" "I only want to know," said Henry softly, "if I have been cleared also. I suspect I have not, and that I should retire." But Trumbull said, "For God's sake, nothing critical is being said." Bunsen said, "Besides, the damage is done. Let him stay." "It seems to me," said Henry, "that the damage is indeed done. Surely there is no longer any purpose to the investigation. The man you call Smith must know he is being watched. By the time you began to use X-rays on him, he must have guessed that he had been set up for a kill. Is he still in custody, by the way?" "No. We had no grounds to keep him. He's released."
"Then the organization of which he is a part must undoubtedly know what has happened, and they will change their modus operandi. He will not be used further, perhaps. Others involved will disappear. Things will be entirely rearranged."
Bunsen said impatiently, Yes. Nevertheless, knowledge is important in itself. If we find out exactly how he transferred the object, we will know something about a mode of operation we didn't know before. We will, at the least, get an insight into a system of thought. It is always important to know." Henry said, "I see." Trumbull said, "Is that all you see, Henry? Do you have any ideas?" Henry shook his head. "It may be, Mr. Trumbull, that what has happened is complex and subtle. That would not be for me." "Bull, Henry," said Trumbull. "But it might be for Mr. Reuben," said Henry gravely. "I believe he is anxious to speak."
"Darn right," said Reuben loudly, "because I'm annoyed. Now, Mr. Bunsen, you talk about watching carefully and searching thoroughly, but I think you'll agree with me when I say that it is very easy to overlook something which becomes obvious only after the fact. I can describe a way in which Smith could have transferred the object without any trouble, and no matter how many people were watching him."
"I would love to hear that description," said Bunsen.
"Okay, then. I will describe exactly what might have happened. I don't say it did happen, but it could have happened. Let me begin by asking a question."
Reuben pushed his chair away from the table, and though he was short and small-boned, he seemed to tower.
"Mr. Bunsen," he said, "since your men watched everything, I presume they took note of the details of the meal he ordered. Was it lunch or dinner, by the way?"
"It was lunch. And you are right, we did notice the details."
"Then isn't it a fact that he ordered a thick soup?"
Bunsen's eyebrows raised. "A score for you, Mr. Reuben. It was cream of mushroom soup. If you want the rest of the menu, it consisted of a roast beef sandwich with a side order of French fried potatoes, a piece of apple pie with a slice of cheese, and coffee."
"Well," muttered Drake, "we can't all be gourmets."
Reuben said,
"Next, I would suggest that he finished only about half his soup."
Bunsen thought for a while, then smiled. It was the first time he had smiled that evening, and he revealed white and even teeth that gave a clear indication that there was a handsome man beneath the layers of fat. "You know," he said, "I wouldn't have thought you could ask me a single question of fact concerning that episode that I could not instantly have answered, but you've managed. I don't know offhand if he finished his soup or not, but I'm sure that detail is on record. But let's pretend you are right, and he only finished half his soup. Go on."
"All right," said Reuben. "We begin. Smith walks into the restaurant with the object. Where does he have it, by the way?"
"Left pants pocket when he walked in. We saw no signs whatever of his changing its position."
"Good," said Reuben. "He walks in, sits down at the table, orders his meal, reads his newspaper. Was he reading a newspaper, Mr. Bunsen?"
"No," said Bunsen. "He wasn't reading anything, not even the menu. He knows the place and what it has to offer."
"Then once the first course was placed before him, he sneezed. A sneeze, after all, is a diversion. Roger mentioned a diversion, but I guess he thought of someone rushing in with a gun or a fire starting in the kitchen. But a sneeze is a diversion, too, and is natural enough to go unnoticed."
"It would not have gone unnoticed," said Bunsen calmly. "He didn't sneeze."
"A cough or hiccup, what's the difference?" said Reuben. "The point is that something happened that made it natural for him to pull out a handkerchief, from the left pants pocket, I'm sure, and put it to his mouth."
"He did no such thing," said Bunsen.
"When he took away his hand," said Reuben, overriding the other's remark, The object that had been left in the left pants pocket was in the mouth.
Bunsen said, I don't think it would have been possible for him to place the object in his mouth without our seeing him do so, or keep it there without distorting his face noticeably. But go ahead, what next?
The soup is before him, and he eats it. You certainly won't tell me he pushed it away untasted.
No, I'm quite certain he didn't do that.
Or that he drank it from the bowl?
Bunsen smiled. No, I'm quite sure he didn't do that.
Then there was only one thing he could do. He placed a tablespoon in the soup, brought it to his mouth, brought it back to the soup, brought it to his mouth, and so on. Correct.
I must agree with that.
And on one of the occasions during which the tablespoon passed from mouth to bowl, the object was in it. It was placed in the soup, and since cream of mushroom soup is not transparent, it would not be seen there. He then drank no more of the soup, and someone in the kitchen picked up the object. Reuben looked about at the others triumphantly.
There was a short silence. Bunsen said, Is that all you have to say, sir?
Don't you agree that's a possible modus operandi?
No, I don't. Bunsen sighed heavily. Quite impossible. The hand is not quicker than the trained eye, and the object is large enough to be an uncomfortable fit in the tablespoon bowl. Furthermore, you again underestimate our experience and our thoroughness. We had a man in the kitchen, and no item came back from our man's table without being thoroughly examined. If the soup bowl came back with soup in it, you can be sure it was carefully emptied by a most careful man. How about the waiter? Interposed Avalon, forced into interest clearly against his will. Bunsen said, The waiter was not one of us. He was an old employee, and besides, he was watched too.
Reuben snorted and said, You might have told us you had a man in the kitchen.
I might have, said Bunsen, but Tom told me it would be best to tell you as little as possible and let you think from scratch. Avalon said, If you had incorporated a tiny radio transmitter in the object,
then we would have been characters in a James Bond movie. Unfortunately, we must allow for expertise on the other side as well. If we had tried any such thing, they would have tumbled to it. No, the trap had to be absolutely clean.
Bunsen looked depressed. I put a hell of a lot of time and effort into it. He looked about, and the depression on his face deepened. Well, Tom, are we through here? Trumbull said unhappily, Wait a minute, Bob. Damn it, Henry, Bunsen said. What do you want the waiter to do? Trumbull said, Come on, Henry, doesn't anything occur to you? Henry sighed gently.
Something did, quite a while back, but I was hoping it would be eliminated.
Something quite plain and simple, Henry? Said Avalon.
I'm afraid so, sir.
Avalon said, turning to Bunsen, Henry is an honest man and lacks all trace of the devious mind. When we are through making fools of ourselves over complexities, he picks up the one straight thread we have overlooked. Henry said thoughtfully, Are you sure you wish me to speak, Mr. Bunsen? Yes, go on. Well, then, when your Mr. Smith left the restaurant, I assume that your men inside did not follow him out. No, of course not. They had their own work inside. They had to make sure he had left nothing behind that was significant. And the man in the kitchen stayed there. Yes. Well, then, outside the restaurant, the taxi driver was your man, but it would seem fair to suppose that he had to keep his eye on the traffic so as to be able to be in a position where he could maneuver himself to the curb just in time to pick up Smith, no sooner, no later. And a very good job he did. In fact, when the doorman hailed him, he neatly cut out another cab. Bunsen chuckled softly. Was the doorman one of your men? Asked Henry. No, he was a regular employee of the restaurant. Did you have a man on the street at all? If you mean actually standing on the street, no. Then surely there was a moment or two after Smith had left the restaurant and before he had entered the taxi, when he was not being watched, if I may call it so, professionally. Bunsen said with a trace of contempt, You forget that I was across the street at a window with a pair of binoculars. I saw him quite well. I saw the taxi man pick him up. From the door of the restaurant to the door of the taxi took, I should say, not more than 15 seconds, and I had him in view at every moment. Reuben suddenly interrupted.
Even when you were distracted watching the taxi man maneuver to the curb?
He was universally shushed, but Bunsen said,
Even then.
Henry said, I don't forget that you were watching, Mr. Bunsen, but you have said you do not have the proper appearance for that kind of work. You do not watch professionally.
I have eyes, said Bunsen, and there was more than merely a trace of contempt now. Or will you tell me the hand is quicker than the eye?
Sometimes even when the hand is quite slow, I think. Mr. Bunsen, you arrived late and did not hear Mr. Gonzalo's tale. He had paid a taxi driver exactly the fare recorded on the meter, and so customary is it to pay more than that every one of us was shocked. Even I expressed disapproval. It is only when the completely customary is violated that the event is noticed. When it takes place, it is apt to be totally ignored.
Bunsen said, Are you trying to tell me that something was wrong with the taxi driver? I tell you there wasn't.
I am sure of that, said Henry earnestly. Still, didn't you miss something that you took so entirely for granted that, even looking at it, you didn't see it?
I don't see what it could have been. I have an excellent memory, I assure you, and in the 15 seconds that Smith went from restaurant to taxi, he did nothing I did not note, and nothing I do not remember.
Henry thought for a moment or two. You know, Mr. Bunsen, it must have happened, and if you had seen it happen, you would surely have taken action. But you did not take action. You are still mystified.
Then whatever it was, said Bunsen, it did not happen.
You mean, sir, that the doorman, a regular employee of the restaurant, hailed a cab for Smith, who was a regular patron for whom he must have performed the same service many times, and that Smith, whom you described as a well-mannered man who always did the correct social thing, did not tip the doorman?
Of course he...
began Bunsen, and then came to a dead halt. And in the silence that followed, Henry said, And if he tipped him, then surely it was with an object taken from the left pants pocket, an object that, from your description, happened to look something like a coin. Then he smiled, and that you saw.
6. The Three Numbers. I'm always fascinated by puzzles involving numbers or words. In a way, this is a small tragedy, for I am very poor at solving such puzzles. If you create a puzzle, however, then of course you know the solution. You might think there is no fun in knowing a solution from the beginning, but it becomes fun if you then invent a story in which the characters don't know the solution and have to work it out with something important hanging on the event. This is a story involving a number puzzle, and you have no idea how exciting it is to have your characters sweat it out. When Tom Trumbull arrived, late, of course, to the Black Widower's banquet, and called for his scotch and soda, he was met by James Drake, who was wearing a rather hang-dog expression on his face. Drake's head made a gentle gesture to one side. Trumbull followed him, unpeeling his coat as he went, his tanned and furrowed face asking the question before his voice did. "What's up?" he said. Drake held his cigarette to one side and let the smoke curl bluely upward. "Tom, I've brought a physicist as my guest." "So?" "Well, he has a problem, and I think it's up your alley." "The code?" "Something like that. Numbers, anyway. I don't have all the details. I suppose we'll get those after the dinner, but that's not the point. Will you help me if it becomes necessary to hold down Jeff Avalon?" Trumbull looked across the room to where Avalon was standing in staid conversation with a man who was clearly the guest of the evening, since he was the only stranger present. "What's wrong with Jeff?" said Trumbull. There didn't seem anything wrong with Avalon, who was standing straight and tall as always, looking as though he might splinter if he relaxed. His graying moustache and small beard were as neat and trim as ever, and he wore that careful smile on his face that he insisted on using for strangers. "He looks all right." Drake said, "You weren't here last time. Jeff has the idea that the Black Widowers is becoming too nearly a puzzle session each month." "What's wrong with that?"
asked Trumbull as he passed his hands over his tightly waved off-white hair to press down the slight disarray produced by the wind outside.
Jeff thinks we ought to be a purely social organization, convivial conversation and all that.
We have that anyway.
So when the puzzle comes up, help me sit on him if he gets grouchy. You have a loud voice and I don't.
No problem. Have you talked to Manny?
Hell no. He'd take up the other side to be contrary.
You may be right. Henry! Trumbull waved his arm. Henry, do me a favor. This scotch and soda won't be enough. It's cold outside, and it took me a long time to get a taxi, so— Henry smiled discreetly, his unlined face looking 20 years younger than his actual 60-ishness. I had assumed that might be so, Mr. Trumbull. Your second is ready. Henry, you're a diamond of the first water. Which, to be sure, was a judgment concurred in by all the Black Widowers.
I'll give you a demonstration,
said Emmanuel Rubin. He had quarrelled with the soup, which he maintained had had just a shade too much leek to make it fit for human consumption, and the fact that he was in a clear minority of one rendered him all the more emphatic in his remaining views.
I'll show you that any language is really a complex of languages. I'll write a word on each of these 2 pieces of paper. The same word. I'll give one to you, Mario, and one to you, sir. The second went to Dr. Samuel Punch, who had, as was usually the case with guests of the Black Widowers, maintained a discreet silence during the preliminaries. Punch was a small, slim man, dressed in a funereal colour scheme that would have done credit to Avalon. He looked at the paper and lifted his unobtrusive eyebrows. Rubin said, "Now, neither of you say anything. Just write down the number of the syllable that carries the stress. It's a 4-syllable word, so write down either 1, 2, 3, or 4. Mario Gonzalo, the Black Widower's tame artist, had just completed the sketch of Dr. Punch, and he laid it to one side. He looked at the word on the paper before him, wrote a figure without hesitation, and passed it to Rubin. Punch did the same. Rubin said, with indescribable satisfaction, "I'll spell the word. It's U-N-I-O-N-I-Z-E-D. And Mario says it's accented on the first syllable." "Unionized," said Mario, "referring to an industry whose working force has been organized into a labor union." Punch laughed. "Yes, I see. I called it unionized, referring to a substance that did not break down into ions in solution. I accent the second syllable." "Exactly. The same word to the eye, but different to men in different fields. Roger and Jim would agree with Dr. Punch, I know, and Tom, Jeff, and Henry would probably agree with Mario. It's like that in a million different places. Fugue means different things to a psychiatrist and a musician. The phrase, to press a suit, means one thing to a 19th-century lover, and another to a 20th-century tailor. No 2 people have exactly the same language." Roger Halstead, the mathematics teacher, said with a slight hesitation that was almost a stammer, but never quite, "There's enough overlap so that it doesn't really matter, does it?" "Most of us can understand each other, yes," said Rubin querulously, "but there's less overlap than there ought to be. Every small segment of the culture develops its own vocabulary for the sake of forming an in-group. There are a million verbal walls behind which fools cower, and it does more to create ill-feeling—"
"That was Shaw's thesis in Pygmalion," growled Trumbull.
"No, you're quite wrong, Tom. Shaw thought it was the result of faulty education. I say it's deliberate, and that this does more to create the proper atmosphere for world collapse than war does."
And he tackled his roast beef with a fierce cut of his knife. "Only Manny could go from unionized to the destruction of civilization in a dozen sentences," said Gonzalo philosophically, and passed his sketch to Henry for delivery to Punch. Punch smiled a little shakily at it, for it emphasized his ears more than a purist might have thought consistent with good looks. Henry put it on the wall with the others. It was perhaps inevitable that the discussion veer from the iniquities of private language to word puzzles,
and Halstead achieved a certain degree of silence over the dessert by demanding to know the English word whose pronunciation changed when it was capitalized. Then, when all had given up, Halstead said slowly, "I would say that Polish becomes Polish, right?" Avalon frowned portentously, his luxuriant eyebrows hunching over his eyes. "At least that isn't as offensive as the usual Polish jokes I can't avoid hearing sometimes." Drake said, his small grey moustache twitching, "We'll try something a little more complicated after the coffee." Avalon darted a suspicious glance in the direction of Punch, and with a look of melancholy on his face watched Henry pour the coffee. Henry said, "Brandy, sir?" Punch looked up and said, "Why, yes, thank you. That was a very good meal, waiter." "I am glad you think so," said Henry. "The Black Widowers are a special concern to this establishment." Drake was striking his water-glass with a spoon. He said, trying to elevate his always fuzzily hoarse voice, "I've got Sam Punch here partly because he worked for the same firm I work for out in New Jersey, though not in the same division. He doesn't know a damn thing about organic chemistry. I know that, because I heard him discuss the subject once. On the other hand, he's a pretty fair-to-middling physicist, I'm told. I've also got him here partly because he's got a problem, and I told him to come down and entertain us with it, and I hope, Jeff, that you have no objections." Geoffrey Avalon twirled his brandy glass gently between two fingers and said grimly, "There are no bylaws to this organization, Jim, so I'll go along with you and try to enjoy myself. But I must say I would like to relax on these evenings, though perhaps it's just the old brain calcifying." "Well, don't worry. We'll let Tom be griller-in-chief." Punch said, "If Mr. Avalon—" Drake said at once, "Pay no attention to Mr. Avalon." And Avalon himself said, "Oh, it's all right, Dr. Punch. The group is kind enough to let me pout on occasion." Trumbull scowled and said, "Well, you all let me get on with it. Dr. Punch, how do you justify your existence?" "Justify it? I suppose you could say that trying to have our civilization last for longer than a generation is a sort of justification." "What does this trying consist of?" "An attempt to find a permanent, safe, and non-polluting energy source." "What kind?" "Fusion energy. Are you going to ask me the details?" Trumbull shook his head. "No, unless they're germane to the problem that's disturbing you." "Only very tangentially, which is good." Punch's voice was reedy, and his words were meticulously pronounced, as though he had at one time had ambitions to become a radio announcer. He said, "Actually, Mr. Rubin's point was a rather good one earlier in the evening. We all do have our private language, sometimes more so than is necessary, and I would not welcome the chance to have to go into great detail on the matter of fusion." Gonzalo, who was wearing a costume in various complementing tones of red, and who dominated the table visually even more than was usually true, muttered, "I wish people would stop saying that Rubin is right." "You want them to lie?" demanded Rubin, head thrown up at once and his sparse beard bristling. "Shut up, you two!" shouted Trumbull. "Dr. Punch, let me tell you what I know about fusion energy, and you stop me if I'm too far off base. It's a kind of nuclear energy produced when you force small atoms to combine into larger ones. You use heavy hydrogen out of the ocean, fuse it to helium, and produce energy that will last us for many millions of years." "Yes, it's roughly as you say." "But we don't have it yet, do we?" "No, as of today, we don't have it." "Why not, Doctor?" Mr. Trumbull, I take it you don't want a 2-hour lecture." "No, sir. How about a 2-minute lecture?" Punch laughed. "About 2 minutes is all anyone will sit still for. The trouble is we have to heat up our fuel to a minimum temperature of 45 million degrees centigrade, which is about 80 million Fahrenheit. Then we have to keep the fusion fuel, heavy hydrogen, as you say, plus tritium, which is a particularly heavy variety,
at that temperature long enough for it to catch fire, so to speak, and we must keep it all in place with strong magnetic fields while this is happening. So far, we can't get the necessary temperature produced quickly enough, or hold the magnetic field in being long enough for the fusion fuel to ignite. Delivering energy by laser may be another bet, but we need stronger lasers than we have so far, or stronger and better designed magnetic fields than we now have. Once we manage it and do ignite the fuel, that will be an important breakthrough, but God knows there will remain plenty of engineering problems to solve before we can actually begin to run the Earth by fusion energy.
Trumbull said, "When do you think we'll get to that first breakthrough? When do you think we'll have ignition?"
It's hard to say. American and Soviet physicists have been inching forward toward it for a quarter of a century. I think they've almost reached it. 5 years more, maybe. But there are imponderables. A lucky intuition might bring it this year. Unforeseen difficulties may carry us into the 21st century.
Halstead broke in. "Can we wait till the 21st century?"
"Wait," said Punch.
"You say you are trying to have civilization last more than a generation. That sounds as though you don't think we can wait for the 21st century.
"I see. I wish I could be optimistic on this point, sir," said Punch gravely, "but I can't. At the rate we're going, our petroleum will be pretty much used up by 2000. Going back to coal will present us with a lot of problems, and leaning on breeder fission reactors will involve the getting rid of enormous quantities of radioactive wastes. I would certainly feel uncomfortable if we don't end up with working fusion reactors by, say, 2010.
"Après moi le déluge," said Avalon.
Punch said with a trace of acerbity, "The deluge may well come after your time, Mr. Avalon. Do you have any children?"
Avalon, who had 2 children and several grandchildren, looked uncomfortable and said, "But fusion energy may stave off the deluge, and I take it your feelings about the arrival of fusion are optimistic."
"Yes, there I tend to be optimistic."
Trumbull said, "Well, let's get on with it. You're working at Jim Drake's firm. I always thought of that as one of these drug supply houses." "It's a hell of a lot more than that," said Drake, looking dolefully at what was left of a cigarette package, as though wondering whether he ought to set fire to another one, or rest for 10 minutes.
Punch said, "Jim works in the organic chemistry section. I work on plasma physics." Reuben said, "I was down there once visiting Jim, and took a tour of the plant. I didn't see any tokamaks." "What's a tokamak?" asked Gonzalo at once.
Punch said,
"It's a device within which stable magnetic fields, pretty stable anyway, can be set up to confine the superhot gas. No, we don't have any. We're not doing anything of the sort. We're more or less at the theoretical end of it. When we think up something that looks hopeful, we have arrangements with some of the large installations that will allow it to be tried out."
Gonzalo said, "What's in it for the firm?"
"We're allowed to do some basic research. There's always use for it. The firm produces fluorescent tubes of various sorts, and anything we find about the behavior of hot gases, plasma it's called, and magnetic fields may always help in the production of cheaper and better fluorescents. That's the practical justification of our work."
Trumbull said, "Have you come up with anything that looks hopeful? In fusion, I mean, not in fluorescence."
Punch began a smile and let it wipe off slowly. "That's exactly it. I don't know."
Halstead placed his hand on the pink area of baldness in the forepart of his skull and said,
"Is that the problem you've brought us?"
"Yes," said Punch.
"Well then, Doctor, suppose you tell us about it."
Punch cleared his throat and pursed his lips for a moment, looking about at the men at the banquet table, and leaning to one side in order to allow Henry to refill his coffee cup.
"Jim Drake," he said, "has explained that everything said in this room is confidential, that everyone," his eye rested briefly on Henry, "is to be trusted. I'll speak freely, then. I have a colleague working at the firm. His name is Matthew Revsov, and Drake knows him."
Drake nodded. Met him at your house once.
Punch said, Revsov is halfway between brilliance and madness, which is sometimes a good thing for a theoretical physicist. It means, though, that he's erratic and difficult to deal with at times. We've been good friends, mostly because our wives have gotten along together particularly well. It became one of those family things where the children on both sides use us almost interchangeably as parents, since we have houses in the same street. Revsov is now in the hospital. He's been there 2 months. I'll have to explain that it's a mental hospital, and that he had a violent episode which put him into it, and there's no point in going into the details of that. However, the hospital is in no hurry to let him go, and that creates a problem. I went to visit him about a week after he had been hospitalized. He seemed perfectly normal, perfectly cheerful. I brought him up to date on some of the work going on in the department, and he had no trouble following me. But then he wanted to speak to me privately. He insisted the nurse leave and that the door be closed. He swore me to secrecy, and told me he knew exactly how to design a tokamak in such a way as to produce a totally stable magnetic field that would contain a plasma of moderate densities indefinitely. He said something like this: I worked it out last month. That's why I've been put here. Naturally, the Soviets arranged it. The material is in my home safe. The diagrams, the theoretical analysis, everything. Reuben, who had been listening with an indignant frown, interrupted. Is that possible? Is he the kind of man who could do that? Was the work at the stage where such an advance— Punch smiled wearily. How can I answer that? The history of science is full of revolutionary advances that required small insights that anyone might have had, but that, in fact, only one person did. I'll tell you this, though. When someone in a mental hospital tells you that he has something that has been eluding the cleverest physicists in the world for nearly 30 years, and that the Russians are after him, you don't have a very great tendency to believe it. All I tried to do was soothe him. But my effort to do that just excited him. He told me he planned to have the credit for it. He wasn't going to have anyone stealing priority while he was in the hospital. I was to stand guard over the home safe and make sure that no one broke in. He was sure that Russian spies would try to arrange a break-in, and he kept saying over and over again that I was the only one he could trust, and as soon as he got out of the hospital he would announce the discovery and prepare a paper so that he could safeguard his priority. He said he would allow me co-authorship. Naturally, I agreed to everything just to keep him quiet, and got the nurse back in as soon as I could. Halstead said, American and Soviet scientists are cooperating in fusion research, aren't they? Yes, of course, said Punch. The tokamak itself is of Soviet origin. The business of Russian spies is just Revsov's overheated fantasy. Reuben said, Have you visited him since? Quite a few times. He sticks to his story. It bothers me. I don't believe him. I think he's mad. And yet something inside me says, what if he isn't? What if there's something in his home safe that the whole world would give its collective eye teeth for? Halstead said, When he gets out. Punch said, It's not that easy. Any delay is risky. This is a field in which many minds are eagerly busy. On any particular day, someone else may make Revsov's discovery, assuming that Revsov has really made one, and he will then lose priority and credit, and a Nobel Prize for all I know. And to take the broader view, the firm will lose a considerable amount of reflected credit and the chance at a substantial increase in its prosperity. Every employee of the firm will lose the chance of benefiting from what general prosperity increase the firm might have experienced. So, you see, gentlemen, I have a personal stake in this, and so has Jim Drake, for that matter. But even beyond that, the world is in a race that it may not win. Even if we do get the answer to a stable magnetic field, there will be a great deal of engineering to work through, as I said before, and at the very best it will be years before fusion energy is really available to the world, years we might not be able to afford. In that case, it isn't safe to lose any time at all waiting for Revsov to get out. Gonzalo said, If he's getting out soon, but he isn't. That's the worst of it. said Punch. "He may never come out. He's deteriorating."
Avalon said in his deep, solemn voice, "I take it, sir, that you have explained the advantages of prompt action to your friend."
"That I have," said Punch. "I've explained it as carefully as I could. I said we would open the safe before legal witnesses, and bring everything to him for his personal signature. We would leave the originals and take copies. I explained what he himself might possibly lose by delay. All that happened was that well, in the end, he attacked me. I've been asked not to visit him again till further notice."
Gonzalo said, "What about his wife? Does she know anything about this? You said she was a good friend of your wife's."
"So she is.
She is a wonderful girl, and she understands perfectly the difficulty of the situation. She agrees that the safe should be opened." "Has she talked to her husband?" asked Gonzalo.
Punch hesitated. "Well, no. She hasn't been allowed to see him. This is ridiculous, but I can't help it. He claims Barbara, his wife, is in the pay of the Soviet Union. Frankly, it was Barbara whom when he was put in the hospital—"
"All right," said Trumbull gruffly. "But can't you get Revsov declared incompetent and have the control of the safe transferred to his wife?"
"First, that's a complicated thing. Barbara would have to testify to a number of things she doesn't want to testify to. She loves the man."
Gonzalo said,
"I don't want to sound ghoulish, but you said that Revsov was deteriorating. If he dies, deteriorating mentally, not physically. He's 38 years old, and could live 40 more years and be mad every day of it."
"Eventually, won't his wife be forced to request he be declared incompetent?"
Punch said, "But when will that be? And all this still isn't the problem I want to present. I had explained to Barbara exactly how I would go about it to protect Matt's priority. I would open the safe, and Barbara would initial and date every piece of paper in it. I would photocopy it all, and give her a notarized statement to the effect that I had done this, and that I acknowledged all that I removed to be Revsov's work. The originals and the notarized statement would be returned to the safe, and I would work with the copies. You see, she had told me at the very start that she had the combination. It was a matter of first overcoming my own feelings that I was betraying a trust, and secondly overcoming her scruples. I didn't like it, but I felt I was serving a higher cause, and in the end Barbara agreed. We decided that if Revsov was ever sane enough to come home, he would agree we had done the right thing, and his priority would be protected."
Trumbull said, "I take it you opened the safe, then?"
"No," said Punch, "I didn't. I tried the combination Barbara gave me, and it didn't work. The safe is still closed."
Halstead said,
"You could blow it open." Punch said, "I can't bring myself to do that. It's one thing to be given the combination by the man's wife. It's another to—"
Halstead shook his head.
"I mean, can't Mrs. Revsov ask that it be blown open?" Punch said, "I don't think she would ask that. It would mean bringing in outsiders. It would be an act of violence against Revsov in a way, and—" "Why doesn't the combination work? That's the problem."
Trumbull put his hand on the table and leaned forward. "Dr. Punch, are you asking us to answer that question? To tell you how to use the combination you have?"
"More or less."
"Do you have the combination with you?"
"You mean the actual slip of paper that has the combination written upon it? No. Barbara keeps that, and I see her point. However, if you want it written down, that's no problem. I remember it well enough." He brought out a little notebook from his inner jacket pocket, tore off a sheet of paper, and wrote rapidly. "There it is. 12R 2715.
Trumbull glanced at it solemnly, then passed the paper to Halstead on his left. It made the rounds and came back to him. Trumbull folded his hands and stared solemnly at the bit of paper. He said, "How do you know this is the combination to the safe?"
"Barbara says it is."
Doesn't it seem unlikely to you, Dr. Punch, that the man you described would leave the combination lying about? With the combination available, he might as well have an unlocked safe. This row of symbols may have nothing to do with the safe.
Punch sighed. That's not the way of it. It isn't as though the safe ever had anything of intrinsic value in it. There's nothing of great intrinsic value in Revsov's house altogether, or in mine, for that matter. We're not rich, and we're not very subject to burglary. Revsov got the safe about 5 years ago and had it installed because he thought he might keep papers there. He had this fetish about losing priority even then, but it wasn't till recently that it reached the point of paranoia. He did make a note of the combination for his own use, so he wouldn't lock himself out. Barbara came across it one day and asked what it was, and he said that it was the combination to his safe. She said, well, don't leave it lying around, and she put it in a little envelope in one of her own drawers, feeling he might need it some day. He never did, apparently, and I'm sure he must have forgotten all about it. But she didn't forget, and she says she is certain it has never been disturbed. Reuben said, he might have had the combination changed. That would have meant a locksmith in the house. Barbara says she is certain it never happened.
Trumbull said, is that all there was written on the page? Just 6 numbers and a letter of the alphabet?
That's all.
What about the back of the sheet?
Nothing.
Trumbull said, you understand, Dr. Punch, this isn't a code, and I'm not expert on combination locks. What does the lock look like?
Very ordinary. I'm sure Revsov could not afford a really fancy safe. There's a circle with numbers around it from 1 to 30, and a knob with a little pointer in the middle. Barbara has seen Matt at the safe, and there's no great shakes to it. He turns the knob and pulls it open.
She's never done that herself?
No, she says she hasn't.
She can't tell you why the safe doesn't open when you use the combination?
No, she can't. And yet it seems straightforward enough. Most of the combination locks I've dealt with, all of them in fact, have knobs that you turn first in one direction, then in the other, then back in the first direction again. It seems clear to me that, according to the combination, I should turn the knob to the right till the pointer is at 12, then left to 27, then right again to 15.
Trumbull said thoughtfully, I can't see that it could mean anything else either.
But it doesn't work, said Punch. I turned 12, 27, 15 a dozen times. I did it carefully, making sure that the little pointer was centered on each line. I tried making extra turns, right to 12, then left 1 full turn, and then to 27, then right 1 full turn, and then to 15. I tried making 1 full turn in one direction and not in the other. I tried other tricks, jiggling the knob, pressing it. I tried everything. Gonzalo said, grinning, Did you say open sesame? It didn't occur to me to do so, said Punch, not grinning, but if it had, I would have tried it. Barbara says she never noticed him do anything special, but of course it could have been something unnoticeable, and for that matter she didn't watch him closely. It wouldn't occur to her that she'd have to know some day. Halstead said, Let me look at that again. He stared at the combination solemnly. This is only a copy, Dr. Punch. This can't be exactly the way it looked. It seems clear here, but you might be copying it just as you thought it was. Isn't it possible that some of the numbers in the original might be equivocal, so that you might mistake a 7 for a 1, for instance? No, said Punch, shaking his head vigorously. There's no chance of a mistake there, I assure you. Now, what about the spaces? Said Halstead. Was it spaced exactly like that? Punch reached for the paper and looked at it again. Oh, I see what you mean. No, as a matter of fact, there were no spaces. I put them in because that was how I thought of it. Actually, the original is a solid line of symbols with no particular spacing. It doesn't matter, though, does it? You can't divide it any other way. I'll write it down for you without spaces. He wrote a second time under the first and shoved it across the table to Halstead. 12R2715. He said, You can't divide it any other way. You can't have a 271 or a 715. The numbers don't go higher than 30. Well, now,
muttered Halstead. "Never mind the numbers. What about the letter R?" He licked his lips, obviously enjoying the clear atmosphere of suspense that had now centered upon him. "Suppose we divide the combination this way. 1-2, R-27, 1-5. He held it up for Punch to see, and then for the others. "In this division, it's the 27 which would have the sign for right, so it's the two other numbers that turn left. In other words, the numbers are 12, 27, and 15, all right, but you turn left, right, left, instead of right, left, right." Gonzalo protested.
"Why put the R there?"
Halstead said,
"All he needs is the minimum reminder. He knows what the combination is. If he reminds himself the middle number is right, he knows the other two are left."
Gonzalo said, "But that's no big deal. If he just puts down the three numbers, it's either left, right, left, or else it's right, left, right. If one doesn't work, he tries the other. Maybe the R stands for something else." "I can't think what," said Punch gloomily.
Halstead said,
"The symbol couldn't be something other than an R, could it, Dr. Punch?"
"Absolutely not," said Punch. "I'll admit I didn't think of associating the R with the second number, but that doesn't matter anyway. When the combination wouldn't work right, left, right, I was desperate enough not only to try it left, right, left, but right, 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 and left, left, left. In every case, I tried it with and without complete turns in between. Nothing worked." Gonzalo said, "Why not try all the combinations? There can only be so many." Reuben said, "Figure out how many, Mario. The first number can be anything from 1 to 30 in either direction. So can the second. So can the third. The total number of possible combinations, if any direction is allowed for any number, is 60 times 60 times 60, or over 200,000.
"I think I'll blow it open before it comes to trying them all," said Punch in clear disgust. Trumbull turned to Henry, who had been standing at the sideboard, an intent expression on his face. "Have you been following all this, Henry?" Henry said, "Yes, sir, but I haven't actually seen the figures." Trumbull said, "Do you mind, Dr. Punch? He's the best man here, actually." He handed over the slip with the three numbers written in three different ways. Henry studied them gravely and shook his head. "I'm sorry. I had a thought, but I see I'm wrong." "What was the thought?" asked Trumbull. "It had occurred to me that the letter R might have been in the small form. I see it's a capital." Punch looked astonished. "Wait, Henry, does it matter?" "It might, sir. We don't often think it does, but Mr. Halstead explained earlier in the evening that Polish becomes Polish, changing pronunciation simply because of a capitalization." Punch said slowly, "But you know, it is a small letter in the original. It never occurred to me to produce it that way. I always use capitals when I print." "How odd." There was a faint smile on Henry's face. He said, "Would you write the combination with a small letter, sir?" Punch, flushing slightly, wrote 1-2, lowercase r, 2715. Henry looked at it and said, "As long as it is a small r, after all, I can ask a further question. Are there any other differences between this and the original?" "No," said Punch. Then defensively, "No significant differences of any kind. The matter of the spacing and the capitalization hasn't changed anything, has it? Of course, the original isn't in my handwriting." Henry said quietly, "Is it in anyone's handwriting, sir?" "What?" "I mean, is the original typewritten, Dr. Punch?" Dr. Punch's flush deepened. "Yes, now that you ask, it was typewritten. That doesn't mean anything either. If there were a typewriter here, I would typewrite it for you, though of course it might not be the same make of typewriter that typed out the original." Henry said, "There is a typewriter in the office on this floor. Would you care to type it, Dr. Punch?" "Certainly," said Punch defiantly.
He was back in 2 minutes, during which time not one word was said by anyone at the table. He presented the paper to Henry, with the typewritten series of numbers under the 4 lines of handwritten ones. 12 lowercase r 2715. Henry said, "Is this the way it looked now? The typewriter that did the original did not have a particularly unusual typeface?" "No, it didn't. What I have typed looks just like the original." Henry passed the paper to Trumbull, who looked at it and passed it on. Henry said, "If you open the safe, you are very likely to find nothing of importance, I suppose." "I suppose it, too," snapped Punch. "I'm almost sure of it. It will be disappointing, but much better than standing here wondering." "In that case, sir," said Henry, "I would like to say that Mr. Rubin spoke of private languages early in the evening. The typewriter has a private language, too. The standard typewriter uses the same symbol for the numeral 1 and the small form of the 12th letter of the alphabet. If you had wanted to abbreviate left and right by the initial letters in handwriting, there would have been no problem, since neither form of the handwritten letter is confusing. If you had used a typewriter and abbreviated it in capitals, it would have been clear. Using small letters, it is possible to read the combination as 12 right, 27, 15, or possibly 12 right 27, 15, or as left 2, right 27, left 5. The 1 in 12 and 15 is not the numeral 1, but a small version of the letter L, and stands for left. Revsov knew what he was typing, and it didn't confuse him. It could confuse others. Punch looked at the symbols open-mouthed. "How did I miss that?" Henry said, "You spoke earlier of insights that anyone might make, but that only one actually does. It was Mr. Gonzalo who had the key." "Aye," said Gonzalo strenuously. "Mr. Gonzalo wondered why there should be one letter," said Henry, "and it seemed to me he was right. Dr. Revsov would surely indicate the directions for all or for none. Since one letter was indubitably present, I wondered if the other 2 might not be also." 7. The One and Only East. I don't like to cheat in presenting the views of my characters. Shakespeare has the Duke of Gloucester, later Richard III, openly announce himself to be a villain, but however dramatically necessary that might be, I disapprove. No one thinks of himself as a villain. Someone may seem a villain to us, but the villain himself can always find some specious argument, even if it's only everyone does it, that excuses himself to himself. Consequently, I do my best to have all characters present their point of view as skillfully as possible, even characters whom I lack personal sympathy for. In this story I do not agree in the slightest with Ralph Murdoch's point of view, but so well do I have him argue that he beats down all objections by the Black Widowers. I found myself rather discomfited by that, but decided to accept it as a testimony to my literary intellectual honesty. I like being made to look skillful and honest, and so I like the story for that reason. Mario Gonzalo, host of the month's Black Widowers banquet, was resplendent in his scarlet blazer, but looked a little disconsolate nevertheless. He said in a low voice to Geoffrey Avalon, the patent attorney, "He's sort of a deadhead, Jeff, but he's got an interesting problem. He's my landlady's cousin, and we were talking about it, and I thought, well, hell, it could be interesting." Avalon, on his first drink, bent his dark brows disapprovingly and said, "Is he a priest?" "No," said Gonzalo, "not a Catholic priest. I think what you call him is elder. He's a member of some small uptight sect, which reminds me that I had better ask Tom to go a little easy on his language." Avalon's frown remained. "You know, Mario, if you invite a man solely on the basis of his problem, and without any personal knowledge of him whatever, you could be letting us in for a very sticky evening. Does he drink?" "I guess not,"
said Mario. "He asked for tomato juice."
"Does that mean we don't drink?"
Avalon took an unaccustomedly vigorous sip. "Of course we drink."
"You're the host, Mario. But I suspect the worst."
The guest, standing against the wall, was dressed in a somber black and wore a mournful expression which may have been merely the result of the natural downward slant of the outer corners of his eyes. His face almost glistened with a recent close shave, and bore a pallor that might merely have been the contrast with his dark clothes. His name was Ralph Murdoch. Emmanuel Rubin, his spectacle-magnified eyes glaring and his sparse beard vibrating with the energy of his speech, had taken the measure of the man at once, and had managed to maneuver the discussion into a sharp analysis of the nature of the Trinity, almost before the meal had been fairly begun. Murdoch seemed unmoved, and his face remained as calm as that of Henry, the club waiter, who performed his functions as imperturbably as ever.
"The mistake," said Murdoch, "usually made by those who want to discuss the mysteries in terms of ordinary logic is to suppose that the rules that originate from observation of the world of sense impression apply to the wider universe beyond. To some extent they may, but how can we know where and how they do not?"
Rubin said, "That's an evasion."
"It is not," said Murdoch, "and I'll give you an example within the world of sense impression. We obtain our common-sense notions of the behavior of objects from the observation of things of moderate size, moving at moderate speeds and existing at moderate temperatures. When Albert Einstein worked a scheme for a vast universe and enormous velocities, he ended with a picture that seemed against common sense, that is, against the observations we found it easy to make in everyday life."
Rubin said, "Yet Einstein deduced the relativistic universe from sense impressions and observations that anyone could make."
"Provided," said Murdoch smoothly, "that instruments were used which were unknown to man some centuries earlier. The observations we can now make and the effects we can now produce would seem to mankind a few centuries ago like the result of wizardry, magic, or even, perhaps, revelation, if these things were made apparent without the proper introduction in education."
"Then you think," said Rubin, "that the revelation that has faced man with a trinity now incomprehensible may make sense in a kind of super-relativity of the future?"
"Possibly," said Murdoch.
"Or possibly it makes sense in a kind of super-relativity that was reached by man long ago, through the short-circuiting of mere reason and the use of more powerful instruments for gaining knowledge." With open delight the others joined in the battle, everyone in opposition to Murdoch, who seemed oblivious to the weight of the forces against him. With an unchanging expression of melancholy and with unmoved politeness, he answered them all without any sense of urgency or annoyance. It was all the more exciting in that it did not deal with matters that could be settled by reference to the club library. Over the dessert, Trumbull, with a careful mildness of vocabulary that was belied by the ferocious wrinkling of his tanned face, said,
"Whatever you can say of reasoning, it has lengthened the average human life by some 40 years in the last century. The forces beyond reason, whatever they may be, have been unable to lengthen it a minute."
Murdoch said, "That reason has its uses, and seeming benefit no one can deny. It has enabled us to live long, but look round the world, sir, and tell me whether it has enabled us to live decently. And ask yourself further whether length without decency is so unmixed a blessing." By the time the brandy was served and the lances of all had been shivered against Murdoch's calm verbal shield, it seemed almost anticlimactic to have Gonzalo strike his water-glass with his spoon to mark the beginning of the post-dinner grilling. Gonzalo said, "Gentlemen, we have had an unusually interesting dinner, I think." And here he made a brief gesture at Avalon, who sat on his left, one it was well for Murdoch not to have seen. "And it seems to me that our guest has already been put through his hurdles. He has acquitted himself well, and I think even Manny has suspicious signs of egg on his face." "Don't say anything, Manny. As host, I am going to end the grilling then and direct Mr. Murdoch, if he will, to tell us his story." Murdoch, who had ended the dinner with a large glass of milk, and who had refused Henry's offer of coffee and of brandy, said, "It is kind of Mr. Gonzalo to invite me to this dinner, and I must say I have been pleased with the courtesy extended me. I am grateful as well. It is not often I have a chance to discuss matters with unbelievers who are as ready to listen as yourselves. I doubt that I have convinced any of you, but it is by no means my mission to convince you, rather to offer you an opportunity to convince yourselves. My problem, or story, as Mr. Gonzalo has called it, has preyed on my mind these recent weeks. I have confided some of it, in a moment of agony of mind, to Sister Minerva, who is, by the reckoning of the world, a cousin of mine, but a sister by virtue of a common membership in our Church of the Disciples of Holiness. She, for reasons that seemed worthwhile to herself, mentioned it to her tenant, Mr. Gonzalo, and he sought me out and implored me to attend this meeting. He assured me that it was possible you might help me in this problem that preys upon my mind. You may or you may not, that does not matter. The kindness you have already shown me is great enough to make failure in the other matter something of little consequence. Gentlemen, I am an elder of the Church of the Disciples of Holiness. It is a small church, of no importance at all as the world counts importance, but the world's approval is not what we seek. Nor do we look for consolation in the thought that we alone will find salvation. We are perfectly ready to admit that all may find their way to the throne by any of an infinite number of paths. We find comfort only in that our own path seems to us to be a direct and comfortable one, a path that gives us peace, a commodity as rare in the world as it is desirable. I have been a member of the Church since the age of 15, and have been instrumental in bringing into the fold several of my friends and relations. One whom I failed to interest was my Uncle Haskell. It would be easy for me to describe my Uncle Haskell as a sinner, but that word is usually used to describe offences against God, and I consider that to be a useless definition. God's mercy is infinite, and his love is great enough to find offence in nothing that applies to himself only. If the offence were against man, that would be far graver. But here I can exonerate my Uncle Haskell by at least the amount by which I can exonerate mankind generally. One cannot live a moment without in some way harming, damaging, or at the very least inconveniencing a fellow man. But I am sure my Uncle Haskell never intended such harm, damage, or inconvenience. He would have gone a mile out of his way to prevent this, if he knew what was happening, and if prevention were possible. There remains the third class of damage, that of a man against himself, and it was here, I am afraid, that my Uncle Haskell was a sinner. He was a large man, with a Homeric sense of humour and gargantuan appetites. He ate and drank to excess, and womanized as well, yet whatever he did with such gusto that one could be deluded into believing he gained pleasure from his way of life, and fall into the error of excusing him on the grounds that it was far better to enjoy life than to be a sour Puritan, such as myself, who finds a perverse pleasure in gloom. It was this, in fact, that was my Uncle Haskell's defence when I remonstrated with him on one occasion when what might have seemed to himself and to others to have been a glorious spree ended with himself in jail and possessing a mild concussion to boot. He said to me, "What do you know of life, you such-and-such Puritan? You don't drink, you don't smoke, you don't swear, you don't—" Well, I will spare you the list of pleasures in which he found me lacking. You can undoubtedly imagine each one. It may seem sad to you, too, that I miss out on such routes to elevation of the spirit. But my Uncle Haskell, if he knew a dozen ladies of doubtful virtue, had never known the quiet, heart-filling of love. He did not know the pleasurable serenity of quiet contemplation, of reasoned discourse, of communion with the great souls who have left their thoughts behind them. He knew my feelings in this respect, but scorned them. He may have done so the more vehemently because he knew what he had lost. While I was in college, in the days when I first came to know my Uncle Haskell and to love him, he was writing a dissertation on Restoration England. At times he spoke as though he were planning to write a novel, at times a historical exposition. He had a home in Leonia, New Jersey, then. Still had, I should say, for he had been born there, as had his ancestors and mine, back to the Quaker days in colonial times. Well, he lost it, along with everything else. Now, where was I? Yes, in his Leonia home, he built up a library of material on Restoration England, in which he found, I honestly believe, more pleasure than in any of the sensualities that eventually claimed him. It was his addiction to gambling that did the real damage. It was the first of the passions he called pleasures that he took to extremes. It cost him his home and his library. It cost him his work, both that in which he made his living as an antique dealer and that in which he found his joy as an amateur historian. His sprees, however rowdily joyful, left him in the hospital, the jail, or the gutter, and I was not always there to find and extricate him at once. What kept him going was the erratic nature of his chief vice, for occasionally he made some fortunate wager, or turned up a lucky card, and then for a day or for a month he would be well-to-do. At those times he was always generous. He never valued money for itself, nor clung to it in the face of another's need, which would have been a worse vice than any he possessed, so that the good times never lasted long, nor served as any base for the renewal of his former, worthier life. And, as it happened, toward the end of his life he made the killing of a lifetime. I believe it is called a killing, which is reasonable, since the language of vice has a peculiar violence of its own. I do not pretend to understand how it was done, except that several horses, each unlikely to win, nevertheless won, and my Uncle Haskell so arranged his bets that each winning horse greatly multiplied what had already been multiplied. He was left, both by his standards and mine, a wealthy man, but he was dying, and knew he would not have time to spend the money in his usual fashion. What occurred to him then was to leave the world in the company of a huge joke, a joke in which the humor rested in what he conceived to be my corruption, though I'm sure he didn't look upon it that way. He called me to his bedside and said to me something which, as nearly as I can remember, was this: "Now, Ralph, my boy, don't lecture me. You see for yourself that I am virtuous now. Lying here, I can't do any of the terrible things you deplore, except perhaps to swear a little. I can only find time and occasion now to be as virtuous as you, and my reward is that I am to die. But I don't mind, Ralph, because I've got more money now than I've had at one time for many years, and I will be able to throw it away in a brand-new fashion. I am willing it to you, nephew." I began to protest that I preferred his health and his true reform to his money, but he cut me off. "No, Ralph, in your twisted way you have tried your best for me, and have helped me even though you disapproved of me so strongly, and could have no hope of a reasonable return either in money or in conversion. On top of that, you're my only relative, and you should get the money, even if you had done nothing at all for me." Again I tried to explain that I had helped him as a human being, and not as a relative, and that I had not done so as a kind of business investment, but again he cut me off. He was having difficulty speaking, and I did not wish to prolong matters unduly. He said, "I will leave you $50,000, free and clear. Matters will be so arranged that all legal expenses and all taxation will be taken care of. I have already discussed this with my lawyer. With your way of life, I don't know what you can possibly do with the money other than stare at it, but if that gives you pleasure, I'll leave you to it." I said gently, "Uncle Haskell, a great deal of good can be done with $50,000, and I will spend it in ways that the disciples of holiness will find fitting and useful. If this displeases you, then do not leave the money to me." He laughed then, a feeble effort, and fumbled for my hand in a way that made it clear how weak he had grown. I had not seen him for a year, and in that interval he had gone downhill at an incredible pace. The doctors said that a combination of diabetes and cancer, treated inadequately, had advanced too rapidly across the bastions of his pleasure-riddled body, heaven help him, and left him with nothing but the hope of a not-too-prolonged time of dying. It was on himself and the horse races that he had made a simultaneous killing. He clutched my hand weakly and said, "No, do whatever you want with the money. Hire someone to sing psalms.
Give it away, a penny at a time, to 5 million bums. If that's your business, I don't care. But, Ralph, there's a catch to all this, a very amusing catch. A catch? What kind of catch? It was all I could think of to ask. Why, Ralph, my boy, I'm afraid you will have to gamble for the money. He patted my hand and laughed again. It will be a good, straight gamble, with the odds 5 to 1 against you. My lawyer, he went on, has an envelope in which is located the name of a city, a nice, sealed envelope, which he won't open till you come to him with the name of a city. I will give you 6 cities to choose from, and you will select one of these. One. If the city you select matches the one in the envelope, you get $50,000. If it does not match, you get nothing, and the money goes to various charities. My kind of charities. This is not a decent thing to do, Uncle, I said, rather taken aback. Why not, Ralph? All you have to do is guess the city and you have a great deal of money. And if you guess wrong, you lose nothing. You can't ask better than that. My suggestion is that you number the cities from 1 to 6, then roll a die and pick the city corresponding to the number you roll. A sporting chance, Ralph. His eyes seemed to glitter, perhaps at the picture of myself rolling dice for money. I felt that sharply, and I said, shaking my head, Uncle Haskell, it is useless to place this condition on me. I will not play games with the universe or abdicate the throne of conscience in order to allow chance to make my decisions for me. Either leave me the money, if that pleases you, or do not leave it, if that pleases you. He said, Why do you think of it as playing games with the universe? Don't you accept what men call chance to be really God's will? You have said that often enough. Well, then, if he thinks you worthy, you will get the money. Or don't you trust him? I said, God is not a man that he may be put to the test. My Uncle Haskell was growing feebler. He withdrew his arm and let it rest passively on the blanket. He said in a while, Well, you'll have to. If you don't supply my lawyer with your choice within 30 days of my death, it will all go to my charities. Come, 30 days gives you enough time. We all have our weaknesses, gentlemen, and I am not always free of pride. I could not allow myself to be forced to dance to my Uncle Haskell's piping merely in order to get the money. But then I thought that I could use the money, not for myself, but for the church, and perhaps I had no right to throw it away out of pride in my virtue, when so much would be lost in the process. But pride won. I said, I'm sorry, Uncle Haskell, but in that case the money will have to go elsewhere. I will not gamble for it. I rose to go, but his hand motioned, and I did not yet turn away. He said, All right, my miserable nephew. I want you to have the money, I really do. So if you lack sporting blood and can't take your honest chance with fate, I will give you one hint. If you penetrate it, you will know which city it is, beyond doubt, I think, and you will not be gambling when you hand in that name. I did not really wish to prolong the discussion, and yet I hated to abandon him and leave him desolate if I could avoid doing so. I said, What is this hint? He said, You will find the answer in the one and only East. The one and only East. The one and only East, I repeated. Very well, Uncle Haskell, I will consider it. Now let us talk of other things. I made as though to sit down again, but the nurse entered and said it was time for my Uncle Haskell to rest. And indeed I thought it was. He seemed worn to the last thread. He said, Saved a sermon by the Almighty, and laughed in a whisper. I said, Goodbye, Uncle Haskell, I will come again. When I reached the door he called out, Don't jump too soon, nephew. Think it over carefully. The one and only East. That is the story, gentlemen.
My uncle died 27 days ago. Within 3 days, by this coming Monday, I must give my choice to the lawyer. I suspect I will not give that choice, for my Uncle Haskell's clue means nothing to me, and I will not choose a city as a mere gamble. I will not. There was a short silence after Murdoch had finished his tale. James Drake puffed thoughtfully on his cigarette. Tom Trumbull scowled at his empty brandy glass. Roger Halstead doodled on his napkin. Geoffrey Avalon sat bolt upright and looked blank. Emmanuel Rubin shook his head slowly from side to side. Gonzalo broke the silence uneasily, perhaps thinking it his duty to do so as the host. He said, "Do you mind telling us the names of the 6 cities, Mr. Murdoch?" "Not at all, Mr. Gonzalo. Since you asked me to come here in order that I might possibly be helped, and since I agreed to come, I obviously seek help. With that in view, I must answer any honorable question. The names of the cities as I received them from the lawyer on the day of my Uncle Haskell's death are on this paper. You'll notice it is on the lawyer's stationery. It is the paper he gave me." He passed it on to Gonzalo. Aside from the lawyer's letterhead, it contained only the typed list of 6 cities in alphabetical order. Anchorage, Alaska. Athens, Georgia. Augusta, Maine. Canton, Ohio. Easton, Pennsylvania. Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Gonzalo passed it round. When he received it back, he called, "Henry?" Then to Murdoch, "Our waiter is a member of the club. You have no objection to his seeing the list, I hope?" "I have no objection to anyone seeing it," said Murdoch. Avalon cleared his throat. "Before we launch ourselves into speculation, Mr. Murdoch, it is only fair to ask if you have given the matter some thought yourself." Murdoch's sorrowful face grew thoughtful. His lips pressed together and his eyes blinked. He said in a soft, almost shamefaced voice, "Gentlemen, I would like to tell you that I have resisted temptation completely, but the fact is I have not. I have thought at times, and tried to convince myself that one city or another fits my Uncle Haskell's hint, so that I can offer it to the lawyer on Monday with a clear conscience. On occasion I have settled on one or another of the cities on the list, but each time it was merely a case of fooling myself, of compromising, of pretending I was not gambling when I was." Reuben said, with a face innocently blank, "Have you prayed, Mr. Murdoch? Have you sought divine guidance?" For a moment it seemed as though Murdoch's careful armor had been pierced, but only for a moment. After that slight pause, he said, "If that were appropriate in this case, I would have seen a solution without a prayer. In God's eyes, it is my needs that count, and not my desires, and he knows my needs without my having to inform him." Reuben said, "Have you tried to approach the problem using the inferior weapon of reason?" "I have, of course," said Murdoch. "In a casual way. I have tried to resist being drawn into it too deeply. I mistrust myself, I fear." Reuben said, "And have you come to any favourite conclusion? You've said that you have been unable to settle on any one city definitely, to the point where you would consider its choice as no longer representing a gamble. But do you lean in one direction or another?" "I have leaned in one direction at one time, and in another direction at another. I cannot honestly say that any one of the cities is my favourite. With your permission, I will not tell you the thoughts that have struck me, since it is your help I seek, and I would prefer you to reach your conclusions, or hypotheses, uninfluenced by my thoughts. If you miss anything I have thought of, I will tell you." "Fair enough," said Gonzalo, smoothing down one collar of his blazer with an air of absent self-satisfaction. "I suppose we have to consider whether any of those cities is the one and only East." Murdoch said, "I would think so." "In that case," said Gonzalo, "pardon me for mentioning the obvious,
but the word east occurs only in Easton. It is the one and only east.
Oddly enough, said Murdoch dryly, I had not failed to notice that, Mr. Gonzalo. It strikes me as obvious enough to be ignored. My Uncle Haskell also said, don't jump too soon.
Ah, said Gonzalo, but that might just be to throw you off. The real gambler has to know when to bluff, and your uncle could well have been bluffing. If he had a real rotten kind of humor, it would have seemed fun for him to give you the answer, let it lie right there, and then scare you out of accepting it.
Murdoch said, That may be so. But that sort of thing would mean I would have to penetrate my Uncle Haskell's mind and see whether he was capable of a double cross or something like that. It would be a gamble, and I won't gamble. Either the hint, properly interpreted, makes the matter so plain that it is no longer a gamble, or it is worthless. In short, Easton may be the city, but if so, I will believe it only for some reason stronger than the mere occurrence of East in its name. Halstead, leaning forward toward Murdoch, said,
I think no gambler worth his salt would set up a puzzle with so easy a solution as the connection between East and Easton. That's just misdirection. Let me point out something a little more reasonable and a little more compelling. Of the 6 cities mentioned, I believe Augusta is easternmost. Certainly it is in the state of Maine, which is the easternmost of the 50 states. Augusta has to be the one and only east, and beyond any doubt.
Drake shook his head violently.
Quite wrong, Roger, quite wrong. It's just a common superstition that Maine is the easternmost state. Not since 1959. Once Alaska became the 50th state, it became the easternmost state.
Halstead frowned.
Westernmost, you mean, Jim? Westernmost and easternmost, and northernmost, too. Look, the 180-degree longitude line passes through the Aleutian Islands. The islands west of the line are in the eastern hemisphere. They are the only part of the 50 states that are in the eastern hemisphere, and that makes Alaska the easternmost state, the one and only east.
What about Hawaii? Asked Gonzalo.
Hawaii does not reach the 180-degree mark. Even Midway Island, which lies to the west of the state, does not. You can look it up on the map if you wish, but I know I'm right. It doesn't matter whether you're right or not, said Halstead hotly. Anchorage isn't on the other side of the 180-degree line, is it? So it's west, not east. In the case of Augusta, the city is the easternmost of the 6 mentioned.
Murdoch interrupted. Gentlemen, it is not worth arguing the matter. I had thought of the eastern status of Maine, but did not find it compelling enough to convert it into a bid. The fact that one can argue over the matter of Alaska versus Maine, and I admit that the Alaska angle had not occurred to me, removes either from the category of the one and only east. Reuben said,
Besides, from the strictly geographic point, east and west are purely arbitrary terms. North and south are absolute, since there is a fixed point on Earth that is the North Pole and another that is the South Pole. Of any 2 spots on Earth, the one closer to the North Pole is farther north, the other farther south. But of those same 2 spots, neither is farther east or farther west, for you can go from one to the other, or from the other to the one, by traveling either eastward or westward. There is no absolute eastern point or western point on Earth.
Well, then, said Trumbull, where does that get you, Manny?
To the psychological angle. What typifies east to us in the United States is the Atlantic Ocean. Our nation stretches from sea to shining sea, and the only city on the list which is on the Atlantic Ocean is Perth Amboy. Augusta may be farther east geographically, but it is an inland town.
Trumbull said, That's a bunch of nothing at all, Manny. The Atlantic Ocean symbolizes the East to us right now, but through most of the history of Western civilization it represented the West, the far West. It wasn't till after Columbus sailed westward that it became the East to the colonists of the New World. If you want something that's East in the Western tradition, and always has been East, it's China. The first Chinese city to be opened to Western trade was Canton, and the American city of Canton was actually named for the Chinese city. Canton has to be the one and only East.
Avalon lifted his hand and said with majestic severity,
I don't see that at all, Tom. Even if Canton typifies the East by its recall of a Chinese city, why is that the one and only East? Why not Cairo, Illinois, or Memphis, Tennessee, each of which typifies the ancient Egyptian East?
Because those cities aren't on the list, Jeff.
No, but Athens, Georgia is. And if there is one city in all the world that is the one and only East, it is Athens, Greece, the source and home of all the humanistic values we hold dear today, the school of Hellas and of all the West.
Of all the West, you idiot, said Trumbull with sudden ferocity. Athens was never considered the East, either by itself or by others. The first great battle between East and West was Marathon in 490 B.C., and Athens represented the West.
Murdoch interrupted. Besides, why, Uncle Haskell could scarcely have thought I would consider Athens unique, when it has purely secular value. Had he included Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, on his list, I might have chosen it at once, with no sense of gamble. As it is, however, I can only thank you, gentlemen, for your efforts. The mere fact that you come to different conclusions and argue over them shows that each of you must be wrong. If one of you had the real answer, it would be compelling enough to convince the others, and myself as well, at once. It may be, of course, that my Uncle Haskell deliberately gave me a meaningless clue for his own posthumous pleasure. If so, that does not, of course, in the least diminish my gratitude to you for all your hospitality, your company, and your efforts. He would have risen to leave, but Avalon, on his left, put a courteous but none the less authoritative hand on his shoulder.
One moment, Mr. Murdoch. One member of our little band has not yet spoken. Henry, have you nothing to add?
Murdoch looked surprised. Your waiter?
A black widower, as we said earlier. Henry, can you shed any light on this puzzle?
Henry said solemnly, It may be that I can, gentlemen. I was impressed by Mr. Murdoch's earlier argument that reason is sometimes inadequate to reach the truth. Nevertheless, suppose we start with reason, not ours, however, but that of Mr. Murdoch's uncle. I have no doubt that he deliberately chose cities that each represented the East in some ambiguous fashion. But where would he find in that list an unambiguous and compelling reference? Perhaps we would know the answer if we remembered his special interests. Mr. Murdoch did say that at one time he was working on a book concerning Restoration England. I believe that is the latter half of the 17th century.
Charles II, said Reuben, reigned from 1660 to 1685.
I'm sure you are correct, Mr. Reuben, said Henry. All the cities named are in the United States, so I wondered whether we might find something of interest in American history during the Restoration period.
A number of colonies were founded in Charles II's reign, said Reuben.
Was not Carolina one of them, sir? Asked Henry.
Sure. Carolina was named for him, in fact. Charles is Carolus in Latin.
But later on, Carolina proved unwieldy and was split into North Carolina and South Carolina.
That's right. But what has that got to do with the list? There are no cities in it from either Carolina.
True enough. But the thought reminded me that there is also a North Dakota and a South Dakota, and, for that matter, a West Virginia. But there is no American state that has East in its title. Of course, we might speak of East Texas, or of East Kansas, or East Tennessee, but—
More likely to say Eastern,
muttered Halstead. Either way, sir, there would not be a one and only East, but— Gonzalo exploded in sudden excitement.
Wait a minute, Henry. I think I see what you're driving at. If we have the state of West Virginia, the one and only West, then we can consider Virginia to be East Virginia, the one and only East."
"No, you can't," said Trumbull, with a look of disgust on his face. "Virginia has been Virginia for 3.5 centuries. Calling it East Virginia doesn't make it so."
"It would not matter if one did, Mr. Trumbull," said Henry, "since there is no Virginian city on the list." But before abandoning that line of thought, however, I remembered that Mr. Murdoch's uncle lived in New Jersey, and that his ancestors had lived there since colonial times. Memories of my grade school education stirred, for half a century ago we were much more careful about studying colonial history than we are today. It seems to me, and I'm sure Mr. Rubin will correct me if I'm wrong, that at one time in its early history New Jersey was divided into 2 parts, East Jersey and West Jersey, the 2 being separately governed. This did not last a long time, a generation perhaps, and then the single state of New Jersey was reconstituted. East Jersey, however, is the only section of what are now the United States that had East as a part of its official name as colony or state. Murdoch looked interested. His lips lifted in what was almost a smile. "The one and only East." "It could be." "There is more to it than that," said Henry. "Perth Amboy was, in its time, the capital of East Jersey." Murdoch's eyes opened wide. "Are you serious, Henry?" "I am quite certain of this, and I think it is the compelling factor. It was the capital of the one and only East in the list of colonies and states. I do not think you will lose the inheritance if you offer that name on Monday, nor do I think you will be gambling." Reuben said, scowling,
"I said Perth Amboy."
"For a non-compelling reason," said Drake. "How do you do it, Henry?"
Henry smiled slightly. "By abandoning reason for something more certain, as Mr. Murdoch suggested at the start."
"What are you talking about, Henry?" said Avalon. "You worked it out very nicely by a line of neat argument."
"After the fact, sir," said Henry. "While all of you were applying reason, I took the liberty of seeking authority, and turned to the reference shelf we use to settle arguments. I looked up each city in Webster's Geographical Dictionary. Under Perth Amboy, it is clearly stated that it was once the capital of East Jersey." He held out the book, and Reuben snatched it from his hand to check the matter for himself. "It is easy to argue backward, gentlemen," said Henry. 8. The Cross of Lorraine. I've never considered myself as very adept at telling a love story, but in this case Eleanor Sullivan, then managing editor, now editor, of EQMM, Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, was fond of the romantic aspect of the story. This was flattering to me, and at once elevated the story in my esteem. Then, too, there are some things that are quite obvious once pointed out, and are absolutely opaque until then. The point of this story is one of those things. I happened to notice the peculiarity because I was actively looking for something to use in a story, but Eleanor said that an associate failed to see the object even when it stared him in the face. As a result, I think of this as perhaps the best of all the Black Widower stories. Emmanuel Reuben did not, as a general rule, ever allow a look of relief to cross his face. Had one done so, it would have argued a prior feeling of uncertainty or apprehension, sensations he might feel, but would certainly never admit to. This time, however, the relief was unmistakable. It was monthly banquet time for the Black Widowers. Reuben was the host, and it was he who was supplying the guest. And here it was, about 20 minutes after 7, and only now, with but 10 minutes left before the banquet was to start, only now did his guest arrive. Reuben bounded toward him, careful, however, not to spill a drop of his second drink. "Gentlemen," he said, clutching the arm of the newcomer, "my guest, the amazing Larry, spelled Larri. And in a lowered voice, over the hum of pleased to meet yous,
"Where the hell were you?"
Larry muttered, "The subway train stalled," then returned smiles and greetings. "Pardon me," said Henry, the perennial and nonpareil waiter at the Black Widower banquets, "but there is not much time for the guest to have his drink before dinner begins. Would you state your preference, sir?" "A good notion, that," said Larry gratefully. "Thank you, waiter, and let me have a dry martini, but not too darned dry. A little damp, so to speak." "Certainly, sir," said Henry. Reuben said, "I've told you, Larry, that we members all have our ex officio doctorates, so now let me introduce them in nauseating detail. This tall gentleman with a neat moustache, black eyebrows, and straight back is Dr. Geoffrey Avalon. He's a lawyer, and he never smiles. The last time he tried, he was fined for contempt of court." Avalon smiled as broadly as he could and said, "You undoubtedly know Manny well enough, sir, not to take him seriously." "Undoubtedly," said Larry. As he and Reuben stood together, they looked remarkably alike. Both were of a height about 5'5". Both had active, inquisitive faces. Both had straggly beards, though Larry's was longer and was accompanied by a fringe of hair down either side of his face as well. Reuben said, "And here, dressed fit to kill anyone with a real taste for clothing, is our scribble expert, Dr. Mario Gonzalo, who will insist on producing a caricature of you in which he will claim to see a resemblance. Dr. Roger Halstead inflicts pain on junior high students under the guise of teaching them what little he knows of mathematics. Dr. James Drake is a superannuated chemist who once conned someone into granting him a Ph.D. And finally, Dr. Thomas Trumbull, who works for the government in an unnamed job as a code expert, and who spends most of his time hoping Congress doesn't find out." "Manny," said Trumbull wearily, "if it were possible to cast a retroactive blackball, I think you could count on 5. And Henry said, "Gentlemen, dinner is served." It was one of those rare Black Widower occasions when the entree was lobster, rarer now than ever because of the increase in prices. Reuben, who as host bore the cost, shrugged it off. "I made a good paperback sale last month, and we can call this a celebration." "We can celebrate," said Avalon, "but lobster tends to kill conversation. The cracking of claws and shells, the extraction of meat, the dipping in melted butter, takes one's full concentration." And he grimaced with the effort he was putting into the compression of a nutcracker. "In that case," said the amazing Larry, "I shall have a monopoly on the conversation." And he grinned with satisfaction as a large platter of prime rib roast was dexterously placed before him by Henry. "Larry is allergic to seafood," said Reuben. Conversation was indeed subdued, as Avalon had predicted, until the various lobsters had been clearly worsted in culinary battle, and then, finally, Halstead asked, "What makes you amazing, Larry?" "Stage name," said Larry. "I am a prestidigitator, an escapist extraordinaire, and the greatest living exposeur." Trumbull, who was sitting to Larry's right, formed ridges on his bronzed forehead. "What the devil do you mean by exposeur?" Reuben beat a tattoo on his water-glass at this point and said, "No grilling till we've had our coffee." "For God's sake," said Trumbull, "I'm just asking the definition of a word." "Host's decision is final," said Reuben. Trumbull scowled blackly in Reuben's direction. "Then I'll guess the answer. An exposeur is one who exposes fakes, people who, using trickery of one sort or another, pretend to produce effects they attribute to supernatural or paranatural forces." Larry thrust out his lower lip, raised his eyebrows, and nodded his head. "Pretty good for a guess. I couldn't have put it better." Gonzalo said, "You mean that whatever someone did by what he claimed was real magic, you could do by stage magic?" "Exactly," said Larry. "For instance, suppose that some mystic claimed he had the capacity to bend spoons by means of unknown forces. I can do the same by using natural force, this way." He lifted his spoon, and, holding it by its two ends, he bent it half an inch out of true. Trumbull said, "That scarcely counts. Anyone can do it that way." "Ah," said Larry.
But this spoon you saw me bend is not the amazing effect at all. That spoon you were watching merely served to trap and focus the ethereal rays that did the real work. Those rays acted to bend your spoon, Dr. Trumbull." Trumbull looked down and picked up a spoon, which was bent nearly at right angles. "How did you do this?" Larry shrugged. "Would you believe ethereal forces?" Drake laughed, and pushing his dismantled lobster toward the center of the table, lit a cigarette. He said, "Larry did it a few minutes ago with his hands when you weren't looking." Larry seemed unperturbed by exposure. "When Manny banged his glass, Dr. Trumbull, you looked away. I had rather hoped you all would." Drake said, "I know better than to pay attention to Manny." "But," said Larry, "if no one had seen me do it, would you have accepted the ethereal forces?" "Not a chance," said Trumbull. "Even if there had been no way in which you could explain the effect? Here, let me show you something. Suppose you wanted to flip a coin." He fell silent for a moment while Henry passed out the strawberry shortcake, pushed his own out of the way, and said, "Suppose you wanted to flip a coin without actually lifting it and turning it. This penny, for instance. There are a number of ways it could be done. The simplest would be simply to touch it quickly, because, as you all know, a finger is always slightly sticky, especially so at mealtime, so that the coin lifts up slightly as the finger is moved and can be made to flip over. It is tails now, you see. Touch it again, and it is heads." Gonzalo said, "No prestidigitation there, though. We see it flip." "Exactly," said Larry. "And that's why I won't do it that way. Let's put something over it so that it can't be touched or flipped. Suppose we use He looked about the table for a moment and seized a salt shaker. "Suppose we use this." He placed the salt shaker over the coin and said, "Now it is showing heads." "Hold on," said Gonzalo. "How do we know it's showing heads? It could be tails, and then when you reveal it later, you'll say it flipped when it was tails all along." "You're perfectly right," said Larry, "and I'm glad you raised the point. Dr. Drake, you've got eyes that caught me before. Would you check this on behalf of the assembled company? I'll lift the salt shaker, and you tell me what the coin shows." Drake looked and said, "Heads," in his softly hoarse voice. "You'll all take Dr. Drake's word, I hope, gentlemen? Please, watch me place the salt shaker back on the coin, and make sure it doesn't flip in the process." "It didn't," said Drake. "Now, to keep my fingers from slipping while performing this trick, I will put this paper napkin over the salt shaker." Larry molded the paper napkin neatly and carefully over the salt shaker, then said, "But in manipulating this napkin, I caused you all to divert your attention from the penny, and you may think I have flipped it in the process." He lifted the salt shaker with the paper about it and said, "Dr. Drake, will you check the coin again?" Drake leaned toward it. "Still heads," he said. Very carefully and gently, Larry put back the salt shaker, the paper napkin still molded about it, and said, "The coin remained as is?" "Still heads," said Drake. "In that case, I now perform the magic." Larry pushed down on the salt shaker, and the paper collapsed. There was nothing inside. There was a moment of shock, and then Gonzalo said, "Where's the salt shaker?" "In another plane of existence," said Larry airily. "But you said you were going to flip the coin." "I lied." Avalon said, "There's no mystery. He had us all concentrating on the coin as a diversion tactic. When he picked up the salt shaker with a napkin around it to let Jim look at the coin, he just dropped the salt shaker into his hand and placed the empty molded napkin over the coin." "Did you see me do that, Dr. Avalon?" asked Larry. "No, I was looking at the coin, too." "Then you're just guessing," said Larry. Reuben, who had not participated in the demonstration at all, but who had eaten his strawberry shortcake instead, and now waited for the others to catch up, said, "The tendency is to argue these things out logically, and that's impossible.
Scientists and other rationalists are used to dealing with a universe which fights fair. Faced with a mystic who does not, they find themselves maneuvered into believing nonsense, and in the end making fools of themselves. Magicians, on the other hand, Reuben went on, know what to watch for, are experienced enough not to be misdirected, and are not impressed by the apparently supernatural. That's why mystics generally won't perform if they know magicians are in the audience.
Coffee had been served and was being sipped at, and Henry was quietly preparing the brandy, when Reuben sounded the water-glass and said,
"Gentlemen, it is time for the official grilling. Assuming you idiots have left anything to grill. Chuff, will you do the honors today?"
Avalon cleared his throat portentously, and frowned down upon the amazing Larry from under his dark and luxuriant eyebrows. Using his voice in the deepest of its naturally deep register, Avalon said, "It is customary to ask our guests to justify their existences. But if today's guest exposes phony mystics even now and then, I, for one, consider his existence justified and will pass on. The temptation is to ask you how you performed your little disappearing trick of a moment ago, but I quite understand that the ethics of your profession preclude your telling us. Even though everything said here is considered under the rose, and though nothing has ever leaked, I will refrain from such questions. Let me instead, then, ask after your failures. Sir, you describe yourself as an exposeur. Have there been any supposedly mystical demonstrations you have not been able to duplicate in prestidigitous manner, and have not been able to account for by natural means?"
Larry said, "I have not attempted to explain all the effects I have ever encountered or heard of, but where I have studied an effect and made an attempt to duplicate it, I have succeeded in every case."
"No failures?"
"None."
Avalon considered that. But as he prepared for the next question, Gonzalo broke in. His head was leaning on one palm, but the fingers of that hand were carefully disposed in such a way as not to disarray his hair.
He said, "Now, wait, Larry. Would it be right to suggest that you tackled only easy cases? The really puzzling cases you might have made no attempts on?"
"You mean," said Larry, "that I shied away from anything that might spoil my perfect record, or that might upset my belief in the rational order of the universe? If so, you're quite wrong, Dr. Gonzalo. Most reports of apparent mystical powers are dull and unimportant, are crude and patently false. I ignore those. The cases I do take on are precisely the puzzling ones that have attracted attention because of their unusual nature and their apparent divorce from the rational. So you see, the ones I take on are precisely those you suspect I avoid." Gonzalo subsided, and Avalon said, "Larry, the mere fact that you can duplicate a trick by prestidigitation doesn't mean that it couldn't have been performed by the mystic through supernatural means. The fact that human beings can build machines that fly doesn't mean that birds are man-made machines." "Quite right," said Larry. "But mystics lay their claims to supernatural powers on the notion, either expressed or implicit, that there is no other way of producing the effect. If I show that the same effect can be produced by natural means, the burden of proof then shifts to them to show that the effect can be produced after the natural means I have used are made impossible. I don't know of any mystic who has accepted the conditions set by professional magicians to guard against trickery, and who then succeeded." "And nothing has ever puzzled you? Not even the tricks other magicians have developed?"
"Oh, yes, there are effects produced by some magicians that puzzle me in the sense that I don't know quite how they do it. I might duplicate it, but perhaps using a different method. In any case, that's not the point. As long as an effect is produced by natural means, it doesn't matter whether I can reproduce it or not. I am not the best magician in the world. I am just a better magician than any mystic is." Halstead, his high forehead flushed with anxiety, and stuttering slightly in his eagerness to speak, said, "But then nothing would startle you? No disappearance like that you carried through on the salt-shaker?"
"You mean that one?" asked Larry, pointing. There was a salt-shaker in the middle of the table, but no one had seen it placed there. Halstead, thrown off a moment, recovered and said,
"Have you ever been startled by any disappearance? I heard once that magicians have made elephants disappear."
Actually, making elephants disappear is childishly simple. I assure you there's nothing puzzling about disappearances in a magic act." And then a peculiar look crossed Larry's face, a flash of sadness and frustration. "Not in a magic act. Just—" "Yes," said Halstead. "Just what?" "Just in real life," said Larry, smiling and attempting to toss off the remark light-heartedly.
"Just a minute," said Trumbull, "but we don't let that pass. If there has been a disappearance in real life you can't explain, we want to hear about it."
Larry shook his head. "No, Dr. Trumbull, it is not a mysterious disappearance or an inexplicable one. Nothing like that at all. I just lost something and can't find it, and it saddens me."
"The details?" said Trumbull.
"It wouldn't be worth it," said Larry. "It's a silly story and somewhat—" He fell into silence.
"God damn it!" thundered Trumbull. "We all sit here and voluntarily refrain from asking anything that might result in your being tempted to violate your ethics. Would it violate the ethics of the magician's art for you to tell this story?"
"It's not that at all."
"Well then, sir, I repeat what Jeff has told you. Everything said here is in confidence, and the agreement surrounding these monthly dinners is that all questions must be answered. Annie?"
Reuben shrugged. "That's the way it is, Larry. If you don't want to answer the question, we'll have to declare the meeting at an end." Larry sat back in his chair and looked depressed. "I can't very well allow that to happen, considering the fine hospitality I have been shown. I will tell you the story, and you'll find there's nothing to it. I met a woman quite accidentally. I lost touch with her. I can't locate her. That's all there is."
"No," said Trumbull. "That's not all there is. Where and how did you meet her? Where and how did you lose touch with her? Why can't you find her again? We want to know the details."
Gonzalo said, "In fact, if you tell us the details, we may be able to help you." Larry laughed sardonically. "I think not." "You'd be surprised," said Gonzalo. "In the past—"
Avalon said, "Quiet, Mario. Don't make promises we might not be able to keep. Would you give us the details, sir? I assure you we'll do our best to help."
Larry smiled wearily. "I appreciate your offer, but you will see that there is nothing you can do sitting here." He adjusted himself in his seat and said, "I was done with my performance in an upstate town. I'll give you the details when and if you insist, but for the moment they don't matter, except that this happened about a month ago. I had to get to another small town some 150 miles away for a morning show, and that meant a little transportation problem. My magic, unfortunately, is not the kind that can transport me 150 miles in a twinkling, or even conjure up a pair of 7-league boots. I did not have my car with me, just as well, for I don't like to travel the lesser roads at night when I am sleepy, and the net result was that I would have to take a bus that would make more stops than a telegram, and would take nearly 4 hours to make the journey. I planned to catch some sleep while on wheels and make it serve a purpose anyway. But when things go wrong, they go wrong in battalions, so you can guess that I missed my bus, and that the next one would not come along for 2 more hours. There was an enclosed station in which I could wait, one that was as dreary as you could imagine, with no reading matter, except for some fly-blown posters on the wall, no place to buy a paper or a cup of coffee. I thought grimly that it was fortunate it wasn't raining, and settled down to drowse when my luck changed. A woman walked in. I've never been married, gentlemen, and I've never even had what young people today call a meaningful relationship. Some casual attachments, perhaps, but on the whole, though it seems trite to say so, I am married to my art, and find it much more satisfying than women, generally. I had no reason to think that this woman was an improvement on others, but she had a pleasant appearance. She was something over 30, and was just plump enough to have a warm, comfortable look about her, and she wasn't too tall. She looked about and said, smiling, "Well, I've missed my bus, I see." I smiled with her. I liked the way she said it. She didn't fret or whine or act annoyed at the universe. It was a flat, good-humoured statement of fact, and just hearing it cheered me up tremendously, because actually I myself was in the mood to fret and whine and act annoyed.
Now I could be as good-natured as she, and say, "2 of us, madam, so you don't even have the satisfaction of being unique." "So much the better," she said. "We can talk and pass the time that much faster." I was astonished. She did not treat me as a potential rapist or as a possible thief. God knows I am not handsome or even particularly respectable in appearance, but it was as though she had casually penetrated to my inmost character and found it satisfactory. You have no idea how flattered I was. If I were 10 times as sleepy as I was, I would have stayed up to talk to her. And we did talk. Inside of 15 minutes, I knew I was having the pleasantest conversation in my life, in a crummy bus station at not much before midnight. I can't tell you all we talked about, but I can tell you what we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about magic. I can interest anyone by doing tricks, but then it isn't me they're interested in. It's the flying fingers and the patter they like. And while I'm willing to buy attention in that way, you don't know how pleasant it is to get the attention without purchase. She apparently just liked to listen to me, and I know I just liked to listen to her. Fortunately, my trip was not an all-out effort, so I didn't have my large trunk with the show business advertising all over it, just 2 rather large valises. I told her nothing personal about myself, and asked nothing about her. I gathered briefly that she was heading for her brother's place, that he was right on the road, that she would have to wake him up because she had carelessly let herself be late, but she only told me that in order to say that she was glad it had happened. She would buy my company at the price of inconveniencing her brother. I liked that. We didn't talk politics or world affairs or religion or theatre. We talked people, all the funny and odd and peculiar things we had observed about people. We laughed for 2 hours, during which not one other person came to join us. I had never had anything like that happen to me, had never felt so alive and happy, and when the bus finally came at 1:50 a.m., it was amazing how sorry I was. I didn't want the bus to come. I didn't want the night to end. When we got onto the bus, of course, it was no longer quite the same thing, even though it was sufficiently non-full for us to find a double seat we could share. After all, we had been alone in the station, and there we could talk loudly and laugh. On the bus we had to whisper. People were sleeping. Of course, it wasn't all bad. It was a nice feeling to have her so close to me, to be making contact. Despite the fact that I'm rather an old horse, I felt like a teenager. Enough like a teenager, in fact, to be embarrassed at being watched. Immediately across the way were a woman and her young son. He was about 8 years old, I should judge, and he was awake. He kept watching me with his sharp little eyes. I could see those eyes fixed on us every time a street-light shone into the bus, and it was very inhibiting. I wished he were asleep, but, of course, the excitement of being on a bus perhaps was keeping him awake. The motion of the bus, the occasional whisper, the feeling of being quite out of reality, the pressure of her body against mine, it was like confusing dream and fact, and the boundary between sleep and wakefulness just vanished. I didn't intend to sleep, and I started awake once or twice, but then finally, when I started awake one more time, it was clear that there had been a considerable period of sleep, and the seat next to me was empty. Halstead said, "I take it she had gotten off." "I didn't think she had disappeared into thin air," said Larry. Naturally, I looked about. I couldn't call her name because I didn't know her name. She wasn't in the rest room because its door was swinging open. The little boy across the aisle spoke in a rapid high treble, in French. I can understand French reasonably well, but I didn't have to make any effort because his mother was now awake and she translated. She spoke English quite well. She said, "Pardon me, sir, but is it that you are looking for the woman that was with you?" "Yes," I said. "Did you see where she got off?" "Not I, sir. I was sleeping, but my son says that she descended at the place of the Cross of Lorraine." "At the what?" She repeated it.
and so did the child in French. She said, "You must excuse my son, sir. He is a great hero-worshipper of President Charles de Gaulle, and though he is young, he knows the tale of the Free French forces in the war very well. He would not miss a sight like a Cross of Lorraine. If he said he saw it, he did." I thanked them, and then went forward to the bus driver and asked him, but at that time of night the bus stops wherever a passenger would like to get off or get on. He had made numerous stops and let numerous people on and off, and he didn't know for sure where he had stopped and whom he had left off. He was rather churlish, in fact. Avalon cleared his throat. "He may have thought you were up to no good, and was deliberately withholding information to protect the passenger." "Maybe," said Larry despondently. "But what it amounted to was that I had lost her. When I came back to my seat, I found a little note tucked into the pocket of the jacket I had placed in the rack above. I managed to read it by a streetlight at the next stop, where the French mother and son got off. It said, 'Thank you so much for a delightful time. Gwendolen.'" Gonzalo said, "You have her first name, anyway." Larry said, "I would appreciate having had her last name, her address, her telephone number. A first name is useless."
"You know," said Reuben, "she may deliberately have withheld information because she wasn't interested in continuing the acquaintanceship. A romantic little interlude is one thing, a continuing danger is another. She may be a married woman." "Or she may have been offended at your falling asleep," said Gonzalo. "Maybe," said Larry. "But if I found her, I could apologize if she were offended, or I could reassure her if she feared me, or I might cultivate her friendship if she were neither offended nor afraid. Rather that than spend the rest of my life wondering." "Have you done anything about it?" asked Gonzalo. "Certainly," said Larry sardonically. "If a magician is faced with a disappearing woman, he must understand what has happened. I have gone over the bus route twice by car, looking for a Cross of Lorraine. If I had found it, I would have gone in and asked if anyone there knew a woman by the name of Gwendolen. I'd have described her. I'd have gone to the local post office or the local police station if necessary." "But you have not found a Cross of Lorraine, I take it," said Trumbull. "I have not."
Halstead said,
"Mathematically speaking, it's a finite problem. You could try every post office along the whole route."
Larry sighed. "If I get desperate enough, I'll try. But mathematically speaking, that would be so inelegant. Why can't I find the Cross of Lorraine?" "The youngster might have made a mistake," said Trumbull. "Not a chance," said Larry. "An adult, yes, but a child riding a hobby? Never. Adults have accumulated enough irrationality to be very unreliable eyewitnesses. A bright 8-year-old is different. Don't try to pull any trick on a bright kid. He'll see through it." "Just the same," he went on, "nowhere on the route is there a restaurant, a department store, or anything else with the name Cross of Lorraine. I think I've checked every set of yellow pages along the entire route." "Now, wait a minute," said Avalon. "That's wrong. The child wouldn't have seen the words because they would have meant nothing to him. If he spoke and read only French, as I suppose he did, he would know the phrase is Croix de Lorraine. The English would have never caught his eyes. He must have seen the symbol, the cross with the 2 horizontal bars, like this." He reached out, and Henry obligingly handed him a menu. Avalon turned it over, and on the blank back drew the following. Narrator's note. The symbol Avalon drew was a vertical bar with 2 short horizontal bars drawn through it. End of note. "Actually," he said, "it is more properly called the Patriarchal Cross or the Archiepiscopal Cross, since it symbolized the high office of patriarchs and archbishops by doubling the bars. You will not be surprised to hear that the Papal Cross has 3 bars. The Patriarchal Cross was used as a symbol by Godfrey of Bouillon, who was one of the leaders of the First Crusade, and since he was Duke of Lorraine, it came to be called the Cross of Lorraine. As we all know, it was adopted as the emblem of the Free French during the Hitlerian War." He coughed slightly and tried to look modest. Larry said a little impatiently, "I understand about the symbol, Dr. Avalon, and I didn't expect the youngster to note words.
I think you'll agree, though, that any establishment calling itself the Cross of Lorraine would surely display the symbol along with the name. I looked for the name in the yellow pages, but for the symbol on the road."
"And you didn't find it?" said Gonzalo.
"As I've already said, I didn't. I was desperate enough to consider things I didn't think the kid could possibly have seen at night. I thought, who knows how sharp young eyes are, and how readily they may see something that represents an overriding interest. So I looked at signs in windows, at street signs, even at graffiti, damn it."
"If it were a graffito," said Trumbull, "then of course it could have been erased between the time the child saw it and the time you came to look for it."
"I'm not sure of that," said Reuben. "It's my experience that graffiti are never erased. We've got some on the outside of our apartment house."
"That's New York," said Trumbull. "In smaller towns there's less tolerance for these evidences of anarchy."
"Hold on," said Gonzalo. "What makes you think graffiti are necessarily signs of anarchy? As a matter of fact—"
"Gentlemen, gentlemen."
And as always, when Avalon's voice was raised to its full baritone splendor, a silence fell.
"We are not here to argue the merits and demerits of graffiti. The question is, how can we find this woman who disappeared? Larry has found no restaurant or other establishment with the name of Cross of Lorraine. He has found no evidence of the symbol along the route taken. Can we help?"
Drake held up his hand and squinted through the curling smoke of his cigarette.
"Hold on, there's no problem. Have you ever seen a Russian Orthodox church? Do you know what its cross is like?"
He made quick marks on the back of the menu and shoved it toward the center of the table.
"Here," he said. "The kid, being hipped on the Free French, would take a quick look at that and see it as the Cross of Lorraine. So what you have to do, Larry, is look for some Russian Orthodox church en route. I doubt that there would be more than one."
Larry thought about it, but did not seem overjoyed. The cross with that second bar set at an angle would be on the top of the spire, wouldn't it?
"I imagine so."
"And it wouldn't be floodlighted, would it? How would the child be able to see it at 4 o'clock in the morning?" Drake stubbed out his cigarette.
"Well, now, churches usually have bulletin board affairs near the entrance. I don't know, there could have been a Russian Orthodox cross on the—"
"I would have seen it," said Larry firmly.
"Could it have been a Red Cross?" asked Gonzalo feebly. "You know, there might be a Red Cross headquarters along the route." "The Red Cross," said Reuben, "is a Greek cross with all 4 arms equal. I don't see how that could possibly be mistaken for a Cross of Lorraine by a Free French enthusiast. Look at it."
Halstead said,
"The logical thing, I suppose, is that you simply missed it, Larry. If you insist that as a magician you're such a trained observer that you couldn't have missed it, which sounds impossible to me, then maybe it was a symbol on something movable, on a truck in a driveway, for instance, and it moved on after sunrise."
"The boy made it quite clear that it was at the place of the Cross of Lorraine," said Larry. "I suppose even an 8-year-old can tell the difference between a place and a movable object."
"He spoke French. Maybe you mistranslated."
"I'm not that bad at the language," said Larry. "And his mother translated, and French is her native tongue."
"But English isn't. She might have gotten it wrong. The kid might have said something else. He might not even have said the Cross of Lorraine."
Avalon raised his hand for silence and said,
"One moment, gentlemen. I see Henry, our esteemed waiter, smiling. What is it, Henry?"
Henry, from his place at the sideboard, said, "I'm afraid that I am amused at your doubting the child's evidence. It is quite certain, in my opinion, that he did see the Cross of Lorraine." There was a moment's silence, and Larry said,
"How can you tell that, Henry?"
"By not being over subtle, sir." Avalon's voice boomed out.
"I knew it. We're being too complicated. Henry, how is it possible to gain greater simplicity?"
"Why, Mr. Avalon, the incident took place at night. Instead of looking at all signs, all places, all varieties of cross,
Why not begin by asking ourselves what very few things can be easily seen on a highway at night? "A Cross of Lorraine?" asked Gonzalo incredulously. "Certainly," said Henry, "among other things. Especially if we don't call it a Cross of Lorraine. What the youngster saw as a Cross of Lorraine out of his special interest, we would see as something else so clearly that its relationship to the Cross of Lorraine would be invisible. What has been happening just now has been precisely what happened earlier with Mr. Larry's trick with the coin and salt shaker. We concentrated on the coin and didn't watch the salt shaker, and now we concentrate on the Cross of Lorraine and don't look for the alternative."
Trumbull said, "Henry, if you don't stop talking in riddles, you're fired. What the hell is the Cross of Lorraine if it isn't the Cross of Lorraine?"
Henry said gravely, "What is this?" and carefully he drew on the back of the menu.
Trumbull said, "A Cross of Lorraine, tilted."
"No, sir. You would never have thought so if we hadn't been talking about the cross. Those are English letters, and a very common symbol on highways if you add something to it." He wrote quickly, and the tilted cross became EXXON. Exxon. "The one thing," said Henry, "that is designed to be seen without trouble day or night on any highway is a gas station sign. The child saw the Cross of Lorraine in this one, but Mr. Larry, retracing the route, sees only a double X, since he reads the entire word as Exxon. All signs showing this name, whether on the highway, in advertisements, or on credit cards, show the name in this fashion." Now Larry caught fire. "You mean, Henry, that if I go into the Exxon stations en route and ask for Gwendolen, the proprietor of one of them is likely to be her brother, and there would not be more than 5 or 6 at most to inquire at?"
"Good God, Henry," said Larry, "you're a magician."
"Merely simple-minded," said Henry, "though perhaps in the non-pejorative sense." 9. The next day. I wrote this story in an automobile. I had had a mild coronary 2 months before, and dear Janet was full of an exaggerated fear for my survival. We were in rustic surroundings for several days and drove out to see a waterfall. Janet and some friends got out of the car to walk about, and this was judged too strenuous for me. So I sat in the car with a pad and paper and wrote a story. I have often wondered how small an ambiguity I could use as a kernel about which to build a Black Widower story. I have in this story, I think, the smallest possible ambiguity. But I think it works just the same. What's more, I rarely tell a story about writers and editors because my own experience in this direction is so enormously atypical that it offers me no guidance at all. For all these reasons, I am including this story. Emanuel Rubin's glasses always gave the illusion of magnifying his eyes with particular intensity when he was aroused. He said, in an intense whisper, "You brought an editor as your guest?" James Drake's train from New Jersey had arrived late, and he had, in consequence, almost committed the solecism of being late to his own hostship over the monthly banquet of the Black Widowers. He was in an uncharacteristically snappish mood, therefore, and said, "Why not?" He flicked the ash from his cigarette and added, "If we can have writers for guests, and even as members, Zeus help us, why not editors?" Rubin, a writer, of course, said haughtily, "I wouldn't expect a chemist to understand." He looked briefly in the direction of the guest, who was tall and spare, with longish red-blond hair and with a kind of abbreviated moustache and beard that gave him a Robin Hood air. Drake said, "I may be a chemist to you, Manny, and to all the world besides, but I'm a writer to him." Drake tried to look modest, and failed signally. "I'm doing a book." "You?" said Rubin. "Why not? I can spell, and judging by your career, that's the only requirement." "If your guest thinks it is, he has about the mental equipment needed for an editor. What's his name again?" "Stephen Bentham." "And what firm is he with?"
Drake stubbed out a cigarette. Southby Publications?
A schlock outfit, said Reuben, with contempt. They're a sex and sensation house. What do they want with you?
Drake said, I'm doing a book on recombinant DNA, which is a sensational subject these days. Not that you know anything about it. Mario Gonzalo had just entered, brushing at his brown velvet jacket to remove the city fly ash. He said, Come on, Jim, all the papers are full of it. That's the stuff they're going to make new disease germs with and depopulate the world. Reuben said, If Mario's heard about it, Jim, you'll have to admit I have too. And everyone else in the world has. Good. Then my book is what the world needs, said Drake. Gonzalo said, The world needs it about as much as it needs air pollution. I've seen 2 books on the subject advertised already. Ah, said Drake. They're talking about the controversy, the politics. I'm going to talk about the chemistry. Then it will never sell, said Reuben. It was at this point that Henry, that paragon of waiters, without whom no black widower's banquet could endure, announced softly to Drake that the gentlemen might seat themselves. Geoffrey Avalon drifted toward Henry, having now had the pleasure of a sedate conversation with the guest, with whom he had talked eye to eye, something which, from his 74 inches of height, he could not often do. I detect a fishy aroma, Henry, he said. What has been planned for this evening? A bouillabaisse, sir, said Henry. An excellent one, I believe. Avalon nodded gravely, and Roger Halstead, smiling, said, Even an average bouillabaisse is excellent, and with Henry's encomium I stand ready to be delighted. Avalon said, I hope, Mr. Bentham, that you have no objection. I can't say I've ever eaten it. Bentham spoke in a distinct, but not exaggerated, English accent. But I'm prepared to have a go at it. A French dish, I believe. Marseillais in origin, said Halstead, looking as though he were coming very close to licking his chops, but universal in appeal. Where's Tom, by the way? Right here, came an exasperated voice from the steps. Damn taxi driver. Thanks, Henry. Thomas Trumbull, his tanned forehead creased and furrowed into 50 lines of anger, gratefully took the scotch and soda. You haven't started eating, have you? Just about, said Gonzalo. And if you hadn't arrived, Roger would have had your share of the bouillabaisse. So it would have been a silver lining for someone. What was with the taxicab? Trumbull seated himself, took another invigorating sip of his drink, buttered a roll, and said, I told the idiot to take me to the Milano, and the next thing I knew I was at some dive movie on West 86th Street called the Milano. We had to make our way through 4 extra miles of Manhattan streets to get here. He claimed he had never heard of the Milano restaurant, but he did know that flea dive. It cost me $3 extra in taxi fare. Reuben said, You're pretty far gone, Tom, if you couldn't tell he was going northwest when you wanted to go southeast. You don't think I was watching the streets, do you? Growled Trumbull. I was lost in thought. Avalon said austerely, You can't rely on the local wisdom of the New York taxi driver. You ought to have said explicitly 5th Avenue and 13th Street. Thanks a lot, said Trumbull. I shall instantly turn the clock back and say it. I presume there'll be a next time, Tom, and that you're capable of learning from experience, said Avalon, and received a scowl for his pains. After the bouillabaisse arrived, there was a lull in the conversation for a while as the banqueters concentrated on the evisceration of mussels and the cracking of lobster shells. It was Drake who broke it. He said, If we consider recombinant DNA— We aren't, said Reuben, spearing a scallop neatly. Then what it amounts to is that the whole argument is about benefits that no one can demonstrate and dangers that no one can really pinpoint. There are only blue-sky probabilities on either side, and the debaters make up for their lack of hard knowledge by raising their voices. What I propose to do is to go into the chemistry and genetics of the matter, and try to work out the real chances and significance of specific genetic change. Without that, both sides are just searching in a dark room for a black cat that isn't there. Avalon said, And all this for the general public? Certainly. Isn't that rather heavy going for the general public? It isn't for the comic book audience, but I think I can manage the Scientific American to Natural History range. Tell them, Bentham, said Drake, with perhaps a trace of smugness. You've seen the sample chapters?
Bentham, who had tackled the bouillabaisse with a certain tentativeness, but had grown steadily more enthusiastic, said,
I can only judge by myself, to be sure, but I suspect that since I follow the line of argument, the average college man ought to. That still limits your audience, said Gonzalo. Bentham said, We can't say that. It's a very hot subject, and, properly promoted, a Southby specialty, muttered Reuben. It could catch on, Bentham said. People who don't really understand might nevertheless buy it to be in fashion, and who knows, they might read it and get something out of it.
Drake tapped his water-glass as Henry doled out the brandy. Drake said,
If everyone is sufficiently defishified, and if Henry will remove the towels and finger-bowls, I think we may start to grill our guest. Mr. Stephen Bentham. Tom, will you do the honours?
Glad to, said Trumbull. Mr. Bentham, it is our custom, ordinarily, to inquire as to how a guest may justify his existence. In this case, I suppose we can allow the fact that you are involved with the production of a book by our esteemed colleague, Dr. Drake, to speak for you. We will, therefore, pass on to more mundane questions. You seem young. How old are you?
28.
I have the feeling you have not been long in the United States, am I right?
I've been living and working here for about 5 months now, but I have been here on brief visits before, 3 times.
I see. And what are your qualifications for your post? As editor, that is.
Not overwhelming. Bentham smiled suddenly, an oddly charming and rueful smile. I have done some editing with Fern and Russell in London. Rather happy with them. Low-key concern, you know. But then British publishing generally is low-key.
Why throw that over to take a job with an American firm where the pressures are bound to be greater? They are greater, I assume.
Very much so. Again the rueful smile. But there's no mystery as to why I came. The explanation is so simple that it embarrasses me to advance it. In a word, money. I was offered 3 times my British salary, and all moving expenses paid. Halstead intervened suddenly. Are you a married man, Mr. Bentham?
No, Mr. Halstead. Quite single, though not necessarily celibate. However, single men can use money, too.
Reuben said, If you don't mind, Tom, I would like to wear the reverse of the question you asked. I can see why you've joined Southby Publications. Money is a potent argument. But why the hell did that schlock concern hire you? You're young, without much experience, and they're not the kind of firm to hire promising young men out of benevolence. Yet they triple your salary and pay moving expenses. What have you got on them?
Bentham said, I met Mr. Southby on one of my earlier trips, and I think he was rather taken with me. His fair skin turned a noticeable pink. I suspect it was my accent and my appearance. Perhaps it seemed to him I would lend an air of scholarship to the firm.
A touch of class,
murmured Avalon, and Bentham turned pinker still. Trumbull resumed the questioning.
Many call Southby Publications a schlock concern. Do you agree with that?
Bentham hesitated. I don't know. What does the expression mean?
Reuben said, Cheap, worthless books, sold by high-pressure campaigns hinting at sex and sensationalism.
Bentham remained silent. Drake said,
Go ahead, Bentham. Anything you say here will never go beyond these walls. The club observes complete confidentiality.
It isn't that, Jim, said Bentham. But if I were to agree, it might wound your feelings. You're an author of ours. Drake lit another cigarette.
That wouldn't bother me. You're hired to give the firm a touch of class, and you'll do my book as another touch of class.
Bentham says,
I grant you that I don't think much of some of the books on the list, but Dr. Drake is right. Mr. Southby doesn't object to good books if he thinks they will sell. He is personally pleased with what he has seen of Dr. Drake's book, even enthusiastic. Perhaps the firm's character can be improved.
Avalon said,
I would like to put in my oar, Tom, if you don't mind. Mr. Bentham, I am not a psychologist, or a tracer of men's thoughts through their expressions. I am just a humble patent attorney. However, it seems to me that you have looked distinctly uneasy each time you mentioned your employer. Are you sure that there is nothing you are keeping from Dr. Drake that he ought to know? I want an unequivocal answer.
No, said Bentham quickly. There's nothing wrong with Dr. Drake's book. Provided he completes the book and that the whole is of the quality of the parts we have seen, we will publish and then promote it adequately. There are no hidden reservations to that statement.
Gonzalo said,
Then what are you uneasy about? Or is Jeff all wrong about your feelings in the first place?
He was gazing complacently at the caricature of Bentham he had produced for the guest gallery that lined the walls of the meeting-room. He had not missed the Robin Hood resemblance, and had even lightly sketched in a feathered hat in green, of the type one associated with the merry men. Bentham said in sudden anger, You could say I'm uneasy, considering that I'm about to be bloody well slung out of my can.
Fired?
Said Gonzalo, on a rising note. That's the rough one-syllable version of what I have just said.
Why?
Said Drake in sudden concern. I've lost a manuscript, said Bentham. Not yours, Dr. Drake. Gonzalo said, In the mails? No, through malice, according to Southby. Actually, I did every ruddy thing I could do to get it back. I don't know what was in that man's mind.
Southby's?
No, the author's. Joshua Fairfield's his name.
Never heard of him, said Reuben.
Trumbull said,
Suppose you tell us what happened, Mr. Bentham.
Bentham said, It's a grim, stupid thing. I don't want to cast a pall over a very pleasant evening.
Trumbull said, Sorry, Mr. Bentham, but I think Jim warned you that answering our questions was the price of the meal. Please tell us exactly what happened.
Bentham said, I suppose the most exciting thing that can happen in a publishing house is to have something good come in over the transom. Something good that has not passed through the hands of a reputable agent, and is not by a recognized author. Something that has reached you by mail, written by someone whom no one has ever heard of. Aside from the sheer pleasure of the unexpected windfall, there is the possibility that you have a new author who can be milked for years to come, provided the product is not that of a one-book author, which is not an unheard-of phenomenon. Reuben began,
Margaret Mitchell,
and stopped when Trumbull, who sat next to him, elbowed him ungently. Anyway, said Bentham, jarred only momentarily by the interruption, Southby thought he had one. One of the readers brought it to him in excitement, as well he might, for readers don't often get anything that's above the written-in-crayon on lined paper level. He should have gone to an editor, not necessarily me, with the manuscript, but he chose to go directly to Southby. I presume he felt there might be a deal of credit for the discovery, and he didn't want Southby to be unaware of the discoverer. I can't say I blame him. In any case, Southby was infatuated with the manuscript, called an editorial conference, said he was accepting the book, and had notified the author. He explained quite enthusiastically that it was to get the full Southby treatment. Reuben said indignantly,
Up to and including cooking the bestseller lists.
Tom, if you give me the elbow again, I'll break it off. Bentham said, I dare say you're right, Mr. Reuben, but this book deserved all it could get, potentially. Southby said he thought it needed work, and he gave it to me to edit. That struck me as a remarkable sign of confidence, and I was rather gung-ho on the matter. I saw quick promotions on the horizon, if I could manage to carry it off. The other editors didn't seem to mind, though. One of them said to me, It's your butt that's in the sling if this doesn't work, because Southby's never wrong.
Avalon said gravely, It sometimes happens that when the boss makes a mistake, the underling tabbed to reverse the mistake is fired if he fails.
Bentham nodded. The thought occurred to me, eventually, but it excited me further. The scent of dangers sharpens the desire to be in at the kill, you know. You can see, then, I went over the manuscript in a painstaking manner. I went through it once at moderate speed to get a sense of the whole, and was not displeased. Southby's description of it was not, on the whole, wrong. It had a good pace, and was rich in detail. A long family saga, a rough and domineering father, a smooth and insinuating mother in a rather subtle battle over the sons, their wives, and their children. The plot was interlocking, never halting, and there was enough sex to be suitable for Southby, but the sex worked. It fit the story. I turned in a favourable report of my own on the book, indicating its chief flaws and how I proposed to handle them. It came back with a large "very good" on it, so I got to work. It had to be tightened up. The last thing any beginner, however talented, learns is to tighten. Some scenes were misplaced or misemphasized, and that had to be corrected. I am not myself a great writer, and could never be, but I've studied writing that is great sufficiently closely to be able to amend and improve what is already written well, even if from a cold start I could not produce anything nearly as good. It took me some 6 weeks of intense work to complete the job. I knew that my head was on the line, and I was not about to lose the war for lack of a horseshoe nail. It wasn't till after I had done a thorough piece of work that I called in the author, Joshua Fairfield. I thought it better that way. Had I called him in en route, so to speak, there would have been bound to be acrimonious arguments over the changes, and much time would be wasted on trivial points. If he could see the revisions as a whole, I felt he would be satisfied. Any minor disagreements could be easily settled. Also, I reasoned, and perhaps I had need of a little experience myself. The author arrived, and we met actually for the first time. I can't say I particularly liked his looks. He was about my age, but he had a rather sombre cast of countenance, small dark eyes, almost beady, and poor teeth. I went through the amenities. We shook hands. I told him how pleased we all were with the book, how well it was going to do, the promotion we would give it, and so on. I then said rather casually, in order to emphasize the minor nature of the changes, compared to what was not changed, you know, that I had taken the liberty of introducing some small emendations here and there. At that he sat upright, and his small eyes bulged. He seized the manuscript, which was on the table before us, shook some of it out of one of the boxes, riffled through the pages where I had made the necessary changes in a fine-point pencil, done quite lightly to allow of further changes, and shrieked. He really did. He screamed that I had written something on every page, and that he would have to get the whole thing retyped, and that the bill would go straight to me. Then he seized the boxes and was gone. I couldn't stop him. I swear to you, I couldn't move. I was that thunderstruck. But not panicky either. The manuscript was photocopied, and I had made copious notes of the changes I had made. Since he was under contract, or so I assumed, we could publish over his objections. He might proceed to sue us, but I don't think he could have won, and the publicity, I couldn't help but think, would simply sell more books. The trouble is that when I went to see Southby to tell him what had happened, it turned out there was no contract, and everything came apart. It seemed that Southby and Fairfield were haggling over the advance. I suppose I might have been more diplomatic when I heard this. It was not a good idea to ask Southby if, in view of the advertising budget being planned, it made much sense to haggle over a matter of $2,000 in the advance. Reuben grunted. Well, now you know something about Southby. I know he didn't like to have it made to look as though it were his fault. He ordered me to get that manuscript back, and he made it pretty clear that I was in for it if I did not. It proved difficult from the start. I tried Fairfield at his apartment. I tried him on the phone. It took me 3 days, and then he finally answered the phone. I managed to keep him on the phone. I told him he could have the advance he wanted. I told him that every change was negotiable, and that we could go over the book line by line, which was exactly what I had tried desperately to avoid in the first place, and I warned him that no publisher would take it precisely as it was. He said, with a rather snide and unpleasant snicker, that that was not so, that another publisher would take it exactly as was. He had still not turned it over to that other publisher, but he hinted that he might. I took that as a bluff, and didn't let it rattle me. I just told him quietly that no firm could guarantee a bestseller as Southby could, reminded him of some of our other books. Reuben said, Sure. Trash, like Dish for the Gods. Avalon said, Let him speak, Manny. Well, said Bentham. We were on the phone for over an hour, and he finally put it to me straight. Would I publish it as written? I said, just as straight, that we could negotiate every change, but that there would have to be some for his own good. He remained truculent and nasty, but he gave in, just like that. He said he would deliver it the next day, and I said enthusiastically, and trying to hide my relief, that that was top hole, and that he was to go to it the sooner the better, and I would send a messenger if he'd like. He said no, he didn't want any stinking messenger, and hung up. Halstead said, "A happy ending." "No, because he never delivered the manuscript. We waited a week, and then Southby finally got him on the phone, and all he got out of Fairfield were snarls to the effect that his paid monkey, Bentham, could keep his stinking sarcasm and shove it, and we would get no manuscript from him on any terms, or words to that effect. That's where it stands. Needless to say, I was not sarcastic. I was perfectly reasonable and diplomatic at all times. I was firm on the key point of revision, but not offensively so. In fact, he had agreed to deliver it the next day. As far as Southby was concerned, however, I had lost the manuscript through my malicious treatment of the man, and he's out of his mind with rage. Drake said, "But he hasn't fired you yet, Bentham, and if he hasn't, maybe he won't." "No, because he still has hopes. I told him that Fairfield was probably bluffing and was probably psychotic, but he's not listening to me these last few days. In fact, I may soon be sliding along the street with Southby's boot marks clearly imprinted on my rear end. This is all the more certain, since he must realize that none of this would have happened if he had not played silly haggling games over pin money. He would certainly have had the man under contract otherwise. Firing me will be the evidence he needs for all the world, and most of all for himself, to see that I was to blame and not he." Halstead said, "But it would be difficult for you to work for Southby after this anyway, wouldn't it? You'd be better off somewhere else." Bentham said, "Unquestionably, but in my own time and at my own resignation. After all, the editorial field is not exactly wide open now, and I might have difficulty finding a new position, and with an as yet thin reserve of savings, that prospect does not fill me with delight. Southby might well try to see to it that my chances were even less than normal." Reuben said, "You mean he would try to blacklist you? I wouldn't put it past him." Bentham's gloom showed him to be in full agreement. He said, "Still, what's worst is that with my editing we would have had a good book there. It would be something we could be proud of. Southby and Fairfield could make a fortune, and I could make a reputation that would move me on to a much better position elsewhere. And the world would have a whacking good first novel with a promise of better things to come. Fairfield has the makings of a great novelist, blast his soul, and I have my editorial pride and wanted to be part of their greatness. And I was not sarcastic, and he did give in. He did say he'd deliver it the next day. Why in the devil's name didn't he? That's what bothers me. Why didn't he?" There was a rather dank pause. Avalon finally said, "There may be an explanation for this. There have been first-class men of genius who have been monsters of villainy in their private lives. Richard Wagner was one. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was another. If this man, Fairfield, is bluffing, and I rather guess he is, too, then he may simply have judged Southby to be a kindred soul, and he feels that you will be fired. It's what he would do in Southby's place. Then, when you are gone, he will show up with the manuscript." "But why?" said Bentham. "No puzzle there, I think," said Avalon. "In the first place, you dared tamper with his manuscript, and he feels you must be punished. In the second, once you are gone, he can be reasonably certain that Southby, after all this, will publish his manuscript as written." "Then why did he say he would deliver it the next day?" Avalon bent his formidable eyebrows together for a moment and said,
I suppose he felt you would tell Southby ebulliently that the thing was in the bag, as you did, and that Southby's anger, sharply intensified by falsely raised hopes, would explode and make certain your rapid firing.
And all that stuff about my sarcasm would then just be designed to further infuriate Southby?
I should think so, yes.
Bentham thought about it. That's a pretty dismal picture you've painted. Between Fairfield and Southby, there's no escape.
Avalon looked uneasy. I'm sorry, Mr. Bentham, but that's the way it looks to me.
Bentham said, I can't believe it, though. I spoke to the man for an hour or more on the phone. He did not sound vindictive. Stubborn and nasty, yes, but not personally vindictive.
Avalon said, I hate to be the insistent advocate of a solution personally abhorrent to me, but surely you were not looking for vindictiveness, and would not be expected to see it if it were not absolutely in plain view.
Bentham said desperately, But there's more. I have read his book, and you have not. I believe no one, however skillful, can write a book alien to his own philosophy, and— That's nonsense, said Reuben. I can write a piece of fiction hewing to any philosophy you please. I could write one from the Nazi point of view if I were of a mind to, which I'm not.
You couldn't, said Bentham. Please don't interpret that as a challenge, but you couldn't.
In Fairfield's book there were a variety of motivations, but none was out of the kind of motiveless malignity some people attribute to Iago. There was no unreasoning anger arising over trivial causes.
But that's the very point, said Avalon. It seems a trivial cause to you, but you don't see it through this man's eyes. Changing his novel in even a minor way is to him unforgivable, and he'll hound you down over it.
Trumbull said in a troubled voice,
I hate to join in this gallows fiesta, Mr. Bentham, but Jeff sounds as though he might be right.
Ah, said Reuben suddenly, but I don't think he is. Bentham turned in his direction eagerly. You mean you don't think Fairfield is out to get me? Reuben said, No. He's mad at you, surely, but not to the point of wanting to cut his own throat. What we've got to do is look at this thing carefully with writer psychology in mind. No, Mr. Bentham, I don't mean trying to see a writer's personality in his writing, which I still say can't be done for any really good writer. I mean something that holds for any beginning writer. I grant that a beginner might feel psychotic enough to fly into a fury at any changes imposed on his golden prose, but even that pales into nothing compared to another need, that of getting into print. Remember, this guy was haggling with Southby over a few $1,000s in advance money. And what was that to him? We sneer at Southby for sticking at a small sum when millions might be in view. Isn't it queerer that the author should do so and risk not only millions, but publication altogether? Is it conceivable that a beginner who must have worked on his book for years would even dream of chancing failure to publish by haggling over the advance?
Avalon said, If he were the semi-psychotic individual whom Mr. Bentham has described, why not?
Reuben said, Isn't it much more likely that he already had another publisher on the string, and that he tried Southby only because of the firm's reputation for turning out bestsellers? His quarrel over the advance was his effort to make the two firms bid against each other in an auction they didn't know was taking place. Then when Bentham tried to make changes, he turned back to the other publisher, who perhaps was willing to make fewer changes, or even none. Bentham said, Do you mean, Mr. Reuben, that Fairfield originally went to some publisher, call him X? X read the manuscript, suggested a revision, and Fairfield took it back, presumably to revise, but brought it to us instead? When we offered a lower advance and suggested greater revision, he took it back to X. Yes, and you marked up his copy, said Reuben. I think that annoyed him more than the revision itself had. It meant he had to have the copy retyped in toto before submitting it. Even erasing the pencil marks would leave some marks, and he might be a little shy of letting X know he was playing tricks with the manuscript. After all, you got him on the phone 3 days after he had stormed out, and he already had another publisher on the hook. After 3 days?
Benham said. Well, that's why I assumed he was bluffing.
And risk publication. No. Publisher X exists, all right.
Trumbull said, I must be going crazy, but I've switched sides. You've convinced me, Manny. Benham said, Even if you're right, Mr. Rubin, I'm still in a hopeless position.
Not if you can prove this Fairfield was playing games. Once Southby sees that, he'll be furious with the author, not with you. Then you can bide your time and resign at such time as suits yourself.
Benham said, But for that I would have to know who Publisher X is, and I don't. And without that, he simply won't believe the story. Why should he?
Rubin said, Are you sure Fairfield didn't mention the publisher?
I'm sure. Halstead said with a mild stutter,
How would you know? You've only been in the country a few months, and may not know all the publishers.
There are hundreds in New York and surrounding areas, and I certainly don't know them all, said Bentham. I know the larger ones, though. Surely X would be among the larger ones. Rubin said,
I should think so. No hint at all.
If there was, it whizzed by me. Rubin said,
Think. Go over the conversation in your mind.
Benham closed his eyes and sat quietly. No one else made a noise except Drake, whose bolo tie tip clinked against his water glass when he reached forward to stub out a cigarette. Bentham opened his eyes and said, It's no use. There's nothing there. Drake looked leftward toward the sideboard where Henry was standing. This is a serious situation, Henry. Do you have any suggestions? Only the publisher's name, sir. Bentham looked around in astonishment. What? Trumbull said hastily, Henry is one of us, Mr. Bentham. What are you talking about, Henry? How can you know? I believe the author, Mr. Fairfield, mentioned it in his phone conversation with Mr. Bentham. Bentham said on the edge of anger, He did not! Henry's unlined face showed no emotion. I beg your pardon, sir. I do not mean to offend you, but you inadvertently omitted an important part of the story. It was rather like Mr. Trumbull's misadventure in the cab, when he left out an important part of the direction, or like Dr. Drake's point that those who argue about recombinant DNA do so without adequate knowledge of the fundamentals. Gonzalo said,
You mean we're looking in a dark room for a black cat that is there?
Yes, sir. If Mr. Bentham had told his story otherwise, the whereabouts of the black cat would be obvious. In what way could I have told the story otherwise? Demanded Bentham. You told the story with indirect quotations throughout, sir, and thus we never got the exact words anyone used. For a very good reason, said Bentham. I don't remember the exact words. I'm not a recording device. Yet sometimes in indirect quotation, a person is reported as saying something he could not possibly have said in direct quotation. I assure you, said Bentham coldly, my account was accurate. I'm sure it is within its limitations, sir. But if there is a Publisher X, why did Mr. Fairfield promise to deliver the manuscript the next day? Bentham said, Oh, God, I forgot about that. Are we back to motiveless malignity? No, sir. I would suggest he didn't say that. Yes, he did, Henry, said Bentham. I'm unshakable in that. Do you wish to put his remark into direct quotations and maintain that he said, I will deliver the manuscript the next day? Bentham said, Oh, I take your meaning. The next day is a paraphrase, of course. He said, I will deliver the manuscript tomorrow. What's the difference? Henry said, and then you agreed enthusiastically, urged him to do so at once, and offered to place a messenger at his service. You don't think that sounded like sarcasm, sir? No. He said, I will deliver the manuscript tomorrow, and I was enthusiastic. Where's the sarcasm? To-morrow, said Henry carefully, pronouncing it as 2 words. Good God, said Bentham blankly. Reuben brought his fist down on the table. Then, William Morrow and Company, he said, one of New York's larger publishing houses. Yes, sir, said Henry. "I looked it up in the telephone book to make certain, immediately after Mr. Bentham's account of the phone conversation. It is at 105 Madison Avenue, about a mile from here."
Gonzalo said,
"There you are, Mr. Bentham. Just tell your boss that it's with William Morrow and Company, and that the author had it in to them first."
"And he can then fire me for stupidity, which I deserve."
"Not a chance," said Gonzalo. "Don't tell him the literal truth. Tell him that as a result of your own clever detective work you uncovered the facts of the case through a confidential source you cannot reveal."
Henry said, "After all, sir, confidentiality is the policy of the Black Widowers." 10. What time is it? Now, this is another murder mystery, which alone makes it special for me. No, not because I revel in murder, quite the reverse, but just because I have the miserable feeling that whenever I avoid some type of writing, some among my readers decide it's because I just can't do it. It is with a certain pleasure, then, that I occasionally show them that I can do it. The reason I don't usually do it is because I usually don't want to. Besides, although all my mystery stories are clever, well, that's my opinion, I must admit that there are degrees of cleverness, and that some are more clever than others. Well, this is one I consider particularly clever. You may not agree with me, of course, but it's my own estimate that decides the quantity of fun I get out of writing a story, so I have to go by what I think. The monthly banquet of the Black Widowers had proceeded its usually noisy course, and then, over the coffee, there had fallen an unaccustomed quiet. Geoffrey Avalon sipped at his coffee thoughtfully and said, "It's the little things, the little things. I know a couple who might have been happily married forever. He was a lay reader at an Episcopalian church, and she was an unreformed atheist, and they never gave each other a cross look over that. But he liked dinner at 6, and she liked it at 7, and that split them apart." Emmanuel Rubin looked up owlishly from his part of the table, eyes unblinking behind thick lenses, and said,
"What's big and what's little, Jeff? Every difference is a little difference if you're not involved. There's nothing like a difference in the time sense to reduce you to quivering rage."
Mario Gonzalo looked complacently at the high polish on his shoes and said, "Ogden Nash once wrote that some people like to sleep with the window closed and some with the window open, and each other is whom they marry." Since it was rather unusual that at any Black Widower's banquet 3 successive comments should be made without an explosive contradiction, it didn't really surprise anyone when Thomas Trumbull furrowed his brows and said, "That's a lot of horsehair. When a marriage breaks up, the trivial reason is never the reason." Avalon said mildly, "I know the couple, Tom. It's my brother and sister-in-law, or ex-sister-in-law." "I'm not arguing that they don't say they've split over a triviality, or even that they don't believe it," said Trumbull. "I just say there's something deeper. If a couple are sexually compatible, if there are no money problems, if there is no grave difference in beliefs or attitudes, then they'll stick together. If any of these things fail, then the marriage sours and the couple begin to chafe at trivialities. The trivialities then get blamed. But that's not so." Roger Halstead, who had been chasing the last of the apple pie about his plate, now cleansed his mouth of its slight stickiness with a sip of black coffee and said,
"How do you intend to prove your statement, Tom?"
"It doesn't require proof," said Trumbull, scowling. "It stands to reason."
"Only in your view," said Halstead warmly, his high forehead flushing pinkly as it always did when he was moved. "I once broke up with a young woman I was crazy about, because she kept saying, 'Isn't it a riot?' In and out of season. I swear she had no other flaw."
"You'd be perjuring yourself unconsciously," said Trumbull. "Listen, Jim, call a vote." James Drake, host for the evening, stubbed out his cigarette and looked amused. His small eyes, nested in finely wrinkled skin, darted around the table and said, "You lose, Tom." "I don't care if I win or lose," said Trumbull. "I just want to see how many jackasses there are at the table." "The usual number, I suppose," said Drake. "All those who agree with Tom raise their hands." Trumble's arm shot up, and was the only one to do so. "I'm not surprised," he said after a brief look left and right. "How about you, Henry? Are you voting?" Henry, the unparalleled waiter at all the Black Widower banquets, smiled paternally. "Actually, I was not, Mr. Trumbull, but if I had voted, I would have taken the liberty of disagreeing with you." He was passing about the table, distributing the brandy. "You too, Brutus?" said Trumbull. Reuben finished his coffee and put the cup down with a clatter.
What the devil? All differences are trivial. Forms of life that are incredibly different superficially are all but identical on the biochemical level. There seems a world of difference between the worm and the earth it burrows in, but considering the atoms that make it up, both of them—" Trumbull said. "Don't wax poetical, Manny, or if you must, wax it in your garage and not here. I suspect jackassery is universal, but just to make sure, I'll ask our guest if he is voting." Drake said, "Let's make that part of the grilling, then. It's time. And you can do the grilling, Tom." The guest was Barry Levine, a small man, dark-haired, dark-eyed, slim and nattily dressed. He was not exactly handsome, but he had a cheerful expression that was a good substitute. Gonzalo had already sketched his caricature, exaggerating the good cheer into inanity, and Henry had placed it on the wall to join the rest. Trumbull said, "Mr. Levine, it is our custom at these gatherings of ours to ask our guest, to begin with, to justify his existence. I shall dispense with that, since I will assume that your reason for existence at the moment is to back me up, if you can, in my statement, self-evident to my way of thinking, that trivialities are trivial." Levine smiled and said in a slightly nasal voice, "Trivialities on the human level, or are we talking about earthworms?" "We are talking about humans, if we omit Manny." "In that case I join the jackassery, since in my occupation I am concerned almost exclusively with trivia." "And your occupation, please?" "I'm the kind of lawyer, Mr. Trumbull, who makes his living by arguing with witnesses and with other lawyers in front of a judge and jury, and that immerses me in triviality." Trumbull growled, "You consider justice a triviality, do you?" "I do not," said Levine with equanimity, "but that is not with what we are directly concerned in the courtroom. In the courtroom we play games. We attempt to make favorable testimony admissible, and unfavorable testimony inadmissible. We play with the rules of questioning and cross-examination. We try to manipulate the choosing of favorable jurors, and then we manipulate the thoughts and emotions of the jurors we do get. We try to play on the prejudices and tendencies of the judge as we know them to be at the start, or as we discover them to be in the course of the trial. We try to block the opposition attorney, or, if that is not possible, to maneuver him into overplaying his hand. We do all this with the trivia and minutiae of precedence and rationale." Trumbull's tone did not soften. "And where in all this litany of judicial recreation does justice come in?" Levine said, "Centuries of experience with our Anglo-American system of jurisprudence has convinced us that in the long run, and on the whole, justice is served. In the short run, and in a given specific case, however, it may very well not be. This can't be helped. To change the rules of the game to prevent injustice in a particular case may, and probably will, ensure a greater level of injustice on the whole, though once in a while an overall change for the better can be carried through." "In other words," interposed Reuben, "you despair of universal justice even as a goal of the legal profession?" "As an attainable goal, yes," said Levine. "In heaven there may be perfect justice. On earth, never." Trumbull said, "I take it, then, that if you are engaged in a particular case, you are not the least interested in justice?" Levine's eyebrows shot upward. "Where have I said that?"
Of course I am interested in justice. The immediate service to justice is seeing to it that my client gets the best and most efficient defense that I can give him, not merely because he deserves it, but also because American jurisprudence demands it, and because he is deprived of it at your peril. For you may be next. Nor is it relevant whether he is guilty or innocent, for he is legally innocent in every case until he is proven guilty according to law rigorously applied. Whether the accused is morally or ethically innocent is a much more difficult question, and one with which I am not primarily concerned. I am secondarily concerned with it, of course, and try as I might, there will be times when I cannot do my full duty as a lawyer out of a feeling of revulsion toward my client. It is then my duty to advise him to obtain another lawyer. Still, if I were to secure the acquittal of a man I considered a scoundrel, the pain would not be as intense as that of failing to secure the acquittal of a man who, in my opinion, was wrongfully accused. Since I can rarely feel certain whether a man is wrongfully accused or is a scoundrel past redemption, it benefits both justice and my conscience to work for everyone as hard as I can, within the bounds of ethical legal behavior. Gonzalo said, "Have you ever secured the acquittal of someone you considered a scoundrel?" "On a few occasions." The fault there lay almost always in mistakes made by the prosecution, their illegal collection of evidence, or their slovenly preparation of the case. Nor would I waste pity on them. They have the full machinery of the law on their side, and the boundless public purse. If we allow them to convict a scoundrel with less than the most legal of evidence and the tightest of cases simply because we are anxious to see a scoundrel punished, then where will you and I find safety? We, too, may seem scoundrels through force of circumstance or of prejudice." Gonzalo said, "And have you ever failed to secure the acquittal of someone you considered wrongfully accused?" Here Levine's face seemed to crumple. The fierce joy with which he defended his profession was gone, and his lower lip seemed to quiver for a moment. "As a matter of fact," he said softly, "I am engaged in a case right now in which my client may well be convicted, despite the fact that I consider him wrongfully accused." Drake chuckled and said, "I told you they'd get that out of you eventually, Barry." He raised his voice to address the others generally. "I told him not to worry about confidentiality, that everything here was sub rosa. And I also told him it was just possible we might be able to help him." Avalon stiffened and said in his most stately baritone, "Do you know any of the details of the case, Jim?" "No, I don't." "Then how do you know we can help?" "I called it a possibility." Avalon shook his head. "I expect that from Mario's enthusiasm, but not from you, Jim." Drake raised his hand. "Don't lecture, Jeff. It doesn't become you." Levine interposed. "Don't quarrel, gentlemen. I'll be pleased to accept any help you can offer, and if you can't, I will be no worse off. Naturally, I want to impress on you the fact that even though confidentiality may be the rule here, it is particularly important in this case. I rely on that." "You may," said Avalon stiffly. Trumbull said, "All right, now, let's stop this dance and get down to it. Would you give us the details of the case you're speaking of, Mr. Levine?" "I will give you the relevant data. My client is named Johnson, which is a name that I would very likely have chosen if I were inventing fictitious names, but it is a real name. There is a chance that you might have heard of this case, but I rather think you haven't, for it is not a local case, and if you don't mind, I will not mention the city in which it occurred, for that is not relevant. Johnson, my client, was in debt to a loan shark, whom he knew, that is, with whom he had enough of a personal relationship to be able to undertake a personal plea for an extension of time. He went to the hotel room that the loan shark used as his office, a sleazy room in a sleazy hotel that fit his sleazy business. The shark knew Johnson well enough to be willing to see him, and even to effect a kind of spurious bonhomie, but would not grant the extension. This meant that when Johnson went into default, he would at the very least be beaten up,
that his business would be vandalized, that his family perhaps would be victimized. He was desperate, and I am, of course, telling you Johnson's story as he told it to me, but the shark explained quite coolly that if Johnson were let off, then others would expect the same leniency. On the other hand, if Johnson were made an example of, it would nerve others to pay promptly and perhaps deter some from incurring debts they could not repay. It was particularly galling to Johnson, apparently, that the loan shark waxed virtuous over the necessity of protecting would-be debtors from themselves.
Reuben said dryly,
"I dare say, Mr. Levine, that if a loan shark were as articulate as you are, he could make out as good a case for his profession as you could for yours."
Levine said after a momentary pause, "I would not be surprised. In fact, before you bother to point it out, I may as well say that, given the reputation of lawyers with the public, people hearing the defenses of both professions might vote in favor of loan sharks as the more admirable of the two. I can't help that, but I still think that if you're in trouble you had better try a lawyer before you try a loan shark." To continue, Johnson was not at all impressed by the shark's rationale for trying to extract blood from a stone, then pulverizing the stone for failure to bleed. He broke down into a rage, screaming out threats he could not fulfill. In brief, he threatened to kill the shark. Trumbull said, "Since you're telling us Johnson's story, I assume he admitted making the threat."
"Yes, he did,"
said Levine. "I told him at the start, as I tell all my clients, that I could not efficiently help him unless he told me the full truth, even to confessing to a crime. Even after such a confession, I would still be compelled to defend him and to fight, at worst, for the least punishment to which he might be entitled, and, at best, for acquittal on any of several conceivable grounds. He believed me, I think, and did not hesitate to tell me of the threat, nor did he attempt to palliate or qualify it. That impressed me, and I am under the strong impression that he has been telling me the truth. I am old enough in my profession and have suffered the protestations of enough liars to feel confident of the truth when I hear it. And, as it happens, there is evidence supporting this part of the story, though Johnson did not know that at the time, and so did not tell the truth merely because he knew it would be useless to lie." Trumbull said, "What was the evidence?"
Levine said, "The hotel rooms are not soundproofed, and Johnson was shrieking at the top of his voice. A maid heard just about every word, and so did a fellow in an adjoining room who was trying to take a nap and who called down to the front desk to complain."
Trumbull said, "That just means an argument was going on. What evidence is there that it was Johnson who was shrieking?"
"Oh, ample," said Levine. "The desk clerk also knows Johnson, and Johnson had stopped at the desk and asked if the shark were in. The desk clerk called him and sent Johnson up, and he saw Johnson come down later, and the news of the death threat arrived at the desk between those two periods of time. Nevertheless, the threat was meaningless. It served, in fact, merely to bleed off Johnson's rage and to deflate him. He left almost immediately afterward. I am quite certain that Johnson was incapable of killing."
Reuben stirred restlessly.
He said, "That's nonsense. Anyone is capable of killing, given a moment of sufficient rage or terror and a weapon at hand. I presume that after Johnson left, the loan shark was found dead with his skull battered in, with a baseball bat with blood and hair on it lying on the bed. And you're going to tell us that you're sure Johnson didn't do it?"
Levine held up his glass for what he indicated with his fingers was to be a touch more brandy, smiled his thanks to Henry, and said,
"I have read some of your murder mysteries, Mr. Reuben, and I've enjoyed them. I'm sure that in your mysteries such a situation could occur, and you'd find ways of demonstrating the suspect to be innocent. This, however, is not a Reuben mystery. The loan shark was quite alive when Johnson left."
Reuben said,
"According to Johnson, of course." "And unimpeachable witnesses." "The man who called down said there was someone being murdered in the next room, and the desk clerk sent up the security man at once, for he feared it was his friend being murdered. The security man was well armed, and though he is not an intellectual type, he is perfectly competent to serve as a witness. He knocked and called out his identity, whereupon the door opened and revealed the loan shark, whom the security man knew, quite alive and alone. Johnson had already left, deflated and de-energized. The man at the desk, Brancusi is his name, saw Johnson leave a few seconds after the security man had taken the elevator up. They apparently passed each other in adjoining elevators. Brancusi called out, but Johnson merely lifted his hand and hurried out. He looked white and ill, Brancusi says. That was about 3:15, according to Brancusi and according to Johnson as well. As for the loan shark, he came down shortly after 4 and sat in the bar for an hour or more. The bartender who knew him testified to that and can satisfactorily enumerate the drinks he had. At about 5:15 he left the bar and, presumably, went upstairs. Avalon said, "Did he drink enough to have become intoxicated?" "Not according to the bartender. He was well within his usual limit and showed no signs of being drunk." "Did he talk to anyone in particular?" "Only to the bartender. And according to the bartender, he left the bar alone." Gonzalo said, "That doesn't mean anything. He might have met someone in the lobby. Did anyone see him go into the elevator alone?" "Not as far as we know," said Levine. "Brancusi didn't happen to notice, and no one else has admitted to seeing him, or has come forward to volunteer the information. For that matter, he may have met someone in the elevator or in the corridor outside his room. We don't know, and have no evidence to show he wasn't alone when he went into his room shortly after 5:15. Nevertheless, this 2-hour period between 3:15 and 5:15 is highly significant. The security guard who encountered the loan shark immediately after Johnson had left at 3:15 found the shark composed and rather amused at the fuss. Just a small argument, he said, nothing important. Then, too, the barman insists that the loan shark's conversation and attitude throughout his time in the bar was normal and unremarkable. He made no reference to threats or arguments. Halstead said, "Would you have expected him to?" "Perhaps not," said Levine. "But it is still significant. After all, he knew Johnson. He knew the man to be both physically and emotionally a weakling. He had no fear of being attacked by him, or any doubt that he could easily handle him if he did attack. After all, he had agreed to see him without taking the precaution of having a bodyguard present, even though he knew Johnson would be desperate. He was not even temporarily disturbed by Johnson's outburst, and shrugged it off to the guard. During that entire 2-hour interval, he acted as though he considered my client harmless, and I would certainly make that point to the jury." Avalon shook his head. "Maybe so, but if your story is going to have any point at all, the loan shark you will tell us met with a violent death. And if so, the man who made the threat is going to be suspected of the murder. Even if the loan shark was certain that Johnson was harmless, that means nothing. The loan shark may simply have made an egregious error." Levine sighed. "The shark did die. He returned to his room at 5:15, or a minute or two later, and I suspect found a burglar in action. The loan shark had a goodish supply of cash in the room, necessary for his business, and the hotel was not immune to burglaries. The loan shark grappled with the intruder and was killed before 5:30. Trumbull said, "And the evidence?" The man in the adjoining room, who had been trying to take a nap 2 hours before, had seethed sufficiently to have been unable to fall asleep until about 5, and then, having finally dropped off, he was roused again by loud noises. He called down to the desk in a rage, and informed Brancusi that this time he had called the police directly. Gonzalo said, "Did he hear the same voice he had heard before?" "I doubt that any voice identification he would try to make would stand up in court," said Levine. "However, he didn't claim to have heard voices, only the noises of furniture banging, glass breaking, and so on. Brancusi sent up the security guard, who, getting no answer to his knock and call this time, used his passkey at just about 5:30 and found the loan shark strangled, the room in wild disorder, and the window open. The window opened on a neighboring roof 2 stories lower. An experienced cat burglar could have made it down without trouble and might well have been unobserved. The police arrived soon after, at about 20 to 6. Trumbull said, "The police, I take it, do not buy the theory that the murder was committed by a burglar?" "No. They could detect no signs on the wall or roof outside the window to indicate the recent passage of a burglar. Instead, having discovered upon inquiry of the earlier incident from the man who had called them, they scorn the possibility of coincidence and feel that Johnson made his way to the room a second time, attacked and strangled the loan shark, knocking the furniture about in the process, then opened the window to make it look as though an intruder had done the job, hastened out of the door, missing the security man by moments, and passing him on the elevator again.
Trumbull said, "Don't you believe that's possible?"
"Oh, anything's possible," said Levine coolly. "But it is not the job of the prosecutor to show it's possible. He has to show it's actually so, beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that the police saw nothing on the walls or roof is of no significance whatever. They may not have looked hard enough. A negative never impresses either judge or jury, and shouldn't. And threats at 3:15 have nothing to do with an act at 5:20 or so, unless the man who made the threat at the former time can be firmly placed on the scene at the later time." Gonzalo was balancing his chair on its back legs with his hands gripping the table. "So what's the problem?" "The problem is, Mr. Gonzalo," said Levine, "that Johnson was placed on the scene of the crime at about the time of the killing." Gonzalo brought his chair forward with a clatter. "With good evidence?" "The best," said Levine. "He admits it. Here is what happened. In the 2 hours after he had left the loan shark, Johnson hurriedly scraped up every bit of money he had, borrowed small sums from several friends, made a visit to a pawn shop, and had raised something like a third of what he owed. He then came back to the hotel, hoping for as long an extension as possible through payment of this part sum. He had little hope of success, but he had to try. He arrived at the hotel at about 5:45, after the murder had been committed, and he noted a police squad car at the curb outside the hotel. Except for noticing its existence, he paid it little attention. He had only one thing on his mind. He headed straight for the elevator, which happened to be at the lobby with its door open. As he stepped out of it at the loan shark's floor, he saw a policeman at the door of the room he was heading for. Almost instinctively, he ducked back into the elevator and pushed the lobby button. He was the only man in the elevator, and there were no calls to higher floors. The elevator moved downward, stopping at no floors. When he reached the lobby, he hastened out, went home, and stayed there till the police came for him. A curl of cigarette smoke hung above Drake's head. He said,
"I suppose they learned of the earlier threat and took him in for questioning."
"Right," said Levine.
"But they can't make Johnson testify against himself, so how do they show he was on the spot at the time of the murder?"
"For one thing, Brancusi saw him when he was heading for the elevator. Brancusi called out to head him off and prevent him from running into the police. Johnson didn't hear him, and the elevator doors closed behind him before Brancusi could do anything else. Brancusi insists, however, that Johnson was back down again in 2 minutes or so and hastened out, and he is prepared to swear that Johnson left at precisely 10 minutes to 6.
Drake said, "Is Brancusi really sure of that?"
"Absolutely. His shift was over at 6 o'clock, and he was furious at the fact that the murder had not taken place an hour later, when he would have been off duty. As it was, he was sure he would be needed for questioning and might be kept for hours. He was, therefore, unusually aware of the time. There was an electric clock on the wall to one side of his desk, a nice large one, with clear figures, that was new and had been recently installed. It was accurate to the second, and he is absolutely certain it said 10 to 6. Avalon cleared his throat.
"In that case, Mr. Levine, Brancusi backs up Johnson's story and places your client at the scene, not at the time of the murder, but afterward."
Levine said, "Here is where the trivialities come in. Brancusi is a bad witness. He has a small stutter, which makes him sound unsure of himself. He has one drooping eyelid, which makes him look hangdog and suspicious. And he has distinct trouble in looking you in the eye. The jury will be ready to believe him a liar. Second, Brancusi is a friend of Johnson's, has known him from childhood, and is still a drinking buddy of the man. That gives him a motive for lying, and the prosecution is sure to make the most of that. Finally, Brancusi may not want to testify at all. He served 6 months in jail for a minor offense quite a number of years ago. He has lived a reasonably exemplary life since, and naturally doesn't want that earlier incident to be made public. For one thing, it could cost him his job." Rubin said, "Could the prosecution bring up the matter? It's irrelevant, isn't it? quite irrelevant, but if the prosecution takes the attitude that it serves to cast a doubt on the reliability of Brancusi as a witness, they might slip it past the judge.
Reuben said, "In that case, if you put neither Johnson nor Brancusi on the stand, the prosecution would still be stuck with the task of proving that Johnson was at the scene at the right time. They can't call Johnson themselves, and they won't call Brancusi to give his evidence because they then can't cross-examine him and bring out that jail term."
Levine sighed. "There's another witness. The man is an accountant named William Sandow. He had stopped at the hotel lobby to buy a small container of breath fresheners, and while he was at the newsstand he saw Johnson pass him, hurrying out of the hotel. Later in the evening he read about the murder and called the police to volunteer the information. His description of the man he saw was a good one, and eventually he made a positive identification out of a lineup. Sandow said that what drew his attention to the man who passed him was the look of horror and anguish on his face. Of course, he can't use terms like that on the witness stand, but the prosecution can get him to make factual statements to the effect that Johnson was sweating and trembling, and this would give him the air of an escaping murderer.
Reuben said, "No, it doesn't. Lots of things could make a man sweat and tremble, and Johnson had good reason to do so short of murder. Besides, Sandow just bears out the story of Brancusi and Johnson."
Levine shook his head. "No, he doesn't. Sandow says he happened to catch a glimpse of the time as Johnson passed him, and swears it was exactly 5:30, which is just after the murder was committed, but before the police arrived. If true, that ruins Johnson's story and makes the assumption that he committed the murder a very tempting one."
Reuben said, "Brancusi backs Johnson. It's one man's word against another. You can't convict on that."
"You can," said Levine, "if the jury believes one man and not the other. If Brancusi is bound to make a bad impression, Sandow is bound to make a good one. He is open-faced, clean-cut, has a pleasant voice, and exudes efficiency and honesty. The mere fact that he is an accountant gives him an impression of exactness. And whereas Brancusi is a friend of Johnson and therefore suspect, Sandow is a complete outsider with no reason to lie."
Reuben said, "How sure are you of that? He was very ready to volunteer information and get involved. Does he have some secret grudge against Johnson, or some connection with the loan shark?"
Levine shrugged his shoulders. "There are such things as public-spirited citizens, even today. The fact that he came forward will be in his favor with the jury. Naturally, my office has investigated Sandow's background. We've turned up nothing we can use against him, at least so far." There was a short silence around the table, and then finally Reuben said, "Honest people make mistakes, too. Sandow says he just happened to catch a glimpse of the time. Just how did that happen? He just happened to glance at his wristwatch? Why? Brancusi had a good reason to watch the clock. What was Sandow's?" "He does not claim to have looked at his watch. He caught a glimpse of the same wall clock that Brancusi looked at. Presumably, both Brancusi and Sandow were looking at the same clock at the same moment. The same clock couldn't very well tell 5:30 to one person and 6:10 to another at the same time. Clearly, one person is lying or mistaken, and the jury will believe Sandow."
Reuben said, "Brancusi was staring at the clock. Sandow just caught a glimpse. He may have caught the wrong glimpse."
Levine said, "I have considered stressing that point, but I am not sure I ought to. Sandow's statement that he just happened to catch a glimpse sounds honest somehow. The mere fact that he doesn't claim to see more than he saw, that he doesn't make an undue effort to strengthen his evidence, makes him ring true. And he's an accountant. He says he's used to figures, that he can't help noticing and remembering them. The prosecution will surely have him say that on the stand, and the jury will surely accept that. On the other hand, Mr. Reuben, if I try to balance Sandow's cool certainty by having Brancusi become very, very definite and emotional about how certain he is it was 6:10, then he will carry all the less conviction, for he will impress the jury as someone who is desperately trying to support a lie. And if it looks as though he is making a good impression, the prosecution will make a major effort to bring out his previous prison record."
Halstead broke in with sudden animation.
"Say, could Sandow see the clock from where he says he was standing at the newsstand?"
Levine said, "A good point. We checked that out at once, and the answer is, yes, he could, easily." There was another silence around the table, a rather long one. Trumbull finally said, "Let's put it as briefly as we can. You are convinced that Johnson is innocent and that Brancusi is telling the truth. You are also convinced that Sandow is either lying or mistaken, but you can't think of any reason he might be or any way of showing he is. And the jury is going to believe Sandow and convict Johnson." Levine said, "That's about it." Reuben said,
"Of course, juries are unpredictable."
"Yes, indeed," said Levine. "But if that's my only hope, it isn't much of one. I would like better." Avalon's fingers were drumming noiselessly on the tablecloth. He said, "I'm a patent lawyer myself, and I have just about no courtroom experience. Still, all you need do is cast a reasonable doubt. Can't you point out that a man's liberty rests on a mere glimpse of a clock?" "I can, and will try just as hard as I can, short of pushing the prosecution into attempting to uncover Brancusi's prison record. I would like something better than that, too." From the sideboard, Henry's voice sounded suddenly. "If you'll excuse me, Mr. Levine, I assume that the clock in question, the one to which both Mr. Brancusi and Mr. Sandow referred, is a digital clock." Levine frowned. "Yes, it is." "I didn't say it was, did I? How did you know?" His momentary confusion cleared, and he smiled. "Well, of course, no mystery. I said it was a new clock, and these days digital clocks are becoming so popular that it is reasonable to suppose that any new clock would be digital." "I'm sure that is so," said Henry. "But that was not the reason for my conclusion. You said a few moments ago that Mr. Sandow was an accountant, and that accountants couldn't help but notice and remember figures. Of course, you don't notice and remember figures on an ordinary dial clock. You remember the position of the hands. On a dial clock it is just as easy to tell time when the hour numbers are replaced with dots or with nothing at all." "Well, then," said Levine, "almost any grown person of reasonable intelligence can tell time at a glance in that way. Accountants have no special advantage. A digital clock is different." Levine said, "Since it was a digital clock, then accountants do have a special advantage. You're not helping me, Henry." Henry said, "I think I am. You have been unconsciously misleading us, Mr. Levine, by giving the time in the old-fashioned way appropriate to a dial clock. You speak of 3:15 and 6:15, and so on. Digital clocks specifically show such times to be 3:15 and 5:45. As digital clocks become more and more universal, times will be spoken of in this way exclusively, I imagine." Levine seemed a little impatient. "How does this change anything, Henry?" Henry said, "Your statement was that Brancusi was certain that the time at the crucial moment was 10 to 6, while Sandow was certain it was 5:30. If this were so, and if a dial clock were involved, the position of the hands at the two times would be widely different, and neither could make a mistake. A deliberate lie by one or the other would have to be involved. On the other hand, if it is a digital clock, Brancusi claims he read 5:50, and Sandow claims he read 5:30, you see." Levine said, "And you think that Sandow misread the figure 5 for a 3. No good. It could be maintained with equal justice that Brancusi mistook the 3 for a 5 in his annoyance over the fact that the end of his shift was approaching." Henry said, "It is not a question of a mistake that anyone could make. It is a mistake that an accountant particularly might make. There are 50 cents to half a dollar, but 30 minutes to half an hour, and an accountant above all is apt to think of figures in terms of money. To an accountant, 5:50 is most likely to mean $5.50. A quick glimpse at a digital clock reading 5:50 might trigger the response 5.5 in an accountant's mind, and he will later swear he had seen the time as 5:30. Avalon looked astonished.
You really think Mr. Sandow could have made that mistake, Henry?
But it was Levine who answered jubilantly,
Of course! It's the only way of explaining how two people could read the same clock at the same time and honestly come up with two different answers. Besides, there's the reasonable doubt. Suppose I set up a screen on which I can flash numbers on the pretext that I have to test Sandow's eyesight and memory of numbers, and ask him to detect and identify numbers flashed only briefly on the screen. If I show him $5.50 with a dollar sign before it, he will be bound to say $5.50.
Gonzalo said, He might say $5.50 or something like that.
If he does, I'll ask him if he means $550 or $5.50. After all, does he or does he not see the decimal point? And he will be sure to say $5.50. He will then repeat that with $5.50 written in other printing styles and with the dollar sign left out. Finally, when I flash the image of a digital clock reading $5.50 and ask whether that is 5.5 or 10 to 6, he won't even have to answer. The jury will get the point.
Levine rose to shake Henry's hand.
Thank you, Henry. I said that cases depend on trivialities, but I never dreamed that this one would rest on something as trivial as the difference between a digital clock and a dial clock.
But, said Henry, on that piece of trivia depends the freedom of a man who is presumably wrongfully accused of murder. And that is no triviality at all.